And we are back. I say we, but I mean I've been out of the comms box for a little while over at the Raceface.Pro side of things, but coming back with something absolutely mega, something really cool, and that of course is this Steady State Endurance Series. We've got a treat for you guys today. Of course, 6 hours here at the iconic Suzuka to kick things off. Some big prize money up for grabs from our drivers, and of course a massive grid taking to the track. As you can see in the background, drivers just getting some last minute practice in, making sure those cars are dialed in and ready to go. Some big names taking part today, which means that the racing is just going to be absolutely superb. I can't wait to kick us away. It is going to be a good day's worth of racing. So big shout out to everybody over on the YouTube side of things that are joining us and will be spectating this, to all the drivers taking part. Also just a big effort coming in from the cameramen behind the scenes and production being done out at Steady State Studios. Big shout out to them for making this all possible. And if we could just ask you guys to do your very least and leave a like, leave a share, help us to grow the series. That would just be the bare minimum that we would ask out of you guys. And if you don't want to do that, you want to dislike the stream, that's also okay. We like hate, we like likes, we like whatever we can get out of it. So just want to know that everybody is out here. If you are in the chat, feel free to give us a little wave. I'll try and say what's up to everybody, and we will be able to have a bit of an interactive stream today. Hopefully I will be joined at some point in the race by a fellow commentator that has been doing a lot of the Raceface series in the past. That's Mr. Alan Patterson. At the moment, though, it is myself just holding down the fort. I will be with you for the next 6 hours, so it should be good. We're ready to have a little look, see at our grid very shortly. And of course, then we'll be taking things away. So our starting grid, of course, up at the top of the screens, Mercedes by Hatsamiku. That will be the piloted driver of Harry Spears. He went in with a mega hot lap, managed to get that pole position spot. The GTWR Academy team, also going to be an interesting team to keep an eye out on. Tariq Adam, Jordan Sherritt and Luke Addison in that number 2 McLaren 720S. Arashi Racing starting in third, and we'll just take a look down. You'll see there's plenty of drivers coming up here. That's the top 30 spots up on the screen at the moment. I've got my White Rabbit Gaming team also taking part in this, so good to see them getting involved in the Steady State Series 2. But as far as I understand, it's just going to be one of the bigger grids we've had at Suzuka, especially for Raceface. A mixture of skill groups as well. I mean, that's the thing with endurance racing. You got to have to deal with what gets thrown towards you, having slower drivers on the track. If you are at the top, you've got to navigate that. And of course, coming down into those first 2 curves with so many cars on the grid, we're hoping for no chaos, but that's better said than done in most circumstances. So hoping that everything goes smooth and we get a nice clean start, because that's all we need. But there we see the top 45. And all the way down to the 55 cars taking to the grid. We hope that all of them are able to make it through to the starting lineup. We know that in these kind of races, sometimes things out of our control mean that cars aren't able to get through. But I mean, if we can start the race with 55 cars and end it with about 40, that would be a good show day. So I mean, I hope that we'll see 55 finish. It doesn't always go that way, but see Amp in the chat. Mr. Amp ZA, good to hear the voice of G-Max. Good to see you here as well, Amp. I mean, we go way back when it comes to the sim racing side of things, getting involved over in the Dominus gaming world for a while. And we are ready to have a look at that pole lap set by Harry Spears. And I mean, this was an incredible lap, so I'm very keen to see just how he managed to get his Mercedes dialed in for a very tricky Suzuka. I mean, if you've driven the circuit, you know that it's a very technical affair. So we'll get a little look here at that pole lap set by Harry Spears. makes his way down the start-finish straight into the braking zone for curve 1. Just wrestles it in, finds the inside apex, goes out wide, then comes in for the second inside apex and just tries to carry as much speed as he can. Gets himself set up to go through the S's. And again, just wrestling that beast, holding onto those inside curbs as much as he can, and obviously just carrying as much speed. Then this right hander, a bit tricky, as you've got to set yourself up then for the Dunlop left-hander. He does so with ease, drifts out to the right side of the track. Again, it's all about carrying that momentum through. Then comes up to the Degner, such a tricky section, a lot of inside curb there, unsettles himself slightly, but manages to get the rotation, and the exit through Degner 2, also just using the entire width of the circuit. Coming up to the hairpin now, on the brakes, drop the anchors, and get the car turned around for that very tight left-hander, and then back on that accelerator pedal as he makes his way down through 200R. There's a flat corner. You're just kind of turning in a little bit, trying to just get as much straight line speed as possible. Setting yourself up for spoon. Again, very tricky corner to get right. Spears knows exactly how to do so. It takes pole. This is lap that we're looking at now, so you can just see how much speed he actually manages to carry through there. Sets himself up for a good run down the back stretch too. All that speed counts at the end of the day, and up to 200 and almost 60 k's an hour as he goes into 130R. Again, just using the width of the track. Coming down into the final chicane. You see that clock timer ticking down, but he makes the final chicane look rather easy. And then out through the final right-hander and on the way down towards the line. I mean, what a lap coming out then from Harry Spears. A 157.6 going to be registered there. You see that fuel level low on the clock, or on his dash, should I say. So running nice and nice low fuel level run. Want the car as light as possible to do so, and that's exactly what Harry Spears did. Look at the sight. Our grid for today, starting out in some very low light conditions. Always nice and iconic for the camera work as they peel away to start that formation lap. Lights going on, and you're going to be ready to go very shortly. So if you haven't got yourself a drink, maybe a little bit of a cheeky meal, it's time to get that done. You've only got about 2 minutes before they make it back around here and we drop the green flag to start the 6-hour race. There's a 5 mandatory pit stop strategy enforced here. You need to make those tire changes to 5 sets of tires that you've got to change. So 5 mandatory stops with tire changes there. If you need to take more stops, of course you can, but you are going to cost yourself quite badly. Harry Spears out in front in that 285, man to watch in terms of pace. I mean, as far as I can see, he's doing this race solo. 6 hours, being driven by a single driver. It's going to be absolutely intense. Just getting a nice look through at the grid too. Chris Heineke there from Slick Racing. He is driving one of the Porsches, which of course I'm a bit of a Porsche fan. Never going to show my bias. Everyone keeps giving me nonsense for it. So maybe today I fancy the Mercedes, but not because Spears has that in pole. McLaren's looking good as well. Nice mixture of cars on the grid. Quite a lot of Bentleys. We know how good those cars are when it comes to endurance racing. They're kind of built for that, and a lot of drivers still sticking out to picking those up. Some very difficult cars to drive indeed are the Porsches. The rear wheel or the rear engine nature of them makes them very difficult, especially here at Suzuka, but they can be quick when you put them down. Aston's a good balance of difficulty, but still being very competitive. It's a slightly easier car to drive, a lot would say. I know that the Aston drivers would probably disagree with that, but it's a nice all-rounder car, and it gives you good performance out here. So you'll see a lot of Astons coming down as well. But this grid is massive. Plenty of cars coming through, mixtures of skill level as well, all the way from the top level pros down to people that are probably doing one of their first endurance races out in Assetto Corsa Competizione. And me being out of the commentary loop for a little while, been setting myself up in the UK. It's so nice to come back and just see how far the sim has progressed. It still looks just as beautiful. I love the soundtrack of these cars. I love the way that they've got those engine notes done. Mr. Jordan Sherritt in that number 33 McLaren, also a driver that we're going to have to keep a lookout for. The GTWR team actually looking incredibly strong. Tariq Adam, Jordan Sherritt, and Luke Addison, the 3 drivers in there. I mean, you could not ask for a better lineup of drivers when it comes to the nature of sim racing at the moment. And I mean, it's going to be interesting. Jason Absmeyer in the 666, I believe, driving for to play for today alongside Etienne Kleb. Very interesting pickup there. So keen to see what happens with those 2 drivers. Of course, the iconic 666 number coming out from Jason. I'm pretty sure he had the say when it came down to that. But here we go, approaching the final chicane now. 55 cars taking to the grid, and it's going to be intense. Let's hope for a clean turn 1. Spears going to get himself a nose ahead of Sherritt, of course, starting in P1. But I mean, it's anyone's to play for. We see Jay Grobler there in the 334 Porsche as well, just in the background, waiting to see if these two take each other out, open up a gap. With 6 hours of racing to go, we're waiting for that green flag. Starting out the very first race of this Steady State Endurance Series, of course, brought to you by Steady State and Raceface. A nice little collab coming down, and we are just awaiting those green lights to go. And there we go, go, lights are green, and the racing is down. A nice start from Jordan Sherritt, actually getting himself ahead of Harry Spears as they come down. Is there going to be a little bit of rubbing coming through the first 2 curves? There are, but Harry Spears with the inside line out through the second curve. He's going to set himself up to be alongside Jordan Sherritt. They're going to stay alongside. Yes, it's not somewhere you can really pass, and Jordan getting forced a little bit out wide there. Flashing of the lights going down. Sherritt not too happy with Spears there. Feels that he may have been compromised, but that was good racing from the 2 drivers out front. Looked like the rest of the pack also got themselves through there. You can see on the small little track map at the top right that this is just a caterpillar of GT3 cars in tow. So very interesting to see how things have started out here. I'd like to see this battle continue. Spears versus Sherritt. In the background, Grobler is there too, and we're just going to wait for the timing sheet to update itself as we go through the first couple of sectors. We just need that first sector really to get things updated. But a great start coming out from the leaders in this race, and a superb start to the series. We couldn't have asked for more. I see there are a couple of drivers that may have been caught out through Degner 1 and 2. It's created a bit of a gap in the field, but don't you worry, that gap will, over 6 hours, it will find itself getting corrected. It's all about pit stop strategy. It's all about keeping the pace. It's not about being the fastest on the circuit for 1 or 2 laps. It's about having the best average speed throughout the entire 6-hour race. So there we go. Lights have gone green, and away we've gone. Harry Spears starting to peel out ahead of Sherritt in second place. Morgan McCall, great start coming out from him. The ATK Academy team, they're going to get themselves up into P3. So have managed to jump Grobler then in that Porsche. He sits in 4th. Absmeyer sitting in 5th place. A couple of pit board markers being indicated up at the top there. I'm not quite sure if those are quite right at this time, but we'll have to just see. There are a couple of cars that have gone into the pits, so we'll just have to see what those are all about. We certainly know that Morgan McCall has not gone into the pits. He's still in the shot at the moment, so I do believe we've got a bit of a visual bug when it comes out to spotting that. But very nice start coming out at the front of the order. You can see this is the time of the race where the drivers will be the closest together. There are a couple of incidents. I see some yellow flags being waved at the end of what looks like the exit of 130R. Somebody did not make it out of there entirely, but that will be cleaned up before our leaders come back through. I'd love to actually just get a rundown through the entire order for you guys as we see where things stand. So as you can see, Spears here in first place, and I do love that anime livery on that Mercedes, the GTWR Academy car piloted by Jordan Sherritt, then still chasing down. Lovely red and black livery coming down and just showing us what the iconic racer liveries need to look like. To me, when I'm picking my favorite color combinations, that's it: red, black, and a little bit of white to highlight it. Looking back from Lionel Clue's BWR Vipers Mercedes, we can see he's got in tow the likes of King and Fenta as he makes his way out through 130R. Also looking back from the back of Lionel Clue again, should I say. Just going to get a camera update. We'll just see Fenta in tow. Behind him, we've got Janse van Rensburg in 12th, Byron Walker in that number 37, Bentley in 13th. So some close battles starting things away, to be honest. This is what we expected in the start of the race. You're setting yourself up for what happens in the next 5 hours. You're not trying to get all the work done right now, but if you can get a little leapfrog on a couple of cars in front of you, you are going to kind of look at that and continue to try and enable yourself to get past and not have to deal with too much. But you can see Walker just following along in the battle in front of him. Van Rensburg on the back of that Porsche, getting past with ease as we look back from Victor de Cox, DKB Racing 725. He's got the likes of Renner and Densham in his mirrors. Nice little flare of the exhaust gases coming out as he goes and downshifts. I do like the sound from this McLaren. So de Kock chasing down on Price, and then Renner and Densham chasing down on de Kock. So a couple of close battles here to start things off. It looks like the battle between 6th and 7th also going to get itself quite heated up. Daniel Rowe and of course Mr. Patterson, half a second between one another as we jump on board with Kieran Patterson, the Optimum Motorsport 101, trying to get past Rowe. Oh, very late on the brakes on the inside line, and Rowe giving him the space needed. Didn't come into the inside apex. Would have been complete chaos if the two had come together. Would have opened things up for Heineke. But in the slipstream is Patterson. Pulls out in that Aston Martin. What a beautiful livery painted onto that beast. I mean, I really do like the look of that. Going to take the inside line here, force Rowe to go out wide. Does Rowe try and find some cutback coming through? He doesn't quite need to do that. Heineke in tow, also trying to get himself as far up the order as possible. Like I said, I want to see those Porsches doing well, but you do want to see the likes of the Astons also showing out, and a nice battle of manufacturers up in the top 10, to be fair. That Ferrari of Rowe, the first, I don't even know how many of these Ferraris we have on the grid. I haven't seen too many, but be interesting to see how they do, making their way through some traffic, which of course is already showing that there are different skill gaps out here today, and that is going to be something that these drivers have to bear in mind. Patterson, after clearing through the likes of Rowe, has managed to pull himself a good car lengths gap, so not under too much pressure just yet, but a small mistake that's going to change. That will be Wilson letting the other drivers through to not try and get involved too much in battles that don't concern him. Incredible start there. I mean, we have to just go back and say well done to all the drivers for making it through unscathed. It's normally turn 1 and 2 at Suzuka. There might have been a couple of incidents that we didn't see in the background, but from what it looked like in the comms box, we can't see everything. It looked like it was pretty good. Big shout out to everybody in the chat as well. Good to have you guys with us, and good to be out here and racing. This series is going to be great. I can't wait to see who's going to take the crown at the very end of it all. And of course, it's all endurance based events, and that's kind of the nature of the racing that I quite enjoy is these longer events. I don't really find myself getting as immersed in the Sprint Cup series anymore, but it's all down to these driver swap events. You share the car with somebody, or multiple people, should I say, and it's up to you guys to get it to the checkered flag in the best possible position that you can. And of course, prize money up for grabs for the top 3 teams. So everything to play for up at the front of the order. And Spears doing this all solo and alone, currently leading us away in that 285. He's pulled a 2.5 second gap to Jordan Sherritt. So that's quite impressive to see. I mean, we know that Sherritt is a very talented driver, and to be honest, that's Spears and Sherritt, we wanted to see what happened out there. At the moment, I think Sherritt just going for the long game, like we said, not trying to push too hard, keep those tires, and try and extend as much as you can out of those tire sets. But we do know that we do have that visual issue in terms of the timing sheet, just giving us a little bit of grief. Those drivers are definitely not in the pits, and those are things that we have to try and sort out. So Tariq Adams in the chat as well. Old Merc 2OP. Well, there we go. I mean, that Mercedes has always been something of a bit of a concern, hasn't it? Always been a bit powerful. I still remember my days of racing. It was in the time where we had a very dominant Porsche era. I always drove it, but I never quite managed to get the most out of it. And here we go, Harry Spears making his way past a couple of back markers. Kirstein in front of him will just be easing off, lifting the accelerator as they go down the start-finish stretch. You see Sherritt in the background and then McCall. So those are our top 3 drivers and teams all in shot at the second. That could all change up. Jason Absmeyer, then in the ATP 666, we talked about this, sharing the car with Etienne Kleb, chasing down on the likes of Krobler. So chasing down onto that Porsche. It'll be interesting to see these two battle it out on circuit, but also lovely looking livery and colors, just very Batmobile-ish. The 666 with a dabble of blue accents on the car. Janssen van Rensburg for BWR Eagles sitting in 11th place. He's being hunted down by Byron Walker for WRG. And number 37, Bentley, looking to try and put some pressure onto the McLaren. 5 hours 48 minutes on the clock remaining, so plenty of racing still to take place. One of the logistical nightmare racing entries, Robin van der Merwe in that 106, putting some pressure onto the likes of Toy, and going to look to see if something can happen as they approach Degner's. And good call coming out then from Van der Merwe to just follow through and slot behind rather than try and go alongside. We'll be able to ride on board with the back wing camera from Robin van der Merwe. Childs putting pressure on as well. Nordia in the mix of this too. So great positions really for Childs and Nordia to be in when chasing down, knowing that there's pressure in the field in front. One small mistake, you kind of have to compensate and try and adapt to the way that the other cars are driving, and that's not going to be the easiest thing when you are trying to get your own move done. So if you are at the back of a train, get some advantage knowing, well, if they make one small mistake, you can get 2 positions, maybe 3 positions for free. So it's going to be a good little battle here in the mid-pack, trying to fight out for those spots to keep within the top 20. You can see from the bottom right, Childs going a little bit wide out through 130R up the front of them. Still going to be that battle between Van der Merwe and Du Toit. It's not Du Toit, it's just Toit. Or Toit. Feels like a long time since I've done South African names again. I feel like I'm losing my touch of Afrikaans, if it's Afrikaans that I'm trying to do. Guys in the chat can laugh with me or at me, whichever we feel like doing. But this battle between Krobler and of course Absmeyer, two rivals that have found themselves on the circuit multiple times before. Nice little split coming down. We'll see the rear view from JC Grobler's Porsche, and of course from Absmeyer's front splitter we've just got a camera full of that Porsche too. So it's a nice little split coming down. Nice way to view the racing. Good way to see two different perspectives coming down. I feel like Jason Absmeyer just trying to get the read, trying to see where he can get things done, just trying to use the slipstream. We know that the back stretch here at Suzuka is a good place to line yourself up. If you can be tucked out behind the back wing of a car in front, use a little bit of that slipstream effect and try and get yourself past and through before you get to the likes of 130R. Lots of top end speed required, so it's all down to those aero settings that drivers are running here. If you can try and get a little bit closer, maybe in the braking zone then for the chicane, but right now that Porsche looking very, very quick from JC Grobler. Jason Absmeyer just trying to see where this move can be done, navigating traffic as they need to, and of course those drivers being very well behaved. Inside line being blocked off by JC Grobler. I'm going to force Absmeyer to try and come around the outside. Absmeyer trying to have a little look, trying to see if there's a way to cut back in. Has to back off just slightly and allow JC Grobler to then get the run back through the S's. But a tight battle between two good drivers here. This is the kind of racing you want to see. Bats as Hugo in the chat saying one lap in Afrikaans. I probably couldn't even do two corners in Afrikaans, so we will not embarrass ourselves like that. But look at this. I mean, Grobler and Absmeyer just going at it here. The sun starting to rise too, 4:22 a.m. And, you know, it started off a little bit darker than this, but they'll have to deal with that rising sun. Something I do quite enjoy in ACC is the way that that sun is simulated. Can be quite difficult to see when it's shining straight into you. So going to be interesting to see how they adapt to these conditions. And of course, with the sun rising comes a change in track temperature too. The moment 15 degrees ambient and 15 degrees on the circuit, so it is going to heat itself up. So you'll start to see the way that those tires have been set up. That starts to set things. And to be honest, looking at the wind conditions we've got out here, only 1 kilometer an hour, it's still dry in terms of the predictions track being indicated that it's still fast. So, you know, there could be a couple of changes coming in with the weather. Could rain at some point. You know, at the moment with that kind of wind speed and that kind of predicted weather for the next 30 minutes, you would not expect it to come down just yet. But knowing that there is dynamic weather means that you can never discount that it could happen. Back up towards the front of the order again. Back to that battle between JC Grobler and Jason Absmeyer. Still going at it. And Absmeyer just keeping that pressure on. Trying to force the hand coming out. Trying to make sure that he can try and bully Mr. JC Grobler into making a mistake. But like I said at the start of this, these are two top-class sim drivers. And the two of them have certainly seen each other out in the circuit a couple of times, and it's good to see the two of them having a nice knife fight out here. Still so much time on the clock. It's something that you would not expect to you know, be pushed too hard. There's a limit that you would expect both of them to be willing to go to, but you know, when it comes out to track position, that is everything. At the moment, Jason in a good position in terms of planning his pit stops. Also just gets to follow and use some of that slipstream of the Porsche in front of them. Of course, they both trying to catch up to the likes of Morgan McCall and Jordan Sherritt, who are up the road. I mean, there's not too much happening between those two drivers. You know, it's just kind of free and easy. It's empty air at this stage in the race. Spears has checked out. He's 4.9 seconds ahead of Sherritt, this man in the 285. And with the anime livery on the side of the car too, maybe that's giving him an extra couple of kilometers top end speed. But Spears doing a good job. If you look down the order, King in 9th and 10th, King and Clue, the two of them getting within a second of one another. Van Nieuwenhuizen and Renner in 13th and 14th. Price still in that. I mean, all the way from 14th really down to 16th, there are cars just following each other in a train. Here we get to see that. JP Van Nieuwenhuizen in the 696, chased up by Renner, Price, and De Kock. And I think Densham is also going to get into that very soon. You see him in the background, he's there. And 130 are forcing each other to go very wide. Renner going to run very wide. Price probably going to be able to capitalize on this coming into the braking zone. Is he? No, Renner's just missed the braking zone entirely for the Casio chicane and is going to lose those positions anyway. That's what we talked about, the pressure getting to drivers, making them have the mistakes, and those mistakes can be costly. So we see it there. De Kock and Price going to go side by side, chasing down Van Nieuwenhuizen as they come down into the right-handers. Van Nieuwenhuizen needs to just kind of put his head down and make sure that he can kind of clear this traffic now, because there are some hungry drivers trying to get past Price. Here, Janneman Price in the THT Racing Bentley. Very complimentary colors coming down too. You know, British Racing green and a dabbler pink. Not going to say I hate it, because I kind of like it. De Kock in the 725 McLizzy is also just doing a good job to hold his best in the midst of a very angry bunch of cars. Renner is trying to get past. Oh, is that that's in their back market in traffic that we see coming down. Vermeulen, in my mind, is kind of caught up in a place he doesn't want to be. You do see those blue flags being waved out, and that will be for Vermeulen. Needs to make sure that he yields the spot to Renner as quick as possible. Doesn't want to get involved in that for too long. Shout outs again to you guys in chat. Thanks for joining us. The Raceface Steady State Endurance Series kicking off with this monster 6 hour at Suzuka. It's going to be a good race. It's already started to be a good race. And you know what, to be honest, it's something that gets exciting towards the end of the race more than anything. But it's all that story leading up to that kind of starts to set the narrative of how it's going to end. And it could end in a completely different way. On the back of the likes of Toy is Nordia, wants to have a lot of pressure coming into 130R. We see Toy running very well. Oh, Bentley out of good. Woohoo! Ooh. I mean, if he doesn't need a pants change, I certainly do. Jaco Nordia slips through there by a cat's whisker as that Bentley came back across the circuit. I do apologize. It sounded like I was breeding owls in the commentary box, but that was certainly too close for comfort. At some point, it would be nice if we could get a replay of that. I'm not sure if we could, but that was that was a very, very good call from Nordia to kind of spot that out, go all the way back to the right side of the track. That Bentley just came bouncing back across. Sean Skitter in the Black Racing or the Black Ribbon Sim EKZ Motorsports team. They're also doing themselves okay at the moment, hanging on to the back of Erasmus, sitting in 24th place, putting some pressure onto a very lonely Audi on the grid too. We don't see too many of those out here today, do we? That 505 of Erasmus, a rare breed at this stage of the race. And Skitter just doing a good job. Again, Bentleys, good choices for the endurance runs. Will all pay dividends at the end, I'm sure. Erasmus with a big mistake out of Degner 2, going to allow Skitter to get that move dialed in and done before they get down to the hairpin. Now it's all about just making sure he clears Erasmus and starts to move up towards catching the likes of Charles and Kivit? I don't know how to say that name either. So, you know, it's a learning curve when it comes out to doing sim racing. So many drivers, so many cars, so many teams. But as we go through the series, we get a little bit more used to the different drivers that we've got taking to the field. So we'll get there as a team. It's all about consistency.
It's always the hardest part of starting a series, getting familiar with all the drivers that have gotten themselves in. But I mean, a lot of these drivers are drivers we've seen enter into the events before, so it's nice to see the support coming through. A lot of top talented drivers. It looks like Grobler has lost that position out to Absmeyer, something we did not see at the time, and now has Kieran Patterson putting some pressure on them from that number 101 Aston Martin. Easily the nicest looking car on the grid. I mean, we're not running custom liveries, so these are liveries that get run from selecting them in the actual sim itself. Unfortunately, then you lose your team name, which makes it quite hard to commentate on without knowing who's driving where. So as we go through the series, we'll get a little bit more used to that. But at the moment, those two custom, or not custom liveries, but official race team liveries on the cars of Grobler and Patterson just make me miss having custom liveries in events. Maybe it's something we can do going forward. We obviously had a big grid here. We didn't want to cause any issues. Those kind of things could be sorted out by now. Have not had too much experience with custom liveries in a long time. I just know that for a lot of people, it's better to just have something a little bit more safe. Make sure that you've got server stability rather than having something look super visually appealing when it comes down to allowing people to have all these big cool liveries on their cars. But it could be cool. We could get sponsors on them as well, have a little mandatory spot for it, and just maybe try it out at some point in the series. Not going to discount it. Certainly something that we could have done. 5 hours and 35 minutes remaining of this race, and you can see a lot of the teams just trying to monster through those stints. I'm sure come an hour, a little bit over an hour, we'll probably start to see some drivers coming in for their first pit stops, make those tire changes. Ruan Robson on the back of Eddie Francis then, the man from Monday Night Racing, the man who started it all, joined me on the journey, and I believe that Eddie Francis driving for Footsec Racing, that's the very Afrikaans/English/South African name that Eddie wanted me to obviously have to try and struggle with on the stream. But Robson now giving Eddie a good run for his money. Beautiful livery actually on the car, Francis. I must say, I do like those colors. Reminds me a bit of the old, what do you call it, Miami vibe, but not with the fact that it's not really completely old school Miami. I've got sort of, it's retro, almost like the retro esports liveries at one stage before good old Jason decided to go with the worst liveries ever, and I always give retro esports a little bit of grief when it comes down to that. But I am a fan of the Aston colours that Eddie Francis is running there, especially that metallic-y sort of seeing that pink with a bit of metallic on it. The blue looks good, and then of course Van der Veste is in here. Another Ferrari. We said there weren't too many of them. There's that 815. He's actually dialed in to maybe have a little look at what Robson and France made a big mistake. That's going to allow Robson through with ease, and Van der Veste is also going to get through there. So 2 spots, 1 corner. Robson runs wide, Van der Veste runs a little bit wide. Francis under pressure from Noah Hendricks as well in 29th place. So unfortunately we can see that a couple of drivers struggling out here. I do believe we're going to be able to look at that accident of Charles. That was out of 130R with a very narrow miss from the Lexus. There we go. Here comes the Bentley, bounces and then rolls back across the line, parks it in the middle of the track, holds the brakes, has a little bit of a squiggly exit coming through, but that was certainly not the way that that was meant to go, was it? So interesting stuff out there. We thought that it was close, and it was close indeed. This is the likes of Gideon Renner. Price was in front of him, has been passed already, so that must have been a small mistake coming through. Renner then going to slip on into 13th place. Densham in the background of all of this. It's still Vermeulen who is out of position at this time. I'm not sure where he's trying to really go. Price goes very deep into the corner. Vermeulen going to get past, so that's going to open up the opportunities for the likes of Matt Densham in that number 42 Bentley to try and have a look at if he can get past this Bentley that we're looking at now, the THT Racing number 38. You still see those blue flags being waved, and that's for neither of these two drivers, but for Vermeulen, it's certainly going to be his responsibility to get a little bit out of the way of those kind of things. So interesting racing going on in the mid-pack. I suppose no one really wants to give up track position unnecessarily, but you do have to kind of yield to the blue flags. You are allowed to unlap yourself, of course. That's something that is allowed, but you cannot be caught holding up the racing for other people. I think that would be the number one thing the stewards would not want to happen. Anthony Wilson in the LNR Vince Chatton entry. Wind Chatton, I believe, is the way that should be said. Number 22, sitting in 38th place. Just having a nice bit of an empty track at this point of the race. No cars around. Just caught in what would be feeling like a hot lap simulation. But if you look at the track around, I mean, there's a bunch of cars in front, a bunch of cars behind. It's not a bad place to be, not being caught up in traffic. You're allowed to just do your own thing and keep it moving. I see Sean Mumford in 41st place, also there, just struggling a little bit with some of the nuances of racing. That's a fellow White Rabbit Gaming car. We've got two entries entered in here today. The 508 sitting in 41st place at the moment, just trying to make their way through the field. They have served one of their pit stops, so a lot of the drivers here kind of doing a tire change quite early on. Could have also been down to some damage that could have been picked up too, but not a bad place really, knowing that you have already served one of those pit stops. So you've got a lot of drivers still needing to go in and do those pit stops. Krubler and Patterson, that's the next thing that's going to be happening for sure. We saw Absmeyer and Mr. Krubler going at it for a couple of laps, and then we weren't able to quite see what transpired from that. But at the moment, it's good racing between good drivers, and these are the kind of drivers I like to see up at the front of the order, giving us something to have a little bit of a look at. Spears checking out early on, and then leaving us to have to kind of find some of those battles within the field, and they'll be everywhere. I mean, if you look down at the timing sheet, there are 3 10th gaps, 4 10th gaps. Those are all close relative positions. One small mistake and you can find so much can change. So looking at the timing sheets, you'll see some big gaps as well. 7 seconds between this man Harry Spears and the likes of Jordan Sherritt. That's a big gap to have pulled on early, and we know how quick Sherritt can be. But it's enough time to start to build up, and if you keep doing that lap after lap after lap, eventually you are going to have a massive advantage come the end of the race. So it does become about managing those gaps, knowing where things are going to happen. Clue here, Lionel Clue for BWR Vipers. He's starting to reel in the likes of Heineke. We still see the likes of Densham still putting pressure onto the back arena. And I mean, this is a good slipstream effort coming down into 130R. Plenty of cars around, so not going to be an easy place. And Densham carrying a little bit too much speed coming in there from the slipstream, runs a little bit wide, has to get things back in order for the final chicane. But there you see, nice little train of cars, a good example of how hard it can be in the middle of all of this. Mr. Corne Strauss in the chat, Mr. Enrox himself, good to see you. Absmeyer not doing it solo, he's joined with Etienne Kleb, the two of them driving for Amp to Play today in that 666 and doing very well up in 4th place. Matt Densham, some syndicates on the social medias if you follow him there. He's doing a good job at getting himself through the order. I mean, 15th place, 14th place. Not quite sure why it keeps jumping around so much on the timing sheet. Couple of little spooks in the timing sheet we've had today. Saw that weird pit bug coming down, and that sort of disappeared. But I have seen a couple of strange things happening with the relative positions as well. Robin van der Merwe closing down on the likes of Victor de Kock. That's 725. On board from the number 106. These Aston Martins do sound good on board. Not as good as maybe my bias towards the Porsches. Parking the car on the inside of 130R, even if you're allowing traffic through, never going to be a great place to be. Always going to require a pants change from me. But everybody getting through that unscathed. Looking at the YouTube chat, Camo here holding thumbs for Absmeyer and Kleb. Some good support for Amp to Play coming out. Strauss doing the same. The massive team list out here, to be honest. Lots of drivers all getting themselves together. We see Robson in that 637. Speed Potato Racing. I do like that name, to be honest. Good team name from the 637 entry. Putting some pressure onto Gleed in that number 66. So many Aston Martins coming out in full force. It's something that we are quite used to seeing. Robson going to put some pressure onto the inside, into the braking zone for the chicane, getting that dialed in and done. Beautiful example of nice way to overtake. Use the back stretch, use the momentum through 130R, line it up for that braking zone into the chicane. He's on the flashes already. He wants Robson to move out of the way as quick as possible. Does not want to lose time that he's made up already in getting a nice couple of car lengths ahead of Patterson. But something like this could hold him up, could cause him to have, you know, those kind of struggles that he does not want to deal with. You know, you've found some pace, you managed to get yourself out from the pressure zone, and it's very difficult to always put yourself ahead and then get caught up in traffic. So you are trying to get through that as quick as possible. Densham on board with that front splitter, still trying to find a read on to Prius. Prius taking a big scoop of that inside at Degner 1, has lost some speed on the exit and allowed Densham to get a little bit closer. They are getting some blue flags waved in front of them. Oh, back marker Prius just parts like the sea for Moses at that point, and that's not what you want to see. That's a back marker getting involved with a race that's not really something he should be. So I saw the blue flags being waved. Could have easily just hung it out wide on the approach to the hairpin, stayed left, lifted off, allowed both drivers to come past, outbrake him, and get through the hairpin, and would have been okay. But it's not the way that a lot of people see blue flags, unfortunately. They feel like they need to race with people all the time. That's the mindset that needs to change in these kind of events, where you've got a lot of drivers and we've got a lot of different skill groups coming through. Your race is not with those type of people. You're racing with people much further behind you. So why not just look at it that way, instead of causing something that ruins both your races? You've got a little bit of damage now. You need to go into the pits to sort that out. For anyone. Here's our replay of that incident. You see, actually Bentley there just picking up a little bit too much curb, but collecting a whole bunch of drivers in the process there. Maybe the Lexus there could have created a little bit more space, staying out wide, didn't have to create the squeeze that took place, and wouldn't have had to go towards the curb then. Blue flags are being waved, want to get past, but patience is also key. So on both ends of my coin, takes two to tango, and you've got to be very observant of what's happening on the track. Good scrap between Rowe and Clue in that Mercedes, and of course you got Rowe just struggling to hold on even in the slipstream in that Ferrari coming down. But so neat and tidy is Rowe coming in through the first two curves, manages to just reel him back in, and then it's the S's where you can really make or break your lap. You can't really find a place to overtake here. Try and force someone to make the mistake, yes, but if you're trying to overtake, you're putting yourself in an unconventional line, and that's just going to lose you time at the end of the day. But Rowe just having to be very patient in just trying to spot out the opportunities here, knows that there's a potential for the move to be made, and it's just going to stay in this sort of bully position. Big miss of the inside apex coming out then from Clue, doesn't impact him too much, manages to carry that speed out through both Degners, and Daniel Rowe just kind of watching this, trying to see late on the brakes, trying to maybe get the car turned around, look for a little bit of a cut back in, does manage to make up some good time doing so. And Clue got his hands very much full at this point and needs to manage the pressure coming out from one of the top sim drivers in the country, Daniel Rowe. Again, just an absolute talent. We know how good he is out on the real life racing circuit too, but transfers those skills over to the sim racing world, as we've seen. And now down the back stretch, not really sitting in the slipstream for as much time as possible. May have compromised his ability to have a look down into the braking zone, but there are cars all over the place, very wide they go, almost 3 cars abreast, down onto the brakes, slams down the anchors, and that Mercedes very deep, makes the mistake in the cutback, and the switcheroo is there. Daniel Rowe now putting the pressure on round the outside of the final corner. They are going to drag it down. Now it's going to be pure speed and power battles between the two of them. Daniel Rowe just can't hold on to that Mercedes on the exit through, needs that slipstream down towards the first 2 curves. But that was a nice bit of driving. Daniel Rowe on the inside sees the opportunity. Clue makes the mistake, and Daniel Rowe gets that done and does a beautiful bit of driving coming out. Beautiful bit of driving coming out there from Daniel Rowe. Didn't have the advantage in terms of pace on the car, but certainly found the ability out on the circuit. That was a brilliant, classy move pulled out by the 171 Clue. We'll be looking back at that replay and wondering what he could have done better. And unfortunately there, the best defense was not going to hold Rowe back. And you can just see in front a whole hive of cars swarming around. And that's all backmarking traffic really needs to make way for Rowe to get through. Clue trying to use that to his advantage. Robson has yielded out almost immediately. Francis is going to be given a little bit of a helping hand in holding off the traffic from behind, but those blue flags are certainly going to be waved out. I think Francis is going to just, yeah, there we go, lifts it up out through Spoon, allows Rowe to go through. But look at that sort of distance and gap that Rowe's now managed to use between the back markers and the likes of Clue, who he was battling with a lap ago. He was 3 car lengths behind coming up into 130R, so it just goes to show managing that traffic on the circuit. Bruno, Mr. Cuddly, Bruno Cuddly in the chat, my good friend. Thank you very much. I've missed being here. I miss all you guys in the sim racing scene. I miss racing myself too, so hopefully that can all get sorted out. But you are right, I think the traffic is a bit hectic. It's going to have a big impact on the top results. We're going to take an onboard for a couple of minutes. Need to go and sort out some issues with my connectivity from this side. It feels like I'm not getting the best of my internet at the moment. So we're going to take an onboard, and I'll be back to sort that out. So let's take an onboard. We'll go maybe with someone like Nordia. He's putting some pressure on to Neverhazen in front, and we'll be back shortly. we should be back. So hopefully not missing too much. But of course, when it comes down to sim racing, you miss 1 minute and you miss a lot of what's happening out on the track. Here we see Daniel Rowe and Chris Heineke going at it. And again, these are drivers that you want to see all on the same bit of racetrack at the same time. It's Krobler, Heineke and Rowe all lined up together. And 2 Porsches and a Ferrari all going to be just neking it out to see who comes out on top. At the moment, Krobler, with a good bit of space behind, kind of wants the likes of Heineke to get caught up in this, wants to force Heineke to have to battle with Rowe and then give himself some space out on the circuit. Nice little split cam view as well. You can see the onboard from Heineke. You get to see the likes of Rowe in the background of that shot too, but Heineke certainly looking like he's capitalizing on the slipstream effect that he can get from that 334 in front of him. A little bit wide from Krobler coming in, ducks back across the racing circuit, but certainly losing time. Heineke very quick through the chicane, catches up to the back of Krobler, but has to just back off just slightly, and that's going to allow Rowe to then get back onto the back end end. Rowe really seems to need a lot of that slipstream down in terms of the top line speed in that Ferrari, and will certainly, very deep from Heineke. Inside line opens up for Rowe. Rowe going to put pressure on, going to stay on the inside. I think Heineke is going to lose out on that. Runs a little bit wide as well, but will set himself up for the S's. So he's got the line that he kind of needs to give some space to Rowe, though Rowe just holding that space down, and the two of them go side by side, but Rowe comes out on top once again, just showing how much talent he has behind that virtual wheel too. Heineke just going to have to yield out to that, and now Rowe going to be on the hunt for Krobler. Very, very good driving coming down today. We've seen some awesome overtakes. We've seen some good sportsmanship out on the circuit, but Rowe certainly being the highlight of a lot of these moves at the moment. We're catching him in every sort of aspect of his racing, and he's doing a great job at doing so. And these drivers out on the circuit, like I said, all doing a phenomenal job at this part of the race. We see that order up the front, Spears and Sherritt. That gap hasn't really developed too much, to be honest. I'd just like to ask our cameraman to just run through the full field for us so we can see where everybody's standing. I know we've got some people in the chat that of course want to see where their drivers and teams are in the bigger scheme of things. So if we could have a little rundown from first to last from the outside, we'll jump back to some of this action on board, of course, throughout the entire race. But it will be so nice to just kind of see where everybody is poised out. So it's Harry Spears up in first place in that 285, and currently 7.2 seconds ahead of Jordan Sherritt in the number 33. So GTW Morgan McCall from Ram Racing, actually the ATK team, right? I mean, that's just the team name they've got applied there, obviously because of the livery that they're running. But the ATK team is sitting in third place, Morgan still at the wheel of the car. I'm sure his younger brother going to take it at some point. Then in 4th place, we've got Jason Absmeyer, currently driving for Amp to Play. Kate and Kleb sharing the car with them, sitting in 4th. And then in 5th place, the PWSR boys, Kevin Patterson, in that 101, doing very good at the moment to keep themselves in the top 5. AC Grobler in 6th place. He's got a little bit of trouble at the moment. Looks like he's going to have to try and get through the pits, and he's not doing so in the best way possible. I think he's had a big accident at some point. That car is horribly damaged, so that's not looking good for them. The team Try Hard Hybrid Academy entry, the 171, Daniel Rowe, currently driving that car out there in 6th place. Slick Racing with Heineke behind the wheels. They're sitting currently in 7th. Some good battles going on for this number 5 Porsche entry. Bernard King in that 287 Kinetic SimWorks Racing Prism entry, sitting inside of the top 10, currently sitting in 8th place, doing a good job there. 287. Byron Walker is also in the mix here, so they've all benefited from the likes of JC Krobler having to go in. White Rabbit Gaming B entry, doing a good job then in that number 37. Bit of a like British livery really going on there, you know, showing their allegiance to G-Max out here in the UK, with the Union Jackish on the side in the WRG colours. So good going then, Byron Walker to be within the top 10. Robin van der Merwe, Logistical Nightmare Racing entry, currently sitting in 10th place in that 106. Interesting. So that incident with Grobler, we should be able to pull up for you guys as well. We'll carry on running through the order from 11th place, but here we go. This is what actually happened to JC Grobler. Oh no, it's hit a back marker who has had severe damage from that, being sent off into the wall. So that is why Grobler has had to go into the pits. But continuing with the rundown of the order, Matt Densham currently he was fighting with Van der Merwe, so he was in 11th, and Brits getting spun around there as well as we looking at that. So Densham will return back to 11th place after that, but that's a Sim Syndicate entry. This was the person in 10th who then went to 11th and then went back to 10th. So Robin van der Merwe from Logistical Nightmare Racing gets another shout out on the positional change as we run through the order. Densham, of course, in 11th, and then Nordia next to be highlighted here in 12th place in that 465. This is the fourth entry from Kinetic SimWorks Racing. So quite a couple of entries coming out from the likes of Kinetic SimWorks. I guess a team to keep an eye out on, expanding the driver numbers within their ranks, and one of the very few Lexus cars that we have actually out on the circuit as well. So there are a couple of very popular cars in the series so far, and there's definitely some outliers as well. This is definitely no outlying car, the Aston Martin. Plenty of those on the field. The 969 entry for STR Esports, Kyle Kivit. Probably said it completely wrong. I've said it wrong probably multiple times in this stream already, but I do apologize. Sitting in 13th place overall. Hannes van Veek from BWR Vipers in 14th place. Also, a bit of a traditional white and blue livery going down, but then accented by that lime green on the wheels. And of course, the mirrors. Not sure if it all works together, but it's a little bit different, so I appreciate it. Hannes van Beek in 14th place. And in 15th, we've got Mr. Skitter for Black Ribbon Sim EKZ Motorsport. Of course, they normally run with a custom livery. We've got no custom liveries allowed in this series so far. Hopefully we change that up as we go forward. I do appreciate a good custom livery. I think it looks great. But the number 67 currently sitting inside of the top 15, or gatekeeping that top 15, looking to try and improve their position. Daniel Erasmus, the TTHR Bravo entry. So Team Child Racing again. Big team, growing out, expanding the ranks. Daniel Erasmus in that 505. Must be one of the only Audis that we've seen on the field. We saw them early on, but it looks so daunting. Just all murdered out, really, in all black livery with just a hint of red around the outside of the rims. I think it looks great. Let's have a look at what happened then to Mike McGeer. I think that was the Bentley that might have had the incident in through 130. Oh no, it's not really. Looks like that's not ideal. Everybody was maybe missing the braking point, and unfortunately got caught out there a little bit. So back on board and looking through the order, then Erasmus in that 505. Audi, it'll be interesting to see if there are more Audis. I'll try and keep a mental note, but I think this is the only one that we had on the field. Peter Oosthuizen, the BWR Eagles McLaren. See, that's a little bit more traditional. You know, it's white and blue with blue rims, little white outlets on the rims, on the almost looks like he's running with like white rim tires in the outers, but it looks good. I think that's a very classical color scheme. I'm a fan of colors, so to be honest, I shouldn't be the one that's not enjoying the awkward looking greens in random places, but I do think that looks stunning. BWR Eagles, Peter Oosthuizen, then just having a great drive out there. Gerrit Jansen van Vuren, it's probably Gerrit? Terrible at Afrikaans, as you guys can probably tell, but the Logistical Nightmare Racing colours coming down. It's the orange with the pink. Very striking. Quite like the black going down as well in that, just separating the orange and the pink. A little bit different, a little bit unique, but certainly going to be easy to spot out in a field if you are looking at different drivers. But good drive from them, sitting in 22nd place, and the 106 entry for Logistical Nightmare Racing. Just down at the order from them then would be the likes of that Dylan Hall in 23rd place. It's Dwayne Hall for Retro Electra. I should have probably guessed that was a retro entry. Actually, not a bad color scheme considering. I always give Retro Esports the grief when it comes down to their paint jobs. I had one good paint job that I loved, and then it just went downhill from there. This one's certainly up there. I quite like this. The retro purple with a little bit of gold. So Dwayne Hall then in 23rd place. Behind them, Mr. Luck in the 696 in 24th place. BWR Wolves. Lots of white McLarens coming down. This one with a dasher, I guess that's yellow, not really gold. Also looks quite good, to be fair. Quite like that. The white BWR cars for one of our team members who suffered a loss of a family member, says Mad Panda in the chat. So, I mean, there we go, for a good cause. And enjoying the white liveries, to be honest. I quite like this one with the yellow. Victor de Kock for DKB Racing. 725, almost identical, but just dabbled with red then on the accented parts. And Victor de Kock, great sim racer. Good to see him out here having some fun in 25th place. 26th then for Vermeulen. Another Bentley showing up here in the field of Bentleys and McLarens. I mean, that's a striking livery, isn't it? So Jacques Vermeulen in that DMR Express, number 39. Just throw all the color combinations together and just throw them onto a car. It's certainly striking and bold. Quite appreciate that one. But yeah, good job from Jacques Vermeulen, 26th place. We're just having a run through of the order, kind of showing everybody where's where, who's who. If you do have an entry and a favorite car out here, welcome to have a little say-so in the chat. But we are just doing a full grid run through. You know, you don't always get to see everybody in these big grids and big races. So it's nice to just have a little run through of all the cars. We've got 4 hours and 54 minutes, you know, to do this. So hopefully we get everybody at least 2 minutes of screen time. So this is just Flip Fin Sale, just having to yield to the likes of Patterson. Of course, back markers just doing what they need to do, give a little space out there. Plenty of cars in shot at the moment as well. Oh, a Lamborghini. Gareth Hawkins, we know Gareth Hawkins. There's a lot of the commentary as well at Raceface, and has helped out quite a lot when it comes to doing the series. So Gareth Hawkins in that 420 Hawks Racing Team Lamborghini. Very brave car to pick out at Suzuka for a 6-hour event. So looks absolutely mad in terms of the color scheme. I love the way that is painted out. Jordan shared in the chat. Old Merc needs to be nerfed. It's so fast. Harry doing a great job. This is exactly what Tariq was saying, Jordan. Just that that old Merc is very, very powerful at the moment. Bruno would love this. He loved that car. JC Krobler, we got murdered. We saw it. We had a little replay of it as well, JC. We saw you having a nice big oof into the side of that car and then getting yeeted into the barrier. That's not nice to see. 2-minute pit stop coming out for your team, JC. So that's quite impactful. You were having a good run out there. It was good to see you guys pushing it. Hopefully over the next couple of hours make that time back up. But I mean, 2 minutes, it's a long time. Really is a long time. Just looking at Noah Hendricks here, I believe also driving for Amter Play ATP in the 901. Not quite sure who Noah is driving with, but I think it's two entries from Amter Play. Could be wrong. You guys can correct me in the chat. Having a little run through of the grid, like we said, just taking some time to highlight some of the hard work that has gone into painting these cars. Of course, no custom liveries. Said this time and time again. Hopefully, we do have a little look at that later on. But for now, no custom liveries coming down. But you can still use the custom paint jobs in ACC. They're not super. I'd have wanted a little bit more customization out of them, but unfortunately, that's not really the way it works. You get very limited kind of things that you can apply, but it's still cool that we can kind of customize them just a little bit. So in 19th place then, behind Noah Hendricks, we've got Janssen van Vuren in that 106, putting the pressure on. Of course, we watched from the rear view here as Van Vuren closes down. Through 130R into the braking zone. Van Vuren on the inside then, going to maybe bully Hendricks to giving up that position. Hendricks very deep, having to come back across. Hall going to make up that position as well. So one big mistake for Hendricks, 2 positions given out in one corner. So Hendricks will not be very happy with himself in that, but knowing they've still got 4 hours and 49 minutes to race, it's not the end of the world. Is Hendricks going to have a look on the inside into curve 1 or 2? No, not quite close enough. That camera looking down the start-finish straight certainly makes it feel like drivers are a little bit closer than they really are. Always kind of wonder, like, are they going to make a move here? And unfortunately, it's not always going to be the case, but good old racing taking place at Suzuka. This, of course, is the Raceface.Pro Steady State Endurance Series, race 1 in the calendar out at Suzuka. 6 hours. It's a long time to be in the car, and these drivers doing so alone. Other drivers, of course, teaming up with other drivers and just sharing out the drive time. Blue flags being waved forward to Blanche, giving way to Janssen van Vuren, who will probably also going to be wanting to get through this as quick as possible. Just trying to navigate all that traffic that's around Densham, catching up to Rowe here. So all the drivers having served out their mandatory stops towards the front of the order, except for Jason Absmeier, he's having a mega stint out at the front of the pack at the moment. So 35 laps done for that 666, yet to go into the pits, but the leaders after serving their first pit stop, Harry Spears in that 285 inch, and of course Tariq Adam into the car for GTWR. So good to see who's piloting out towards the front of the order too. Good drive coming out from Junior McCall, or Morgan McCall should I say. We'll hand it over to Junior to take over. So ATK also looking in it. You can always sort of count on the ATK team to be at some place in the race up towards the front of the order. They've been there multiple times and doing a good job to just kind of hold down in those positions. Top 3, top 5, generally where we see them sort of placing themselves. Just take a moment to acknowledge the white liveries for BWR again. All down to the loss of a family member within their team. BWR, of course, very big on their community support, and it's good to just highlight that people are trying to share in times of loss in this period. It's awful. I hope that everybody's staying safe and keeping themselves out of trouble. I'm not quite sure when the world will return to normal, if it ever does return to what would be a normal, in inverted commas, but you've got to stay safe. You've got to give yourself the opportunity to just keep your mentality in a positive sort of mind space, and it's very difficult. That's why I appreciate sim racing. I think it allows us to have a bit of an escape from reality and just come back to something that we can all enjoy. Victor de Kock chasing down onto the back of Rotenbach on the same pit strategy as well. So still 4 more pit stops to be served for both drivers. But at this time, looking very solid. Anywhere in the top 20, you're still in it. Top 3 teams walking away with prize money. So it's very important that all these drivers get themselves up then. There's a lot of series that kind of reward places all the way down to 10th place, whereas in this series it's all down to the top 3. And I feel like that's okay when it comes down to competitive sim racing. You want that competitive edge, and the podium position spots all paying dividends for it. Lots of support coming in from the Amp to Play community. See it in the chat. Thanks to all you guys for joining us, and to everybody who's joining us in for the live stream. My name is George Smith, also known as GMAX. I moved over to the UK, but I still have a big love and care for the sim racing community back home. My big dream is to see it grow to the international levels, get us onto the international stage. And I think we've all can look back at the last couple of years and just see how much development has gone into the sim racing scene. We've all managed to attract big sponsors to come into things. We've managed to build a community that lots of top tournament organizers want to get involved in. It was not the case a couple of years ago. They didn't look at this esport as really much more than maybe fakey racing, but it has changed and it has developed, and we have certainly nurtured some great talent in our local community, and it all comes down to everybody's support. So just a big shout out to the sim racing community, a little pat on the back for everybody involved in it, and making this place a great scene to be in. Tariq Adam, like we spoke about, going to be in the wheel or behind the wheel for GTWR. Massive talent, came over, was driving for the Hybrid Academy, originally got picked up there. Someone I've followed on the Twitter side of things for a while, been involved in a lot of the Call of Duty scene, but he's come in, and now we see him coming over to the sim racing world, which is just great. Linton Rydell in the number 37 WRG Bentley, running a little bit wide through the exit of Digna 2. Of course, this is my team. These are my boys. Also coming over from the first-person shooter world to come into sim racing. It's just great to have everybody on board, and seeing that this is sort of the space that you want to be in. It's so good. Heincod asking in the chat what game they're playing at the moment. This is Assetto Corsa Competizione. It's a GT3 and GT4 focused sim racing platform, but generally GT3 seems to be the way that people want to go these days. Haven't seen too much love for GT4s. A little battle then between these two, Rydell and Kivit. Get a little split cam action between the two of them. It's all about that consistency, carrying momentum through, making sure they get through the traffic. Cars disappear, when they suddenly getting blue flag, need to move out of the way. Not always the easiest thing to do, but this is where ACC in my mind starts to shine. The sun sets, the sun rises, and in this case obviously the sunrise, but you get to see that. Look at this from the back wing, you see the iconic wheel in the background there as well, and it just looks so good. And of course a little shout out to WRG and their sponsor Logitech. It's just so happens that we've got Logitech sponsoring on the back wing, because it's built into the sim for the semi-custom liveries. So we'll use that time to just shout out Logitech there. Logitech should definitely send me a McLaren to drive around in London with, and that's only because they sponsoring the McLaren series at the moment, the G series, whatever the game the series is. Otherwise they can send me a Porsche, of course. I'd be happy to do that as well. So no, looking good in 10th place there. Kivit's kind of peeled off just a little bit. How many cars do we still have in this, if my cameraman can hear me at the moment? We've got 45 cars. We started with 54, I think. Well, that was what we had on the entry list. So a couple of cars have unfortunately dropped out, but that's the nature of sim racing. We see that happen all the time. We still got enough on here to make it certainly a full grid. BWSR in the chat. I assume that's Alan. Shout out to Alan. All good on my side. Thank you very much for asking. Lots of support coming in from Antiplay at the moment. So that community sending over all the love and the good vibes in the chat. If there's anything you guys want to know, any questions you want to ask, feel free to answer. We're just jumping around, finding a couple of the on-track battles as they occur, of course, in this stage of the race. It's normally not something that you find too often. Bruno saying, for sure, growth of sim racing in South Africa has been incredible. A lot more to come in the future. Absolutely, Bruno. We're only at the start of this adventure. You know, it's onwards and upwards from here. Plenty of sponsors getting involved, and we know that there is more to come from it, to be fair. Alan, I thought you were joining me in the comms box, actually, at some point. So I came in here prepared to talk a little bit of smack with you, and then found out that you weren't actually joining me. So it's a long, lonely 6 hours in the comms box, but got you guys in chat for, you know, some moral support, and we got some good racing on the circuit too. So we're just keeping an eye out for that. We're going to take a little immersion break in 5 or so minutes. I need to go and refill the water bottle, and we'll be back with that. So why don't we have a little vote in the chat who we're going to follow with for the immersion break. We'll probably be about 10 minutes, just get a little bit of a break, give my vocals a bit of a rest. It was a bit of a rough night last night, if I'm being honest. So waking up this morning early, I thought there was no ways that I was going to be able to do it. So we're prepped and we're ready to go for the next 4 hours and 38 minutes. But let's have a little vote who we're going to follow in the chat, who you're going to follow on board with, should I say. Chat gets to choose. Alan says that he's going to come and join. So Alan, you can join in 10 minutes or so. We'll take an immersion break and then be back with some action. So let's see who people want to follow. You just you can vote on a car number. That would be the easiest. A little bit of a taxi going down there as they come into the hairpin. A little bit too much gas coming out, and Kruger finding out that's not the way that he wanted to do it. But feel free to have a chat and see who you feel like having. I mean, do you go with Spears? He's currently leading the race out there. He's got a good gap out to Tariq Adam to jump on board with McCall. Eddie Francis wants us to go with Team Footsec, which makes sense because it's his team. JC Krobler says we need to go with a Porsche because of the sound, and you know, I'm not going to deny that that's probably the best choice that could have been made. Just look at the views that you get. Look at that sunrise coming through. Oh, on the splitter, got the carbon. I mean, I quite like this view with Brandon Kruger, to be honest, in the splitter cam view. But you know, maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me. Lex is coming out of the pits there. Gonna have to make some space for Brandon Kruger. Does so in the right form. There we go. Now we get some sunlight coming up. Oh, just beautiful. Absolutely stunning visuals. ACC ticks all those boxes off as well. So we're going to jump on board with Mr. Stain in that number 5 Porsche. Marcus Stain going to be the chosen on board. I didn't choose this. My producer has chosen it. So if you guys think I'm being biased towards it, you're wrong. We're going to jump on board with Stain. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so. So we should be back and live. I hope we all enjoyed our little immersion break there. Get ourselves fresh and ready to go live again with some good racing action. And good to have Alan Patterson joining me in the comms box again.
Hey George, how you buddy? It's been a while since we've been together in this little room, but good to hear your voice again. And how you been?
Alan, so good to hear your voice as well. You know, social distancing in the comms box as we always do, just a couple of 1,000 kilometers away. But no, it's good. I'm good. How are things on your side?
Yep, definitely going well. Been looking after myself, keeping busy, and also obviously, as you know, covering the new season for Raceface in the GT3 Championships. And what an awesome endurance series this is, with all the current teams and everybody actually pairing up, and some good close dicing happening here at Suzuka.
Absolutely. I mean, that's why it's so good to have you here again, because I know that with your expertise and your covering of the GT3 Sprint Series, that it's imperative that we get your input into something like this, and it's just so nice to have you come and join. I know that you probably had some Sunday plans as well, so making some time out to come and help out, I just appreciate it a lot.
Awesome, buddy. I'm always glad and happy to join you on a race somewhere. And Bertus did mention that we could do something together. I'm not one to kind of just step in. I need to just be sure you're okay with it, and the event sponsors Steady State. So glad I can join and definitely help you through the next 4.5 hours of this 6-hour event.
Yeah, we've only just seen the tip of the iceberg, really, and this is where it all comes down to. You can have a great opening stint and then just kind of have it all thrown away with incidents and things later on, and we've already seen that sort of get highlighted by the fact that a lot of teams navigating the traffic, saying that is something that is certainly difficult to do out here. We know there's a lot of teams. We know that the skill gap between drivers and teams is quite large. So you got to plan it. You got to make sure that you're out there knowing what's coming towards you. Got to be a bit patient as well, dealing with some of the backmarking traffic. Unpredictability is always going to be there, right? And it's all about just finding that optimum time. If you're quicker out on the circuit and you're caught up behind someone that's getting blue flag, just having a little bit of patience, maybe for a corner or two longer than you would feel like you need to wait, could mean the difference between getting out and not having an incident or coming into contact with them.
100%. That's you nailed it right there. Suzuka also being a mixed track, as we know, the first sector, that whole timing section, there's only one real racing line through there. And if you do come across traffic, we saw Harry Spears come up through Degana 1 and Degana 2, come up with 2 cars that he had to negotiate. It is, as you say, it's about just being patient. Let's not force the issue, because that's not going to help you or the people you're passing. Just it's 6 hours. Take your time. When the driver can, he'll make way for you, or you can make a clean pass with minimal and hopefully no contact.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the live stewarding aspect of this. So drivers that are caught out misbehaving, in inverted commas, they're being dealt with by the stewards, and we've had a couple of rulings on those as well. I just want to run through some of those. Batis, of course, just keeping us up to date. So 323 had an unsafe rejoin, and got a 5-second penalty. Car number 969 had I like this, a punt on the number 69, so that gave them a 15-second penalty. Number 18 got a 30-second penalty. The 316 had avoidable contact, got a 15-second penalty, and number 57 car causing multiple collisions on lap 19 got a 30-second penalty. And those don't sound a lot now, but if you are fighting for position or wherever you are on track, that time that you're incurring, you're going to serve it out when you go into the pit stops, right? So it's just adding extra layers of difficulty to what you've got to do towards the end of the race.
Exactly. it's 6 hours firstly, so you should know it's not essentially a sprint race, but you can't just dawdle around. But also, any form of contact's going to implicate a penalty, which is just going to add to your woes. Trying to get around you as quick as possible is the aim of the game, and adding 30 seconds plus or 15 seconds to your race time is certainly going to not help your results at the end of the day. And it goes to show the events also with the live stewarding definitely helps keep the race, keep the drivers on their toes, and makes everybody kind of behave a little bit more than your average just league races and other championship races. So very thankful to the organizers for having the live stewards here, and hopefully the drivers also appreciate everything that's gone into this.
It's a bit of a thankless task. You're right on that. The stewards have what is the hardest job that I always feel coming in here, because you've got to take every single incident, you've got to review it multiple times, you've got to have input onto how that severity needs to scale up, and you need to be consistent on it. So you've got a very difficult task, and for a lot of the drivers, I mean, for them, they don't understand that layer 100% when you're on the bad side of a ruling where you feel like you shouldn't have been given a penalty. You absolutely hate the stewards for it, and it's not really fair. That projection and that anger goes out the wrong way most of the time, because those guys that are sitting doing that very thankless task, they sitting there and they committing their Sunday the same as we are here doing commentary, but
exactly.
they don't really get the appreciation for it. So I think it's good for us to just shout them out and say that they're doing a brilliant job for us and enabling us to continue to add to our sim racing world what we would expect to see in the real life at some point. There's that element of having the live stewarding. You said it governs the drivers. It means that they aren't going to go and take super risky moves, because they will be reported for it.
Exactly.
And the sim can't make human decisions, right?
No. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Question. It obviously can't. It's going to need a little bit of external input. It doesn't know, what your actions and what the reactions are going to be to what happens in the race itself. So, with the live stewards being there and the organizers getting them involved, the drivers then obviously have a better understanding that a consequence will have there will be a consequence to the action that happens on the track. So, and I think because of them being aware and online, the racing itself is also a lot more, I'd like to say, realistic, and a lot more. It's more important, as you said earlier. You can't just take liberties and expect nothing to come of it. So, yep, we. With still 4 hours 20 minutes to the race to go, there hasn't been too many incidents that I've seen. Unfortunately, while I was waiting for you to come back online, we did see a Porsche get a DC. I don't know if they've come back in or not, but there was a netcode dropout and a car did disconnect just now. Those, unfortunately, we don't have any kind of say over that. It could be a ping issue with your service provider or something like that, but hopefully they have managed to reconnect and are back in the race. I'm not sure who it was. Oh, did they not come back?
I don't think so. I mean, but that's exactly it, Alan. There's certain elements that we like to take from real life racing to make our series, feel a little bit more. I mean, I don't want to say realistic. I always feel like that's the crux word of sim racing, is like realism, and we know that what we're doing here is actual racing. It doesn't need to be decided. Real life drivers always seem to have some controversial post on Twitter where they like to take a stab at sim racing drivers and go like, nothing will compare to what we do out on the real life racetrack. And we're not trying to compete with those people. Sim racing is for everyone. It's inclusive. You don't have to have a massive bank account or a sponsored drive or all of those luxuries that a lot of real life racing drivers actually have. There's very few people that just get through on pure talent. Sim racing enables us to be more inclusive. We know that it's a niche market. The gear and the setup cost, I mean, it can go and stack up to be a very costly event, but you also can get by. You can get by on a budget,
Yes.
and you can get involved in it. And I think that's what I love about sim racing, is that it does allow for more people to get that experience of being able to, get somewhat competitive with other cars on the track. And the way that sims are developed now, I mean, the graphics, the sounds, the laser scanning of the tracks.
Yep.
We can't experience that in real life. A lot of us will never ever get that experience, but we can get a little sense of that racing side. So that's why I always, I don't like that. Oh, it's realistic. It compares to like racing. We know that this is racing. It doesn't have to be a one-to-one replica, but we can be inclusive and know that, well, there are elements from racing series that we'd like to copy or mimic, to make our little series that we run somewhat more enjoyable on a competitive scale.
Exactly. And what that also does is it allows a youngster at home a possible chance that he might happen onto a race or a league race or an event where there is somebody like a David Perel or I've just lost some of it, Calvin van der Linde or whoever, Max Verstappen in an online series, and then it's kind of a little bit even Stevens, because everyone, they will probably be on high-end Fanatec's, and the youngster will be on a Logitech G29, but he's out there and he's doing what he enjoys doing. He's enjoying the sport and or the hobby, and you know what, he had a race against a real racing driver and he loved it. Well, there's a whole lot of drama here on the main straight. We've got the vet in the Lexus. Yeah.
The vet definitely pointing the wrong direction in the background there, and that Lexus seems to not be having the greatest of days out here at Suzuka. We're gonna try and get something lined up, have a little replay of what really took place. But I have seen that Lexus in and out of the pits already, so if they have had another contact and need to go in, that's going to be very costly in terms of their time and their progression in the race so far. But looking at the run here in that 969, one of the cars carrying a 15-second penalty courtesy of our stewarding team. This is sim racing. This is the nature of it. The sim can do some great things. It can govern speeding in the pit lane. It can manage your track limits. And you only have those 4 warnings to actually stay within for the 6 hours. And something where there's like a hard coding line, that's where programmatic applications and the game can actually really monitor it. If you're getting an advantage, it's going to know you are, and you can be handled out of penalty. So, I think there are really good elements of sim racing where in the real world, track limits, they change per stewarding team, they change per track. What is allowed, what isn't allowed. It's not this like set in stone, measurable thing. Whereas here, in a sim, you've got programmatic application that at least can govern those things. So I think there are elements where what we do in sim racing could actually be a little bit better than what they do in the real world, because there you don't have those kind of things.
Agreed. It does help. Oh dear, and there's a Bentley here as well. We've got a problem just after 130R before the final chicane. As we're watching Toronto. Okay, here's the replay. Oh, it is the Lamborghini. I saw the Lamborghini against the pit wall there, George.
Oh, so I think that's the Hawks Racing Lambo. Yes. I remember the color scheme.
Yes, the yellow one.
And they came a little bit too close for comfort, and both of them then veering across the track. Lucky to not really collect too many other cars in that.
Exactly. I think he spun up his rears coming out of the final chicane and got a little bit of a tank slapper which caught that Lexus and turned the Lexus round. But yeah, as you say, very lucky that there weren't more cars involved in that, because there's traffic all the way around the track.
There really is, and this is that stage of the race where a lot of these gaps do start to build themselves up. You find yourself in territory where you're not just battling against people that are in the same position as you, but often a couple laps down. That can be a case that you're encountering. You're not sure what the other driver's going to do. You're not sure what line they're going to take, if they're getting blue flagged. You're trying to not lose time yourself. but you can't predict what people are going to do, and unfortunately, stuff like that, it costs you a lot of time and damage. These GT3 cars, very sensitive to aero damage.
Very. I wonder if it's possible for our cameraman to bump back up to fourth place, Absmeyer, who is getting pretty close to the back of McCall by the looks of things. That gap now down to just on a second. So Jason closing in on the back of Junior McCall, and this fourth position. This is for the last position, the last of the podium positions, and there should still be a lot of racing to be done with still 4 hours 10 minutes to go. But good to see that the main the quicker drivers are actually still racing each other hard and fast, and there's some good competition. Oh, and as I say that, McCall peels off into the pits, so that's possibly what was that's possibly why he was closing in. But there we go. So Absmeyer bumps up into third. McCall peels off into the pits. Junior McCall, that is, for his pit stop.
Jason doing quite a long stint really
Yes.
out in the car. I mean, he extended out when everybody went into their first pit stop. He kind of stayed out for an extra couple of laps, and I think he's really enjoying that Aston at the moment. I mean, he looks very comfortable in it. We know that he's a talented driver. We've seen him featured multiple times. Of course, he used to drive in my team, and has left there and done some sim racing with some other teams as well. But he's always an asset to have in the car, and he's done well to get himself to this position. And I'm quite keen to see when he hands over. We know that his teammate Kleb in this series. I mean, Kleb is one of the top defensive drivers that I've seen sort of consistently since I got into sim racing. He's not always the quickest out on circuit, but he manages to make every car that he drives at least 2 meters wider. Yeah, at least minimum. He is, he just sticks the car in the right place, and he makes you work hard for it. And of course, Jason, talented when it comes down to putting in those lap times. So I mean, that's a very interesting pairing between the two. You don't always need to have the top fast drivers in the world to get together to make an insane team. You need somebody that can do a little bit more, when it comes to the defensive side, getting those consistent laps in.
Gotcha.
So it'll be interesting to see. And you're right. I mean, he closed down onto McCall. McCall went into the pits there. Looks like they've served another one of their tire swaps. So maybe Junior burning through the rubber a little bit too quickly there, and just losing grip and scared that he's actually going to put it into a wall, gone and changed those tire sets. And they've also changed drivers as well. So Junior out of the car, Morgan back in. And Morgan really is a bit of a hard carry between the two of the brothers. He does a lot more of the longer stints. Junior, of course, a much younger driver, so maybe still learning a little bit more from his older brother. But Morgan does do a hard carry for the ATK team.
George, let me tell you, having watched them now for a good few races on the two other leagues, SISA and Raceface, Junior's been giving Morgan the right hiding, the younger. Whoa, and here we go, the replay of the Bentley. So this is the Bentley that was stuck just after 130R. Thanks for finding that replay, production team. That's great stuff. But Junior's definitely been he's had the upper hand for the past 3 or 4 races that I've been covering. So he's picked up his game, and Morgan's either had a lot of luck or he's just had some problems. He's done 1 or 2 sillies where he's got a speeding in the pit lane problem, or got involved in someone else's collision, whereas Junior's just managed to get through all of that. So together, make no mistake, a very solid team. ATK Academy are main players, doesn't matter in what league or where you go and race. And they should, if they don't get involved in other people's problems, they should be in the top 5 at the end of this race, 100%.
Yeah, that's what I was saying very early on in the stream was, ATK, they always in that top 3 in my mind. They like that consistent In Counter-Strike terms, in the days that I got involved in Counter-Strike, there was a team called Damage Control DC. They were made up by a bunch of much older players compared to the youngsters in the scene, but they were like the gatekeepers of the top 5. And 80K, when it comes to sim racing, I mean, there's no series that they're not a part of. They put their drivers into everything, and they drive like they've got nothing to lose. And I think you're right on that. I mean, Junior, even from the days that I was doing the Raceface series, Junior had some monstrous drives, and you sort of thought, is this Morgan? Is this Junior?
Yes.
I can't tell the two apart. Yes. But it's great to hear that he's started to come into his own and really have some good luck out in the sprint series.
Definitely. We did see an ailing Bentley taking a shortcut into the pit lane now through the final chicane there. The other thing I wanted to just query with you, when we were talking about AppSmart earlier in the pit strategies, I missed the first hour due to morning things I was doing this morning. What the strategy that you saw at the first hour change? Did everyone come in, or were there a couple of teams that ran a little bit longer, George?
No, there were a couple of teams that ran a little bit longer. It wasn't just everybody following each other into the pits, which is great, because, you know, as commentators, we want to see those varying strategies. We want to see what works.
Exactly.
And you've got to try and get some advantage out there. You know, if everybody does the same thing, you're never going to be able to push those limits and see what comes up. Oh, a little bit close up in front there, as we follow from inside Johan van Rensburg. I mean, I love this camera angle that we get from production. This is actually the new contact lens camera, so it's within the camera inside the helmet.
Yes, the helmets here. Yep.
Yeah, so we've got the inside camera angle, and production on our ears, Alan. The stream can't hear it, but I mean, they're telling us they've borrowed this from Formula E.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Bringing something from the real world into this environment, it makes for some an interesting perspective, as you say.
Always good to see the inputs that they're putting into the steering wheel as well. You know, the micro corrections. You know, that's just got better and better in ACC.
Yes.
Originally, it used to be a very horrible sort of way to view inputs, and they've improved that. The developers have made that a lot smoother to be able to watch. It's not 100% as smooth as it could be, but I mean, you do get to see the lock that people are applying in. You get to see those small little micro corrections. Whenever it starts to rain, this is my favorite view to watch. You can just see who can pedal and who can't.
Exactly. The other thing it also shows is who's in the cockpit and who's not, because windscreen wipers are working or they're not working.
Exactly. This is very true. If you're running from a bonnet cam, and you don't really need to have your windscreen wipers on.
You don't turn them on.
You don't, exactly. That's very true. Yeah. I hope we do see a little bit of rain coming out here today. I mean, I've put on my my wet weather gear in the UK, which is basically just in preparation of my normal day. But I'm also hoping that we see some rain out here in Japan. Yeah,
look, in the prep race and quali, the guys were prepping for wet servers. I know my team have put a hybrid setup in the car, so it's not 100% dry and it's not 100% wet. Or Mr. Fenter getting a bit of a tank slapper behind Jenkins there as they come through into the hairpin. But there was always rumor that there could be rain. How much, we don't know, but at the moment we're seeing partly cloudy. It's blue skies, the sun is up, but it's 6:05 in the morning. There's still 4 hours to go, and the weather can change within 30 minutes here. So let's wait to see. Oh, Bentley's getting super close under braking as they go through Spoon Curve. But I think a bit of rain will make it very interesting, George.
Certainly will. I've started to almost in my mind prep for most races being dry whenever there's a dynamic chance of there being weather, because there's been very few times where I actually see some spots of rain. I mean, a monster move coming out there from Fenter. Fenter sees it, puts the bullet into the rifle, and then fires it before he's even loaded it, to be fair. Jenkins is going to... Jenkins actually going into the pits now for a change of trousers.
A brown coat moment. No, that was close. Gee.
You know, if our production team lines up another view, I would love to watch that from the splitter perspective of Fenter, the rundown from the back stretch and then through 130. I just want to see what Fenter saw there, but from like the splitter point of view.
Close as heck, definitely.
That was
full commitment. That sheep is.
I mean, Bat was in the driver's briefing. I snuck in there to have a little look, and he said to the drivers, "Don't do anything willy-nilly. You know, if you're going to go for a move, commit to it. Don't be." And I think Fenter took that, and he basically took that, doubled it,
literally.
And then, that was
a good move. Right,
I mean, it could have gone wrong as well, but that's, you know, if you got to risk it to get the biscuit sometimes.
Well, he was hoping and praying that that McLaren saw him coming. He was out on the outside of 130R on the exit, and Fenter got a huge drive through there, so all good to go. As you can see, there's a number of cars coming into the pits again, so we're on the hour, those that are pitting. And hopefully, we're going to pick up the replay now of that pass Fenter did coming through 130R. Here it is, George.
Here we go. he just full on. I mean, that is on the limits of grip, and if you didn't get that car turned in, I mean, that was going to be a big collision. But I mean,
that was a rear end of note for sure.
Oh, that was good. Thanks to production for lining that as well. I mean, it's so nice to have a team of people in the back end to you know, dig these out for us and still have the live racing and have the replay system going as well. I believe they're trying to line up
another
us.
Angle.
Here we go.
I mean, I don't know. Did the cars? It did slow down hugely, and he sent it.
He sees that he sees the Aston, little bit hesitant coming through that quick left-hander, and goes, "Well, if you're going to be scared of it, I'm going to take advantage." So I mean, that's a brilliant bit of driving
and good corner to do it on if you're going to make an effective pass. I mean, 130R is not for sissies.
Oh, and to do it up on the inside like that, and know that you then have to be on the limits. I mean, just incredible bit of driving.
Also, just want to say hello to everyone on the YouTubes. Thanks for joining us, and hope you're enjoying the live stream. Myself, Alan, and George here in the booth. And as you said a while earlier, we've got a lot of support for the various teams out there.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know if you saw Bruno's message as well. Enjoys having you on the streams. And great to have him here as well. So, you here. I'm trying to read in like third person, but not third person. But
Bruno, thanks for the comments. I also wanted to add, as I was asking you about the strategies, I know the rule book for this race says 5 pit stops. So we're at a 6-hour event. Here's a little bit of a topic of discussion, George. Anybody who has passed standard 2 maths knows that you know, in 6 hours we can fit 5 pit stops in on the hour. But if we've got some drivers running longer and some running shorter, where do you feel will the benefit come in the last stint, so to speak? Is that the point that they are either running longer to minimize how much fuel they carry in the last stint, etc., etc.? What's your take on the strategies?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a balance, really. I suppose, you know, each of those has their own merits.
Yes.
To me personally, you know, being able to stay out a little bit longer also gives you a little bit more fresh air, as much as there can be in a mixed field like this, but allows you to just stay away from getting caught up with drivers that are maybe going to hold you up when it comes down to, if you're racing on the same lap as a driver that's, you know, on the same sort of skill level as you're going to get caught up a lot more. You'll probably end up using a lot more of your tires.
True.
You know, if you're kind of out there with back markers, you do have blue flags that in a lap's time, you know, within a lap, they should give you the space to come through. You shouldn't hold you up too much, but it doesn't always work out that way.
No, it doesn't. We're currently on board with our other fellow commentator, Mr. Koenig, in the Bentley. Stephen racing for Try Hard, I think. THT Racing.
Well, I mean, normally it's TTH, so I don't know who THT is now.
Okay,
but-
so possibly I've got that wrong then, but
No, I don't know. I just Stephen, but I mean, I know that Stephen Koenig and good old Eddie Francis, the main manner behind Monday Night Racing, the two of them, they always challenge each other into these endurance races. And right now, it's Team Futsek versus THT Racing, and Futsek currently sitting in 34th, and THT sitting in 37. So right now, Mr. Eddie Francis winning that out, and this is Taryn Francis, Eddie's sister-in-law, that's actually driving out for them at the moment.
I was going to ask what the relationship is. Sister-in-law with daughter? No, sister-in-law.
Sister-in-law, and what do you?
Good.
What do you take? I love this color scheme that they've painted onto their car. I think this is, for me, probably my favorite art on the track at the moment. I'll be honest. I love these colors.
Okay.
Alan's just going to be like, maybe not.
I need to make my mind up, George. I'm not 100% sure. I do like the aqua turquoisey. I'm just not too sure about the maroon. But
I think the maroon
judgment.
I think the maroon and the chrome, like it's a chrome maroon.
Okay.
I think it works quite well personally. And I like the gold accents on it too. I think it's tasteful, and it's also a little bit unique. And I'm a bit of a color fan, you know me. Everything in my life has to be RGB, otherwise it doesn't get bought. So as long as the lights can flash, I'm very much going to purchase it. So
awesome, sounds good.
Maybe.
Yep, I heard Bertus explained for various reasons they were not going to be running the official liveries and team liveries. So it was always going to be interesting to see who was going to be doing what as far as either stock standard liveries, which we've gone for one PWSR, for instance. It's very similar to the car we're currently watching, actually. But otherwise, you've only got you've got a full easel of colors to choose from, but there's only certain designs that you can actually change the car colors to if you aren't going to use a built-in livery. So,
I agree with you. I quite like the custom livery side of things. So I quite like, if you can't run a custom livery, then running a replica of what you get from the real world. And the only thing I hate about that is that it changes your actual team name, on the bottom panel. So it would be nice if we could sort of lock that in, which I'm probably sure we can. We just have to do a little bit of tinkering and fiddling, because I'm sure you can enforce those names at some point.
Not if you use a livery. So, for instance, if you go and look at our team car, he's currently in 6th place. Byron Kutsum, our new youngster in PWSR. So we're in the same car, but it still says Optimum Motorsport. It doesn't say. Doesn't matter where you edit that INR file, it won't show your team name. It shows the livery of the team that you are racing as a replica.
I wish we had the option for that to not be a thing.
Could happen.
But I suppose there's licensing and all that behind the scenes.
Well, not patent, but copyright to a team, I suppose.
Absolutely. I mean, that makes sense to me if you are going to use something that exists in real life.
Agreed.
That you can't just take it away. But I mentioned it in the early hours of the stream this morning that I hope that we can do a little trial run with allowing custom liveries for one of the races in this endurance series.
I'm sure we should be able to.
So many places are running them without any issue. I just know that when it comes down to service stability, the last thing look at this. I mean, this is
a bit of traffic here.
Van der Merwe. Heineke decides to take the long way around, goes out on the exit of the grid. Dutafro is also just feeling that there are just too many cars coming into the wing mirrors, on board with Van der Merwe here, currently sitting in 12th place and trying to. I mean, there's not a lot of cars that are actually fighting for position in this bunch of cars. It's all people that just need to kind of keep to their own on the inside. Ascend from Van der Merwe, sees that there's going to be space given, and I mean that's it. You just gotta be patient, wait for the drivers that are not racing against you to give you space. Otherwise, you are just going to be impacting your own race later on. So it's all about patience and consistency and being predictable in these kind of situations.
Look, just up ahead, we've got Isherwood. So the three of these guys are within half a second of each other. So it is for position. We just had one back marker that was in amongst them. So we can understand the guys trying to move along and get going as quick as possible. A couple more stop goes here, and just catching up another 10-second penalty that we have picked up from the back end. 999 avoidable contact on lap 33, so they picked up a 10-second penalty. I can't even see 999. I think they're down lower in the 30s somewhere. Also, George, to mention C. Deploy in 19th place. This is another chap that we've been watching of late. Thank you. That C. Deploy is become extremely quick all of a sudden of late, and shown some great results in a few of the championship races. So I expect to see him somewhere up at the top soon as well, as we just wait for this replay to come up. Here we go. It's going past your colour scheme there, George. Ooh, there's a little bit of side-on-side contact, unfortunately, going into the hairpin, and both of the cars get collected and go into the wall. Not too heavy contact, and I don't think the impact was too heavy, but a little bit of argy-bargy there.
Something we've seen a couple of times in that corner already, coming up to the hairpin. I mean, when you're approaching it, you've got that tight right-hander after the Degners, and I mean that curb on the inside, you touch that, and you are going to then touch the car on the left side, because it's going to send you up. You're not going to be able to hold that inside line as tight as you would like it, and it seems to be a bit of a place of a couple of connections between cars so far in this race.
So something interesting looking at this, we're watching at the moment, Mordier in the Lexus, and he has got Chris Heineke right behind him in the Porsche. Chris Heineke is down in 22nd place, so he must have been left then by Mordier, or have I got that the wrong way around? Because they're running nose to tail here, but Heineke is just behind Mordier, so I'm convinced Heineke either maybe he's pitted or he's had a drama somewhere, but not normal to see Chris this far down.
Were they not? Was that not the Porsche that got disconnected?
Oh, good point. That could be. Good one. Nice find, George. I think it was them. I remember we chose them to ride on board with, and that's. I mean, that's kind of the nuance of sim racing at times. It's like you mentioned, the ISP side, the connectivity to servers, and there we can compare it to in real life having something physically go wrong with the car, which we don't seem to have the best of simulation when it comes down to in sim racing. I mean, there are times where people have reported on complete brake failures and things like that, but you don't really get those huge technical difficulties, and that's kind of like in sim racing now. What we have is if someone gets disconnected, they come back in. It's almost like that, to do like a massive engine repair or something like that. In your mind, that's the best way to look at it, because it does put you quite far down the field. I've got you. I had a little bit of an open public debate yesterday or last night on the big international event that took place. It was the 12 Hours of Kaolami.
And the VCO Cross X Sim Grid.
And we had Jordan Sherritt 10 or 15 seconds up the road in first place, and they just DC'd right in the middle of the race, out of the lead. And I've got a feel for people. I started commenting about it. Not long after them, then the famous Dalking fraternity, they had a DC disconnect, which was live on stream, and one or two other cars, and the leftovers of the cars were kind of like lying in the half buried in the back straight on the Kaolami track, and there were a lot of comments being thrown around about this, that, and the next thing. And I, for one, was wondering, Kunos and the developers actually take note of these things? Are they aware of them, or is it purely it's your fault, it's your internet connection, we hold no responsibility to the crash happening? You know, where does that fine line get drawn?
Well, I think it's so difficult. Like you said, it's a bit of an open debate. You know, something that I wish happened, which, you know, a lot of other sort of arcadey sim racey type games also do. You know, like in F1, if you get disconnected, you kind of get autopiloted around, right? You just have like almost like a bot control your car until you can get back into the race.
Yeah.
You know, there's that option of maybe something like that, but that obviously has its pros and cons too. I'm 100% sure that Kunos is aware that these things happen. I think there is probably more in-depth delving that needs to take place to figure out, you know, which side it often is on. But I think most of the time it probably is it is more of a user issue than it is something that the sim's actually responsible for, and it's probably a little bit out of their control. But I think that that ability to rejoin a race is something they could probably look into.
But, you know, there's got to be an element of how much of a net flap or a drop is required to remove you or eject you out of these games, where if you run a live stream like what happened yesterday, I went and watched Dalking's live stream, and okay, it probably wasn't him, it was probably his driver that was driving, but he was watching the car, and the car obviously just took off and flew off into space and in the trees, and everyone started panicking and realized there had been a DC. But it was happening live on stream, so the internet connection was in fact there, yet the car got ejected out of the game. But, you know, people are talking about having permanent IP addresses versus what our service providers offer. That could be a problem. It would be nice if they could build in a little bit more robust kind of structure towards how this game works, and you know, maybe add a little bit of meat into buffering of how the coding works. That, you know, it might be a flap on the internet service provider that's a couple of milliseconds, but doesn't drop you. You know, the buffer kind of holds you in the game or something to that effect. I'd like to see that kind of development get done, and you know, just make the game a little bit more robust where possible.
I hear you. I think there's you know, those are probably things that need to be done from a ground up level when they go through. I mean, to be honest, I mean, it's probably a little bit out of their control at the level that the sim is at now. You know, how video game developers and their budgets work, and how little profits they actually end up making out of their studios. I mean, it's not a big profitable margin, especially on something that's niche like sim racing. So there probably is something that on the back end, you know, the actual engine that they're running, is probably something that's needs to be done from the very start. And I think there's a couple of issues that they have where they can't simply just address issues like that. But in all fairness, you know, hopefully it's a region that big game developers like Kunos, you know, when they build in their next sim, they look into those things. I think we've got to give props to the fact that majority of sim racing events have people joining from so many different countries most of the time. I mean, internationally, people drive all around, and to be honest, like it's just like you don't really have that in other esports. You know, people join, they have high ping. If it's a first-person shooter, you've got the delay, the lag. At least with sim racing, we don't really have those kind of issues, and it allows us to be more all-inclusive in events. I mean, looking at this incident, this is Absmeyer coming through, and is that Absmeyer coming
going through first sector? Yeah.
So, had a little bit of an exchange of paint coming through. I wonder if it's done any damage. I mean, quite light damage or quite light contact from what we can see. But I mean, that's something that, again, if we're talking about game development, I would have loved to see a much better damage model in ACC. I do not like the way that it's almost like a scale of how much damage gets done, and it's almost random. You can have a very light bump on the front and have a very severe damage applied, or you can have a very big shunt and you don't have too much applied. To me it's just got a very robotic feel, something like iRacing, where you've got a visual damage, but that visual damage correlates over to all the handling characteristics. A bit of your wing breaks off, each part is sort of destructible. You damage a suspension arm, that whole wheel like hangs off, and that gets like transferred into your feel of the car. And I think that kind of these cars having a big prang, some visual damage onto the car, how that affects the aero, all of that kind of stuff could go a long way.
Well, you mean a lot more than it is. I mean, if it takes a front end, we often see a bonnet up or out of alignment, but you never see, like in our racing, where the wing is buckled or bented. These cars look, like you say, visually they look pretty okay, but they are carrying a pile of damage. We're just watching Fenta again now as he comes through the first sector, and here now Deploy. This is the chap I was telling you about, Christian Deploy, who has shown immense pace in his Bentleys in the past two or three races in the local leagues, and he's been kind of popping up in amongst the Rose and the Tariqs and the Luke Addison. So he's found a whole lot of pace of late, and I think he's going to go somewhere very far. On that subject, I just saw Ken's obviously on the YouTube channel shouting for Luke, young Luke Addison, who has just made this big jump to this new international team, and he's currently running in third place on the track. But I think they've got a little bit of a staggered pit stop strategy going. So we'll have to see. Right now, it's very difficult to pinpoint. I mean, I thought it was a little bit heavy-handed that Jason had to go past those cars in such a quick rush through the first sector, because he wasn't really under pressure by somebody there, but he's obviously trying to just keep up the momentum that he's lapping at the moment, which makes me think that there is possibly the gaps are closing up somewhere in the top five, and the guys are trying to hold on to their positions as best as they can, coming into halfway into this race.
Certainly a little bit aggressive coming into those S's. I mean, those things need to be sort of looked at. Oh, you're right. It's down for LaRue in 29th place. Is that something that's been handed out by the stewards, or is that exceeding track limits? Because if it is track limits, it is very much early in this race to have used up all of those warnings.
All four of them. Yeah, I think that's game issued. I think we've only seen time penalties issued from stewards, but they probably had a really hard time through through 130R, and probably also through the first sector, which is pure timing, and if you get that all wrong, it's very easy to put four wheels out of the white lines, and you gain an advantage, and you then gain a penalty. And as you said earlier, you only allowed 3 of those in 6 hours, so you have to use them sparingly, especially trying to run here as we watch Van der Merwe go through 130R. You can't run out onto the right hand, the track excursion there, because that's going to generate an off track, and you only have 3 of them, and then you're going to get a penalty when the next 4th one pitches. And over 6 hours, as you say, they've already, if that was because of off track excursions, that's very early in a 6-hour race to have already generated 4 off track excursions with your wheels. So got to slow it down a little bit more and try and keep it on the black stuff.
Well, I mean, now it's too late for them, right? I mean,
exactly.
every time that they do gain advantage going off track, they will be given another drive-through penalty. And I mean, we talked about little 15-second penalties, and you say little because in a 6-hour race it doesn't feel like it's massive, but a drive-through is. It's time-consuming. and you're not getting any benefit of actually going into the pit box. You can't change your tires, you can't change drivers. You're purely serving out something that is never going to benefit you. At least with a time penalty, yes, you have to serve it out when you go through. Or there's actually two. Myberg and Leroux both have drive-through penalties to serve out. So I mean, if both of them have used those up, it's going to be a long 3 hours and 35 minutes for them.
Exactly.
But
Just a reminder, sorry, George, everyone on the YouTube and everyone you watching the first of 6 rounds of the steady state endurance series that has been established here with Raceface, and a great track to start the season off on. Suzuka being part of the Intercontinental Series, and a very, very good driver's track as far as endurance racing goes. And we're seeing that because we're seeing teams mixed. Okay, we're seeing the usual suspects, let's put it that way, up at the top sharp end of the stick. But there's a lot of racing going on all the way through the from 6 to 10, from 10 to 15, and so on and so forth. So everybody's hopefully enjoying the team affair. And I think there's also a handful of drivers that are actually doing this solo, George.
Yeah, that is pure brutality. Just trying to do these things solo. Not something I would ever be able to do. So my hat goes off to them. And to be honest, it's absolutely mind blowing. But I mean, talking about that endurance series,
Contreras in the pool. Oh my word! He arrived very quick through that little chicane, and there was somebody going through that chicane.
Very expensive lawnmower, that's a Porsche.
Definitely.
From Contreras, and he kind of took the highlights away from our endurance series there. But I mean, this series is cool. It's got some great tracks lined up. Round 2, we head out to Mount Panorama. So if you're looking for scary racing, then you got to realize that out at Bathurst, things are going to get incredibly tight. I believe that's a 4-hour race around the mountain, so that's going to be insane. Then round 3 at Imola, another 6-hour coming through. Round 4 at Paul Ricard, which to a lot of people, they don't really understand why Paul Rick is in there, but to me, it's a great circuit track for actual racing. And for these GT, here we go. Here's that replay. Again, we talk about that inside curve approaching the hairpin. The Bentley took a little bit, because obviously thought that there was going to be a little bit more room, but then the Bentley gets into in, and there's no way you can go. Contact comes down between them. So that was that hair-raising moment, just replayed for you. But
and that was pure. That was, sorry, before you get onto it, that was I don't think there was any blame to be issued there at all. Contreras was just hoping to do a send up the inside to the hairpin, and the Bentley, as you say, just bounced off that inside curve. So it's a racing incident and just carry on. But Paul Ricard, I agree, it's a great track,
especially for these GT3 cars. Bigger cars take up a lot of the circuit. Even you look at something iconic like Suzuka now, I mean, the circuit's decently wide, but hard for you to go 2 cars wide through most of the corners. You said sector 1 is a place you can't, so here we go. A little drone cam coming through, going to show us that there's that Bentley, takes the curb, and I think a racing incident as the Porsche gets turned into that lawnmower. But Paul Ricard, wide enough, Alan, for 3-4 cars wide down the big long straights, and up into Cygnus. There's just so many opportunities to then overtake, especially then after the double right hand. It's a good track to have these kind of races at. So I'm looking forward to Paul Ricard for round 4.
And if I can add, George, before you go to the next one, Paul Ricard, that is now a very tricky car setup track, because you've got 1.6 kilometers of straight to deal with a wind resistance car, and then you have a lot of high speed corners to actually have good downforce to grip. So the setup for cars there, it's a very tricky track to actually set up properly, and it'll certainly drive the teams to work hard to find the optimum setup to work on both high speed and the grip required to go around the tight and twisty sections.
Absolutely, and then also becomes so important to make use of that slipstream ability down that
100%.
long straight section. So you have to really plan out, where you're going to make moves, where you need to follow. Come the last hour there, it's going to be absolutely mad out on the circuit. And then our final round heads out to the very iconic Spa.
Yep.
So, I mean, for us, it's a great calendar to commentate on, and hopefully for the drivers, something to be excited about.
Definitely. I mean, 3 of those 5 tracks are Intercontinentals. The Intercontinental Series, which is supposed to race on, as it's labeled, the continents around the planet. But you have Spa in Belgium. Nobody can argue that is not... All right, it's arguable whether it's the best track, but Suzuka is just as good, which is in this calendar. And Mount Panorama, an absolute challenge for drivers alone. So tracks, legendary tracks for a great series, and something that Raceface has put together in Steady State as the primary sponsors. This will be a very challenging little endurance series for the teams that are taking part.
Absolutely. This is this is what I enjoy about sim racing is these endurance races, and I love that we have a series that's focused around it. I mean,
agreed.
It's
there's a lot of sprints everywhere, and we need some of these kind of endurance races.
We really do. I mean, this is the type of racing that I enjoy doing. I still haven't got myself set up with my rig here in the UK yet. It wasn't something that I could really ship over here. So it's something that I'll probably look into getting at some point when I get set up. I also need a little bit more space to do so. As you know, houses in the UK are certainly a lot smaller than what I was used to in South Africa.
Yes.
And I am staying in London itself, which
I mean, pity you.
The
You're
actual,
in a cupboard for an apartment then.
It's basically, I mean, it's a good way of looking at it. I've actually got a great spot here.
Okay.
You know, you've got a little garden and got some space. So I mean, it's not quite the broom cupboard, but also it's just not the same as what you could get in South Africa. But it's good for work, you know, to be in the middle of the bustling metropolis of London. So a bit of a payoff and some compromise that takes place. But we'll get back, we rebuild, and when I do, I want to be able to drive in these kind of events with my friends. That's what excites me about sim racing.
Awesome. Okay, so while we are watching various cars and that, I do have another screen running my own team setup, and they are still sitting in 5th. But I see Harry Spears now on 74 laps out in the lead, with Absmeyer 31 seconds down the road in 2nd place. So the gap between 1st and 2nd, that's big. But then again, they have been going for 3 hours and some, 2.5 hours. And then 3rd place, young Luke Addison doing an very good job. Also, again, 38 seconds back, but they're all on different pit strategies, so we've got to look and consider that. And then still Morgan McCall for the ATK Academy in 4th place, and young Byron Kutzer for PWSR in 5th, rounding out the top 5. There we see Johan Bega Krobler. He has, I think he's moved up into 6th place for Hybrid Academy. Eugene van Lockenberg in 7th place. Jay van Rensburg in 8th, who's currently in the pits. So he's in fact just left the pits. Walker's now in the car. Oh no, he's not. Sorry, he's still in the car. Van Rensburg down to 10th. Walk into 8th, and Contreras in that Porsche in 9th place rounds out your top 10. And as I say that, Absmeyer goes into the pits half an hour. So they're definitely running a completely different strategy, George.
They are. I mean, I was just wondering. I thought, the GTWI entry, that number 33 McLaren.
Yes.
I mean, they've been holding down 2nd place for what was most of the race originally. So, seeing Jason having jumped that and clearly yet to drive in that 666 yet, you kind of had to start to wonder. But that starts to make a little bit more sense knowing that they've got a little bit of a different pit strategy running down. And I'd love to see what happens when Kleb gets in the car, and he finally does. They will make that switch. The 666
He's in now.
We'll have the switch over. Kleb comes in. Great stint coming out from Absmeyer. Did a lot of hard work. Made sure that he's put himself in a good place. And I predict to see Kleb and McCall out on the circuit defending against one another. That time gap between them is going to be very close. And, it will be good to see. There we go. I mean, Kleb's come out just ahead of Morgan McCall. And now we talked about hard defense. And this is a man that certainly isn't going to just let anyone come by. He's going to be on a bit of a back foot at this point. I mean, he's been released. He's going to not have the car up to temperature just yet. Morgan's obviously been flying out behind and will have built up all of those temps in the tires and brakes already. So Kleb needs to get that up to temperature as quick as possible, and then stay completely defensive against it. So there we go. On the outside, Kleb is not going to be in the ideal place. Oh, he's going to give that position away almost, but he's going to cut back here. He's going to have the inside line. The drive out of the hairpin, not quite there just yet. And very, very bold move coming out from Morgan. Realized that fresh driver behind the wheel, you're going to be able to put a little bit more pressure on them. You've just warmed yourself up for the last 30 minutes already. And Kleb, fresh into the car, wasn't able to quite put himself in that defensive position. He really needed to, when he exited the Degners, kind of set himself up for the inside of the hairpin, didn't he?
He did. George, I was just thinking actually, Abs was in second place when he came into the pits, so they only essentially lost 2 places for an entire pit stop. It shows how far up the road these guys actually are from most of the field at the moment, because when a car goes into the pits, you normally see at least a good 6, 7, 8, 9 position drops. They only dropped 2 positions, which is amazing, showing then what the pace is of Absmeyer. And we're gonna hopefully get a replay now of that. It's something different. I beg your pardon. Oh, this Merc! Oh my word! There's another tank slapper out of the final chicane, and he does well not to collect some. Oh, now he's going to have to be very patient. You don't want to be facing that way. That is a difficult donut to swing around there. Oh my word! That was no good. Oh dear.
I mean, that's
to get away with that.
That is a penalty when that's going to be reviewed by the stewards. To be honest, I mean, you said it. It's not a place you want to be. Very difficult to turn it around. You almost better trying to do the donut the other direction next to the pit wall,
the pit wall. Yep.
And not turning into the incoming traffic. But I mean, that corner is so blind. You're not going to see what's coming around there. Your mini map is showing you very little detail, and in this stage and phase of the race, there's not going to be too many gaps that you are going to be able to turn it around. So it's a difficult situation to be in, but that was a good demonstration of what not to do into oncoming traffic, really.
And he's in the pits, so he must have gone. Did he go around for a lap, or did he just eject to pits?
That would have been a bail to pits in my mind. I mean, there's no ways he would have.
Yep.
He would have been able to go around a full lap after that quickly. It would have been. He would have cut out half the circuit.
Yeah. So he's going to sit here for 2.5 minutes, give or take, waiting for the controls to unlock themselves as we watch Morgan McCall still managing this third place and looking back at Etienne Kleb, who's just got into that car and is obviously getting up to speed and will, if he can, close down, although I can't see that happening. He's going to just maintain that gap. Mr. Densham in his big Bentley down in 11th place, and he is looking ahead at Van der Merwe in Aston Martin. This gap under a second, so this is one of the closer positional drives on the track at the moment, and a healthy 11th place for them as the clock keeps on counting down. 2 hours 40 minutes done in this steady state, 6 hours of Suzuka. Lots of racing still to be done. Contreras here also was the other close race on on the timing screen, and you can see by the delta they're actually next to each other as they go through the final chicane. Weather's still looking good. Blue skies I can see up there. I don't see enough coverage to induce any rain in the near future, but we're going to cross our fingers and hold our breath and see what happens if it does come down a little bit later.
I mean, what a nice drive coming out from both these drivers. I mean, we saw Contreras had that incident coming into the hairpin, but has caught up. Here we're going to have a little replay look at King having just tapped the front panel there, and ended up getting spun around a little bit. Nothing too hectic, but I mean, this is an on-track battle. Contreras versus Walker. Contreras putting so much pressure onto Byron here, and I mean, that's my team in front of them for White Rabbit Gaming. Very new drivers coming through, and great to see them having such a solid run. Currently sitting in 8th place. I mean, for us, that's this is a team that isn't made up of drivers that have come from the big names. They literally have just gotten into the sim racing side. So phenomenal performance coming out from them, and I'll give them a little bit of a shout out just because I'm very proud of what they're managing to do at the moment.
And so you should be.
The pressure that they're being put under here. I mean, it's in also talented driver from the GT Sport world. Again, one of those Call of Duty players that's made his way over onto the platform for competitive sim racing on PC. So these guys, the talent that has come through, I mean, that's where Tariq Adams comes from. That's where Luke Addison comes from. I mean, I met them online in their COD days, and under braking here, going to miss the braking zone is Ayrton going to go and have to make use of that escape road, and he does give that position back that he gained. So I mean, that's sportsman-like driving.
It is. That's kind of what we do like to see. It's a standard that we kind of expect in the leagues. If you take a position unfairly, it's only right that you should hand it back. If you cause a turnaround, wait offline and let the driver take his position back, that's great stuff and good to see. Looking also backwards from the Bentley at the Porsche, so this is looking both directions for each car. And do I see another DT there? I do. Oh, and it's for Deployer. It's Christian Deployer. I was making a whole lot of noise about earlier. He's just got a drive-through down in 14th place, and a drive-through at Suzuka is not something just to bat an eyelid at. There's a lot of time going to be lost for the time through this pit lane. So that's going to hurt them and knock them down a good couple of positions, I think.
You know what I call it, Alan?
What's that?
It's the commentator's curse. If you big up anyone, there's going to be, and I'm scared now about what I've done to my WRG team in this 37 Bentley, because commentator's curse comes, and commentator's curse does not care for who it punishes, and hopefully it's not going to swing back and punish me on that. But what a nice battle here. Contreras just all over the back of Walker. This is where his moment is going to be. Walker going to try and put it onto the inside line as they drive down the back stretch. Doesn't want to give up 130-yard drifts across to obviously just get the run through. Does not want to allow that braking zone to be the place that Contreras gets through. And good driving from Contreras. Gets that Porsche turned through. Will he get the cut back through here? Gonna tap back. And the commentator's curse, I told you, Alan, does not punish anybody unfairly.
But he is just hanging around to sort that out, and no, he's not. He's footing it. So, I think the Bentley's gone into the pits actually. So
no, he's still there. He's in the background there.
Oh right,
he's back and facing the right direction.
The colour was a different colour. But okay, there we go. So I'm sure that'll get sorted out. We were watching a split screen with another dice going on. I think it was with Fenter, but right now we're just watching Contreras go through first sector, the rhythm section, and this is purely timing, right gearing, not too much speed, otherwise you actually ruin your entire lap. And here's a replay of that. Through the final sector, the Porsche just getting on a little bit too quickly than the Bentley did onto the loud pedal, and that the ensuing turnaround for the Bentley. But Walker got it turned around a lot quicker and didn't lose any positions. Well, he did actually. He lost that position, but not too much drama happened.
No, and I mean it's unfortunate. I mean it's one of those things. Stewards look into those kind of things and they go, well, you know, was he scrubbing excess speed going through that section? Was there responsibility on the following car to make sure that they didn't come into contact? Because that's generally the way that we look at things. It's sort of the onus on you to make sure you don't collect the car in front. But there are certain circumstances where maybe you are carrying unfair speed drops coming through, catching other drivers off guard. So all of those things have to be considered. And to me, you know, he did give a little bit of a wait as well. Didn't just drive off immediately. You also, I mean, that's a very sim racing thing, is waiting for other drivers to come through. Like you said, it's something that we kind of instill in the leagues and we try and make a thing.
Yeah.
But in real life racing, if you have a contact like that, you kind of just drive off, right? You wait for the stewards to come back and handle it. There's very little driver sportsmanship in saying, okay, I'm going to wait for that person to give the position back. If you gain the advantage off track, you're often told immediately by your team, you have to give that back because the stewards have told you have to, because it's not something that people just do out of the goodness of their heart. I feel it's okay, you've been caught overtaking off track or whatever it is, and teams can then sort of protest and say, oh, they did this, and then it goes through a whole spiel and then it gets given back. We kind of want the drivers to have that on them to know when to give the space. So there's always a bit of an argument around you know, waiting after an incident. I always feel that it's sportsmanship that comes first.
If you did it,
results.
you should be waiting.
Yeah. That's how I feel about it.
Exactly.
But I mean, that's a completely sim racing thing that doesn't exist in the real world.
No, agreed. But you know, the penalties will occur at the end of the game there versus you know, doing it here. The amount of damage, let's put it down to what it is. It's damage limitation. You're either going to drive away and take the wrath of the incident report if it gets filed at the end of the race, which could be 30 seconds or more, or you're going to just knock off 10 seconds, let him take the position, and then carry on with the race, which is the right thing to do.
Yeah, I think that's a good like sort of topic for debate as well. Is you know, those post-race penalties for people, they don't really, in my mind, often really encapsulate the severity of the incident that took place in that moment of the race. So for a lot of drivers, it's more worthwhile to almost just drive off and not wait, and rather take the applied 15 seconds. Most of the time you never exceed a 15-second time penalty when these things are reported. So there needs to be a stricter post-race stewarding protocol, in my opinion, for events where it's something that you know, you've impacted it. Because, you know, just from personal opinion, I feel that you know, there's no real loss in having an incident and then letting it go to the stewards post-race if it's reported, because you know that you probably get away with a much lighter penalty and you'll lose less time than actually waiting.
I hear you. I think
needs
it's
to
league
be
dependent.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, most leagues don't get post-race the post-race stewarding done correctly. I hate to say it, but if it was done more correctly, you would see more people backing off in situations as well, because they know that there's going to be a much bigger impact for what could happen. It's like a little rap on the wrist.
I got you. On our league, and when I was admin there for a year, you know, turnarounds and that carried with them a 30-second or higher penalty, and they were issued without debate. And it helps to streamline and make that racing a lot more cleaner. Guys then think about the process, and the whole thing about it was my mistake and lifting and letting him come back. That is very much supported, and the drivers most of the time, it calms the driver down who got turned around, and the incident report doesn't get filed. So both drivers actually at the end of the day end off with a better result,
And it needs to be like that. It legitimately needs to be something where there is actual impact coming through. And there's also times where those post-race stewarding decisions are they can be very much I don't want to sound like a complainer ever, but I'm saying that I think that sometimes incidents which should just be racing incidents end up being viewed too strictly, forcing people not to race how they should be. And that consistency is something that I think is very key. You need a team of stewards that are only stewards. They steward as like how we do commentary. They don't get involved from a racing perspective. They don't have vested interests, and they have experience in purely stewarding, and that gets applied as they see it coming through. And I think that's where a lot of people wanted the whole MSA involvement coming into sim racing, and it's for that consistency of decisions, which again, having them come through didn't really do that. And that's where the frustrations lie in this, is that there's no independent party that can be impartial and apply the same thing across all boards, and it needs to be that way.
Yep.
And I think that there's some series do get it right. Absolutely they do. I think, for example, like the SimGrid, I think that they are a good measure of how to run things. I mean, I'm part of RCI. I know that we don't have a perfect process there. Here at Raceface, we don't have a perfect process. There's still things that we can improve, and that's always going to be the goal. There's never just going to be a pat on the back because I feel like, look at Deploy here and Fenter dragging it down the straight while we talk. This is going to be interesting. Fenter going to leave the inside line open. Nope, he's going to brake and go immediately for it. A lot more speed for Deploy, being able to carry through curve 1 and 2, but it's Fenter's line that gives him that advantage, sets him up for the S's now to just stay ahead. And again, the rhythm section, not really a place to be able to pass, and you're just trying to bully your team, or opponents, should I say, into making the mistakes in these sections.
That's a good way to put it. Interesting, you could see a couple of different breaking points happening there between Deploy and Fenter. Both of them in Bentleys, but as I say, in the last handful of races, Deploy, he's won a race, he's been in the top 3 in another one, and you can see he's attacking Fenter with everything he's got and looking for a gap. And hopefully when the pass does happen, because this is for position, hopefully there's no contact, and it's good clean passing and good clean racing, which it has been up until this point, and they've been doing this for the past 3 or 4 laps.
I mean, this is good driving. Deploy getting into all those mirrors, just ducking and diving out into Spoon. Is he going to force the error here? He's trying to look on the inside. He does, and that is exactly what you need to do, all over the outside. And now going to get onto that loud pedal down the back stretch, and Fenter going to be tucking back in, trying to sit in to that slipstream, see if there's going to be an answer back. But I mean, that was brilliant driving all over the mirrors, and then spotting the opportunity coming into Spoon. One small mistake from Fenter, and Deploy gets that done.
Yeah, he managed to keep the Bentley a lot tighter through that apex, through the double left hand of Spoon, and Fenter running a little bit deep and out, and that gave the opportunity, opened the door, and Deploy grabbed it with both hands. So onwards and upwards, he moves up into 14th place. And great racing happening here as we come down to almost the middle of the race. We've got 6.5 minutes left, and we will then be 50% into this endurance. This is the 6 hours of Suzuka, sponsored by Steady State and brought to you by Raceface. And good, clean, solid, positive racing all the way through so far, George.
Oh, it's been phenomenal. It's been so good, and we've had some great interaction in the comments on YouTube as well. So big thanks to everybody out there. Of course, my name is George Smith, joined in the box with Alan Patterson. Both of us have worked together in the past to do some events, but it's been a while since we've been reunited together, and it's just so nice to be here, spending a Sunday casting some good quality sim racing. And I mean, the field of drivers here, again, a list next to none when it comes down to the talent in South Africa. And this is kind of the aim, is to get all the best drivers, but you don't have to be. Any experience levels allowed to enter into the series, but to get the big names in here, give them a chance to fight it out, get some cash money in the back pocket for the top three. That's the goal. Give something back to the community and continue to grow the scene. I mean,
got you. I've got some behind the scenes information here for you, George. We were debating a couple of minutes back, at least 45 to an hour ago, about THT racing. That would be part of Janneman Price, who is racing together with Steve Koenig, and it's Team Heaped Together Racing. THT, Team Heaped Together. There we go.
I mean, I like it. It can stay.
Yeah, we misinterpreted that as a possible spelling mistake for Team Try Hard Racing, but it's not, in fact,
Team Hard Trying. No,
Team Heaped Together. So there we go. Thanks for that, Janneman Price. He's just given me that in private chat, and Steve Koenig also saying good stuff. He's just got out the car, very frustrating, but yeah, Steve, I can imagine it's 6 hours, you're in a Bentley, you're driving around Suzuka. It's not going to be easy, my man. Nobody said it's easy.
You don't sign up to this kind of thing. Oh, little mistake, as we see you run a little bit too wide out of Degner, and just ruins that entire run back down. So Van Vuren then going to come through. Van der Westhuizen was that actually it's not even on track for position, right? That's just two cars getting close, and unfortunately just having to make some space regardless. And you know what, that's the thing, we talked about it, it's all about navigating traffic, it's all about trying to make some space for others.
We're watching Sus van der Westhuizen. He is my other fellow commentator in another league, and he races, his team is NSIR, which is not the National Sea Rescue, it's not say independent racing. So good for in this Bentley.
Great, that's great. And that is it's great, and that would be for Retro Esports, right?
That should be correct. 130R taking another life.
Get the National Sea Rescue. Yeah, we've lost a Boatley.
Very clever. In fact, yeah, he just drove right past that Boatley there, stranded on the side of the ocean. Colourful orange and pink Aston just up the road here in front. SS is chasing him off on Rensburg or from here. It's over, I think. But good, colourful field of cars, and everyone seemingly enjoying the freedom of expression as far as the custom paint jobs goes.
I mean, that's why we've got the pallets, right? Is the ability to have all of that.
Exactly. Good point. Oh dear. Okay, so another little message from Mr. Koenig. I think it's his teamie Van Sale. They got a DC complete net disconnect, so it seems to be the final nail in their coffin. So they're out, and they'll be looking forward to the next race. Sorry about that, Mr. Koenig. Tough racing, and Yeah, I just saw Sas van der Besteys and that car we're watching just now under the bridge here, just hammer into the bridge. So he lost all control, and we did see it. We might not. Yeah, we must, because it's on the official stream. So Contreras in the pits, as is Morgan McCall from third place. So here we go on our pit stops for those that are running the default simple, let's put it that way. Pit strategies, and I think, yeah, I'm going to, if possible, just go and grab something to buy quickly and grab a cold drink, George. Are you gonna?
Absolutely. I mean, we can go for another immersion break here. I mean, that's the name of the game. Our production team, they need to get fed and watered, and of course, you guys in chat, you need a chance to go out and get something to eat, stay hydrated. It's very important. So we'll stay with this battle between Clue and Densham. We'll ride on board with Clue, and we'll be back with you guys very, very shortly. So enjoy the immersion break, enjoy the Steady State Endurance series, and we will see you in about 10 minutes.
Yep. Okay, I think I'm back a little bit earlier than George, but that's okay. Thank you. So just back live. We're on board with Lionel Clue at the moment. We've been watching him on our immersion break. And Lionel Clue, who was close to the McCalls earlier, he's obviously dropped down a handful of positions. We missed a few pit stops while we were on the immersion break. Kieran Patterson back in the car for PWSR, so they went from they've dropped from 4th to 6th. Bagger Grobler's gone up a position. He's inherited. Etienne Kleb in 3rd place. They're doing well. Etienne Kleb, they've had 3 pit stops already by the looks of things.
What was it? It was a good immersion break, that one.
It was. Tell me what you're eating. Tell me. Tell us.
I mean, it's not very exciting.
Oh,
but,
come on. It's London food. What is it?
Well, I'm not actually eating any London food at the moment. I'm still feeling a little bit tender from last night, to be honest.
Did you have a bender last night, George?
Little bit of a bender.
Good stuff, man.
And to be honest, I don't really do that.
Okay, so
I haven't done it in many a years, and it's certainly starting to show me why I don't do these things. But so at the moment, okay. I'm eating these, like, they call them salt and vinegar sticks. So they're like like the same ones you would get from Woolies. I don't know if you've ever tried them.
Yes. Yep.
And I have a little thing for salt and vinegar, so they're helping me find a little bit of normality, and just been hydrating with a lot of water. So
awesome. That'll sort you out eventually.
And what is on the snack plates on your side, Alan?
I've just we had a little bit of a brekkie this morning up the west coast. We went for a drive up to Eiserfontein in my old classic Kombi, and we stopped off at a place on the side of the road that is known for. Hang on, I'll catch up with you there. It's a certain word, but if you don't know Afrikaans, you forget it. Hang on, I'll tell you what it is, and I'll explain it to you shortly. Because D wrote, here we go, rooster cooks. So it's a rooster, which is toasted breads. It's almost like a bun. I could put it to you in simple terms, which is then toasted on an open flame or on the braai, on a barbecue, to go all brown, and then you put various toppings inside them. It could be something like mince or cheese or whatever, and it's called in Afrikaans a rooster koek. Not a word you want to mispronounce on YouTube. To be fair, exactly. So we had
or even put into Google searches, to be fair as well.
Anyway, so that's what we had with a very firm coffee called a moer coffee, a very strong coffee, and then we drove back from there. I also went and got some jams and confeits and stuff like that, which we have on toast, and I just had a slice of bread with some of that, with some jam on it now, and a glass of Coke. But that's fine for me. A quiet day. I made some sweet and sour pork last night, which was grand, and we've got leftovers for today, so tonight.
Oh, I mean, it sounds like a little feast going down. It makes me feel inferior with my salt and vinegar sticks. To be honest, Van Sale is just having a right old time. He's catching up to Richards. And I mean, at the moment, that was Spears that just drove past in front of him. That's our race leader getting caught up in some traffic here. So, I mean, Spears probably also wishing that he could get involved with some of those confectionery delights that Alan has. But he's still got 2 hours and 45 minutes before he's going to be allowed to snack away on anything.
You see Richards come hauling past there in the Aston Martin. But I did see another drive-through, as we also now see Walker from 25th going to the pits, just up on the timing screen. So a lot of drivers and teams still doing their pit stop strats. It's a forced 5 pit stop race. In other words, it's compulsory to take 5 pit stops. You can't run a 120 litre tank and get away with 4 pit stops. So, but in saying that, we have seen a handful of different strategies going on. One of the ones up at the sharp end of the stick with Jason Absmeyer pitting on the half hour, not on the hour. So they're running complete opposite strats and possibly trying to get them into clear air and not into traffic on the track. It's all happening right here for Van Zyl. There is a car just coming up on his left as we're in car cockpit with him here. And they're now, they go through it's V King, and they get through 130R safe and sound. And now it's a pink Mercedes, that is Junior McCall. So Junior McCall puts a lap on Van Zyl, and they carry on and march on.
I see we've got Stephen Koenig in the interview room here.
Oh yes,
we might be able to drag him in here for a little chat-ceroni. Should I just jump up there and see if he's ready, Alan?
I think so. He did message me saying he's in the interview room, so I wasn't sure what that meant. Or as we say that, you do that, but some dramas happened at the hairpin. There's Erasmus, thank you, in an Audi just getting yeeted a little bit and sent up the right-hand side of the hairpin into the sand traps. And George, we have Steve Koenig with us, I believe.
Yes, I've dragged him in here. I didn't actually go and check if he was ready, but I feel like if you jump into the interview room,
you're ready.
You must be semi-ready to come in. Stephen, are you there?
I am here. Thank you very much for having me. And I've learned from being with you, Alan and George, that you've got to be ready at all times, especially in sim racing. It doesn't matter whether you're putting your pants on or whether you're having something to drink. You have to be ready at all times.
I mean, I'm glad that you've come in here with pants on. It's more than I can say for my side of the world.
Definitely, I haven't quite got the legs for it, but I've been out there on the circuit with the drivers, and I can say...
Oh, there's the replay. Sorry, Steve. Just picking up the replay of that Audi smashing. But yeah, you've had a rough time this morning, sir.
It's been a challenging time, but it's been and say is everyone out there is giving it their absolute all. You can't tell, whether guys are doing a sprint race or an endurance race because they're just giving it everything right to the end.
Yep.
And unfortunately, we had a collision in the early parts of our race. Jan Perez unfortunately had a Lexus decide to see if the passenger door still works. Good news, passenger door does work. Second was an unfortunate disconnect with Philip Van Zyl, who was behind the wheel. We managed to get back in, but it's put us right at the back, bit of no man's land. But all we can do is keep fighting our way up in the big old bend. Well, it's been named Sweet Caroline, after a certain song that gets played. There we go.
Okay. So it's Neil Diamond's on the stereo, and it's you're listening to that while you're driving around Suzuka, Japan.
Absolutely, and also we've got our team who's been monitoring not only a pit wall for times, she's been monitoring the live stream as well to get an indication of where people are. So what this series has done is we'd never driven before, we'd never seen each other before, hardly spoke, well, if not, didn't even chat to each other. And eventually that team fell apart, so it was, okay, how can we get the team ready to go for the 24-hour? So it landed up with Matt Dencham, Jan Perez, myself, Carl Piezza was part of it, and Philip Van Zyl. And it just became as everyone got heaped together. And come this endurance race, who wants to do the endurance series? Once again, all heaped together in a bunch. Matt Dencham was going to be with us, but he was studying at the time, so he couldn't be with us, and that's how it all came to be. It's
that's good.
All heaped together of a bunch of different skill level sim races. I mean, racing with pros is, I think I would be the last choice for any of the pro drivers at this point, considering my times are about 6 seconds off their times.
Well, it's all for the experience and the enjoyment of the sport, man.
That is it. But yeah, it's been an enjoyable time. 6000 Suzuka is definitely nothing to scoff at, and with the solo drivers also being in there, hats off to them. Definitely something that would strike fear into the hearts of many, but guys are being able to do it, and then also having unusual combinations come up of Etienne Kleb and Jason Abschmeyer teaming up together. I found that out last night, and well, it's worked for them. So absolutely incredible stuff. And it's nice to see a great mix of drivers, cars, and different skill levels all getting thrown into one big honeypot. And all I can say is absolute sweet racing from our side.
Awesome, man. Well, yep, we've been watching various cars for the past 2 hours already, and various positions. There's been a lot of clean racing. We've had a lot of open discussions amongst George and myself about various things. And thanks to you guys on the YouTube channel, Steve, yourself, and Yanaman, etc., for the PMs explaining this and that. Very helpful. I think everyone's enjoying this, the awesome series that we've got going here. A great little endurance series. And I think that the drivers themselves having the time of their lives out there on arguably one of the best tracks on the planet. So, and you self-admitted you've had a lot of fun. It was a little bit rough, but racing's rough. It's what comes with the territory.
That's it. I mean, every little problem that we've had counts as a mechanical failure, if you could put it that way. As you can see, Van der Veste is going up to try go on the outside of the McLaren side-by-side action, but unable to get by going into turn one. No, it's call it mechanical failures, but we're able to get going, and you know what? That's the whole thing of it. We have to, put your head down, keep going. It's a whole series. We've got the 4 hour coming up, and the fat lady hasn't sang yet. There's still 2 hours and 37 minutes yet, so we may get that podium, and we may see changes up at the front. So it is still to play for everyone out there, and well, all I can say is very, very big thank you to Raceface and Steady State for making this all possible, and definitely we're going to be fighting it out right to the end. And also big thank you to everyone here in the comm box. Big thank you to you, Alan, and to George, well, the returning George. Welcome back. Yeah. glad to hear you back on the comms for Raceface. But yeah, it's going to be something interesting. I do think this is going to be the premier series going forward. Bertus and I are kind of an argument with that. He still thinks Thursdays are going to be it, but I'm starting to lean on the endurance racing is definitely where it is.
Awesome, Steve. Well, thanks for the chat. Thanks for popping in, and possibly we'll chat a little bit later. But keep plugging at it. I mean, the whole point of this is, you've got to get it to the end. That's what it's about. These early disconnects and putting that's just not on. The whole point of this race, even if you're not at the sharp end of the stick, the point is to partake in the event and get the car to the finish, and that's what it's about. So wishing you and Team Heaped together all the best, and hopefully we'll see you guys at the end of the race, man.
That's absolutely. We've got big cards on the play here, as our race boss has turned around and said that if we can push and get back into the 20s, we're all getting a chocolate milkshake. So you can sure as bet every single one of us are going to go and break land speed records to make sure we get that chocolate milkshake.
Excellent, man. Good one. Okay, well, there we go. We'll probably catch up with you a little bit later, buddy.
Thank you. Cheers, everyone.
Cheers, man. Cool. Just watching Bago Krobler here for Hybrid Academy, and it was a very interesting little session going past one of the Porsches now, a Porsche Ferrari in the background under the bridge. But Bago Krobler with Junior McCall arriving behind him, so McCall busy essentially lapping everyone up to 6th place at this point, I think. With Bago Krobler doing well, running a different car here. He's in the Ferrari today, but we normally see them in McLarens or Bentleys, but doing well, currently sitting in 6th place. And also on our immersion break, we managed to get handed a document which gives us the teams and the drivers for the entry today. Not the car numbers, but that's not too important. But at least we can see who's driving where. And according to me in this document, Harry Spears is doing a solo here today. So the car in first place is that man's been in that car for 3.5 hours, and he's still going to be in that car for another 2.5 hours on his own. And he's at the sharp end of the stick. Harry Spears, one of the international drivers, racing in the Team Good Smile livery. Awesome looking liveries that campaign in the Japanese GT series.
No, I mean, that solo drive, I mean, that's just monstrous. And the fact that, I mean, he is driving the older Mercedes, of course, not the Evo edition that's come out, which everyone else in the Mercedes seems to be driving. I haven't seen too many of those out here.
There's a replay, George.
And here we go. Let's, someone left a little bit of oily on the track. And
oh, dear.
Oh, no, not the place. I mean, you are a passenger. You get onto the grass and the sand there, you're a passenger. And unfortunately, when it grips up, you are now parked on the ideal line coming through the hairpin. So that's not going to be a great place to be. No one's going to actually see that as they're approaching the hairpin. That's just like a little rocket ship coming up from the side that you just suddenly have in front of you. So that's not, again, a bit of a racing incident that comes out. You know, it's you just saw that snap oversteer come through, and in that Porsche, when it loops around, I mean, that nature of the weight towards the end of the rear of the car just rotates you around. It's very hard to catch in the background.
With 130R there.
I mean, I feel like maybe one of the BWR cars, or perhaps Victor de Cox entry. I mean, I know that he was also driving a white liveried McLaren, but the BWR guys, or I don't know if you heard it earlier, but they were all running a Solidarity white livery.
Yes,
or
that's
one
true.
of their fellow racers in their families. They had a bit of a loss, so all in solidarity of that. And I think that's something quite special that people come and rally together for those kind of things.
It's I have inside information on that. It was I think Peter Oosthuizen's mother-in-law that passed away last weekend. So in solidarity for her passing, they all chose to run white livery cars, which I thought is actually a nice touch for the teams.
I mean, it's splendid. Those kind of things are just they're awful. You know, the suffering of loss in a family. It takes a while to recover from that sort of thing, and it's small little gestures and people sort of rallying around each other to give support in those times. That it always touches me. It really does. I couldn't be happier for a community to do things like that.
Got to. On a lighter note, Bertus Hugo on the YouTube announcing that, you know, Stephen Koenig and his team, anything that they'll do for a Stumpy, a chocolate Stumpy milkshake. So that's what they're drinking. That's what they're driving for. Everyone gets a free Stumpy. Right, here we have Tariq Adam in third place in their McLaren, and he is looking at the back of Etienne Kleb, so closed in on board. Yep.
In theory, I mean, they've made up a lot of time anyway. I mean, they've still got a pit stop advantage over that to play entry with Kleb behind it at the moment. So Kleb still needs to make another stop at this, but Tariq Adam already putting pressure on to try and get past before that even needs to take place. I mean, that's a big drive, GTWR. You mentioned it before, big international org as well. Jordan Sherritt, obviously one of the first of our South Africans to get, to drive for them, and now recruiting the top talent out of the Hybrid Academy team. Luke Addison and Tariq Adam being picked up to drive there, and I think these are three names that we have to just watch over the next couple of years, because I think that they will feature not just locally but internationally on a level that will do us all proud as South Africans.
Definitely. The team itself is a very large international, I think a predominantly Italian-based team. with a substantial driver listing. I think there's at least 8 or 10 normal drivers already in that team from what I kind of saw on.
Yeah, no, they are. I mean, they are like Premier coming through. They rival up against the likes of Sidemax, and really when it comes down to talented individuals, that list you would be happy with any single one of them in your team, and they just have almost feels like all the trump cards when you're playing car trumps. They just go boom, 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 boom. This is our driver listing, and you can just pair them up and have them race individually if need be, but it's all about forming that sort of solid foundation to grow a team, and GTWR is just one of those teams that will be able to rival the very best, if not take that spot eventually.
With you. I'm gonna just put this out there. I'm not too sure on how true it is.
Ooh,
and
there's that move made. Sorry, Alan.
And that's fine. Overtake done.
Tariq Adam done and dusted. They know that Kleb still has to go in for a pit stop, so I'll be interested to see how this works out where McCall comes out in this when they do decide to serve that stop out in that 666, because they're not too far down the road from these guys either. Is it 2 laps that McCall's behind here? So actually could still be good for Kleb to just hold on to 30
there's
and
a gap.
make that
There's
stop.
a gap. 16 seconds.
16.
They're not 2 laps back, but what is interesting, George, have a look at the pit stops. So Kleb and they're one up on everybody else. Tariq Adam, Spears, McCall, Patterson, they all have had 2 pit stops the way I count that, or is it 2 left?
No, it's left.
Okay,
so
other way around.
They went behind, yeah.
Okay, so Etienne and right, then you're right. So Kleb, they've got one more still to make in comparison. So
correct.
That's going to then come down to probably in the final hour 2 kind of splash and goes, like quick in and outs. But it's a little bit weird to do that. But it's a strategy.
You have to make a tire change.
You have to do tires, exactly.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay. So it's like you're going to go in. You've got that sort of mandatory 30-second time period of doing your tires. Whether or not they do a driver swap in that as well, how they hand it over. I mean, Jason did a monstrous first stint that we saw, and then Kleb's just been doing a really good, consistent job at the moment. But it will come down. I mean, Junior's back in the car for 80k. Does that go back to Morgan to finish things off, or does Junior step up the reins? You mentioned it in the sprint series. He's been a contributing factor in terms of his individual performance. So it's going to be interesting to see, and that's sort of the advantage that you have having drivers in a team that can share it out. The likes of Spears, he doesn't need anyone.
No.
He had a monstrous pole qualification, has led from the front since then, and continues to really dominate in this race so far. So I'm quite keen to see how it all pans out. But I mean, Spears
Agreed.
I mean, I don't know if Spears still drives for Sidemax at the moment, but I think he has changed teams. But that's kind of where I remember sort of seeing him come up, and you associate anyone with that kind of a team. You just know that there's raw talent out there. So it's nice to see that we've got an international entry coming through.
So back to that subject that you've just mentioned again, Sidemax. There was chat yesterday in the Kyle Army 12 hours that Sidemax is no more.
Oh, is it? Is it done?
I don't know. I'm just going to put it out there, and it might be something we need to look into. I don't know the big world kind of teams out there. I'm still in the learning phases of the international teams, but I kind of heard that by the commentators for that World Cup race yesterday. So we'll have to see what happens in the future. But we're looking at Van Rensburg here. He's having it's a forward and backwards, so same shots of this dice at the moment. Van Rensburg in the Bentley, and super close proximity driving through there as they hammer through Degeners, and now they've come up to the hairpin, heading now down towards Spoon on Suzuka, into the start in the third sector, the high-speed sector of this track layout. This is one of the only used motor racing tracks on the planet that is essentially a figure of 8, albeit a little bit distorted, but it has an over and under component to it. There's not a lot of them, but there are. It's not only Suzuka. Basically what I'm saying is, if you go back to old Scalextric sets, for instance, there would always be a default layout of a figure of 8, so that one lane had an outer corner, one lane had an inner corner, and vice versa. If you took away all the squiggly sections on Suzuka and straightened it out, you would have an even lane on either side of the track. It's essentially a figure of 8 because the track passes underneath it. So.
I mean, I've always loved this track. I think from the first times I got involved in racing out on Forza, it was just a circuit I always enjoyed. Back in the days of playing Gran Turismo, it was like just one of those circuits that I enjoyed, and it's still one of my top circuits to come out and enjoy. And just to add to that Sidemax chat, Jordan Sherritt in our chat confirming that you are right, Sidemax is done.
There we go.
So that's a big change in the international sim racing scene. I'd be keen. I need to go and do a little bit of research into where everybody's going.
Move to
a little bit more in touch. I mean, that's it was and I love their social media. I love their drivers. They're a phenomenal team. Glad I didn't order any of the Sidemax merch at this point. Would have become a relic.
Interesting comment there, Jordan, making on the YouTube about this Mercedes that Spears is driving, and the fact that it seems to be so much more powerful than the Evo version. It's again something I wasn't aware of and didn't realise. But if we have a look at the lap differential here in the speed and pace with the likes of Tariq Adam, the McColls, Jason, etc. What's his gap at the moment? We're just waiting for it to come up on the timing screen. But he's on 106 laps in first place in his Merc, and that gap is now almost a lap up on the entire field by the looks of things, George.
Oh yeah, no, it's certainly there. Those comments were made, and both Tariq was here and Jordan was saying it. And if it is, I mean, this is where I always question how the balance works from the Kunos side. Why there's always going to be a car that is so much more dominant than the others.
Yeah.
I guess if you apply it out to other sort of competitive esports, there's always a meta, and those changes to the meta change the way that people pick and play with certain characters, or the way that they form their different character choices in whatever title it is, or whatever maybe gun they use in a first-person shooter. That always those meta changes are what makes the world of esports dynamic. Martin Rotenbach having a bit of a wrestle there on the exit of the S's, gets it back into control. But it is that, it's where do these sort of big monster cars always come from, and then why are there no more of them? Why are people not all running what seems to be the most overpowered car? What is the choice that people make there?
I mean, surely the Evos, it's the evolution of that model, so it's the newer version. It should certainly be a quicker, more powerful car, and yet everyone drives the Evo version, and Harry comes out in the older version and he's just ringing it. It's almost like Kunos have forgotten to put to leave the bop on the car, or it's unbobbed. I don't know. I don't know enough about it on the back end, but it's just weird that it's happened.
But I mean, those are kind of things that you can take, away from the way that we kind of rely on the developers using their bop. You can look at how other series run a custom balance of performance, and sometimes that is something that needs to be done. Some of the cars that need to be nerfed can get nerfed by us as race organizers, and it's something that we need to put into the consideration, because it goes to show it doesn't always go the right way. Just using
it's definitely.
And I mean, there's no taking away from Spears' talent. I mean, he's an incredible driver. but he's certainly got something up his sleeve with the way he's driving at the moment.
Yeah, let's not beat around the bush. The man certainly knows how to drive. But against this field, that's kind of, the gap, the difference just, it doesn't kind of sit well with me. But yeah, we've got to put it down to the lack of any BOP on that car, and we'll see what the organisers do going long time. Just feeding off what Jordan's giving us as far as information goes. He's saying the Bob's still the 2009 version, so only the newer cars have got the same Bob. Okay. Yep, that's a good point. So we'll see going forward what happens, whether it's allowed to be left in or not. The clock keeps ticking. 2 hours, 18 minutes left here. We are watching Janssen van Vieren. He is going around in 12th position here for Team LNR. Logistical Nightmare Racing. There's a good couple of them. Harry Spears on 108 laps as we just watch the gaps. Tariq Adam in second place in the McLaren, and Etienne Kleb, that gap I think is about 16 or 18 seconds back in third place, but still has a pit stop to take. So essentially McCall and Patterson are fourth and fifth, or third and fourth, when these pit stops will all play out towards in the next 2 hours or so. Bago Krobler in 6th and Lionel Clue in 7th, Contreras 8th, Renner 9th, and Breitenbach round up your top 10 for the time being. Van Rensburg, as we watch on the screen in the Bentley, he's looking at Breitenbach up ahead of him in his Lexus. I think it was Breitenbach who might have been collected in that accident that we saw earlier, but still lapping well. Martin Breitenbach in 10th place and pedaling well with the Lexus. The gap here under a second. The unfortunately named Boatley, it just seems to handle so well. George, I'm not sure if you're aware of this. The local Real Racing GT3 series that started in South Africa last year has slowly been picking up momentum. And it was announced earlier this week there are 2 new cars, including this car. Somebody has brought a Bentley in and is going to campaign it in our own GT3 series, as well as an Audi R8. I don't know if it's an older version of the Evo or not, but we've got half a dozen Lamborghini Huracans here and a McLaren or 2 and a couple of Ferraris already running. So this bodes well for our real on-track GT3 series running in South Africa. And a lot of these cars will also probably or hopefully be seen in the there's a car off here at Spoon. There's a Ferrari off there on the outside of Spoon. But hopefully we'll see them at the Intercontinental, the final round at Kyalami in November, which will also hopefully be open to members of the public. So let's hold thumbs that still happens, and all the teams do come from Europe with these awesome GT3 cars.
I didn't know that. I mean, that's it's always awesome to hear some updates from what's happening, and I know that you've got your eye and nose close to the ground on that side. It's always nice to have some updates, and I really enjoyed going through the Kyalami events. Being able to see these big beastly GT3s in real life.
Yes.
I mean, you don't hear them, you feel them, and that is just something incredible to be able to witness.
So I was building up the pits there. Laura Hendricks in 21st into the pits. So a couple of pit windows opening for a couple of teams now. 2 hours, 120 minutes to go. We're almost getting into a little extended version of our usual sprint series races as far as times go. Somebody should find out if Harry Spears is on two-way comms somewhere and run a tap or something in the background for a while. See if that'll upset his timings and possibly force him to take a pit stop, an extended pit stop. okay, so there's a gap. It's 15.5 seconds between Kleb and Tariq Adam, and McCall only 4.3 seconds of Kleb. So the gap, the bus between third and fourth, that did stretch out just now, because we saw them come out the pits when Junior eventually went past Kleb, and then that changed again actually. So that gap now 3.8 seconds. So it seems to be closing between third and fourth place. Kieran Patterson for PWSR still in fifth place and holding station. And then a good few laps further back, I think that's a gap though from the leader, Baker Crawford in sixth. Right van Rensburg hammers past an Aston Martin into 130R. The car looks super stable through there, I must say. Still chasing Reichenbach in his Lexus, but they are in amongst traffic, so we might see something happen here. Race time already almost 8 a.m. Last lap 2016, best lap at 2016. That was Johan van Rensburg's best lap actually, and that after almost 4 hours of racing. So they're clearly getting more comfortable in the car. Going through the first sector here, he closes right up on the back of Reichenbach. George, while you've been over there, have you managed to go and see any live motorsport events?
I have not yet. They all sort of planned out. Next year is probably going to be the year for going and doing that kind of thing.
Sounds good.
But no, very much looking forward to trying out that side of life. And I mean, there's plenty of events that take place, but not. I mean, for me, it's that accessibility to get into Europe for a whole host of. I really want to go to Spa. Yep. I think that's on the to-do list. Certainly want to go. Certainly want to go out to there. I want to go out to Catalonia, Barcelona, go and watch a race there as well. Yep. I really want to be able to just explore all of that, and of course we've got the iconic tracks here in the UK. I'm not the biggest fan of a lot of them, to be honest. I've never really been sort of driven towards enjoying something like Brands Hatch. It's not really a circuit I really enjoy too much. I'd probably be probably get struck down by the British Racing Police when I leave my house later. But somewhere like Silverstone, I'd love to go to. Donington Park, I would be keen to go to. So certainly want to go to that. There's obviously the Festival of Speed, Goodwood Festival of Speed, that I want to go through to. I looked at tickets for this year's event. So it was just everything was sold out. There was sort of no real confirmation of if that was going to happen even. So there's you kind of like, you haven't hit a nerve, but you've hit a very interesting topic in that, yes, that is all planned out, but I haven't been able to really go to too much here. What's been quite cool though is sort of seeing a lot of the actual sort of cars here get exposed to. I'm sure in Cape Town, I mean, you guys get some nice cars as well, but where I'm working at the moment in Knightsbridge,
yes,
on Brompton Road, there are just some incredible motor cars that come out. Okay. And I mean, I saw a Pagani Hyura driving past the other day, and I've never seen one of those in real life. Almost every single Rolls Royce that exists seems to be cruising up and down that road with all different kind of paint jobs, and Ferraris, Lamborghinis, plenty of Porsches. So it's really cool to have like that sort of side of life and being quite close up to them. And I could just car spot for days. I enjoy that.
Yeah. While we've been chatting, the positions have changed, and Epsma is back in the car now. So Kleber's gone in for a pit stop. Jason's got back in for A2P Racing in the Aston Martin. They are out in fifth place, and 20 seconds is the gap back from Kieran Patterson from PWSR. So coming up to the hour, we are expecting the usual flurry of pit stops to take place now. That gap just now, as I said, was getting close between McCall and Kleb, but that obviously then saw Kleb pile into the pits and do the required pit stop. That now puts them on the same sequence of pit stops, albeit a little bit beforehand. So, yeah, I think they possibly did them on the half hour, and they've done 2 or 3 short stints, and they've now come up to the hour or thereabouts for which would mean possibly running a good couple of litres less in the car for the opening stints. That's how I see that probably panning out. But anyway, 2 hours to go from here, and 2 more pit stops in hand needed. They'll probably divide. Yeah, it'll probably be in a 45 and 45 minutes or something to that effect. So let's see what the strategies spin out. We are watching Martin Rautenbach in 10th place in his Lexus as they arrive on the back of some other cars that are having a good dice. This is still Van Rensburg chasing him in the Bentley as we watch from the helicopter view heading towards Spoon Curve. Super difficult, high-speed, double left-handed trickery of a corner. Negative camber, which tightens up on you, which throws you out, and you get an off-track penalty, etc., etc. So huge corner to master, and absolutely needed to get the drive up this straight into 130R and through the final chicane into the start-finish line.
There's also, I mean, you're going to be monitoring your track limit warnings, how many you've got left, 2 hours to go. Most drivers probably have incurred at least one of those, and it sits on your car. It's not per driver allocated. You've got to balance that all out. You've got to make sure that in the chase you're not exceeding those track limits and getting closer to those unfortunate drive-through penalties. So it's an interesting stage of this race. The last 2 hours, it's all about planning. You've got pit stops to plan. You mentioned it before. You want to make sure that on your last pit stop, you're fueling the car to the point where you just finish the race with a couple of mils left in the tank, so you're getting maximum advantage out of minimizing the weight on your car. You want to be in full attack mode by then. You're also going to be adapting those tire pressures that you need to make for the final stints. The track temperature hasn't heated up as much as I thought it might have from the start of the race, but that's what happens when a race.
This is full position, by the way.
That little tap coming into there, much better to have that before Degnal 1 or 2, but they are elbows out racing, aren't they? Renault, Rautenbach, and of course Van Rensburg in the background. He's kind of just, I suppose at that, he just kind of wants these two to scrap it out so that he can just pick up the pieces. But
exactly.
Martin Rautenbach, he's absolutely flying out there. He's managed to get himself into a position now where he can begin his own race and hope that Renner and Van Rensburg get caught up in their own battle and don't put too much pressure onto him later on.
He's already putting a bit of daylight between himself and Renner. And Renner obviously feeling the need to possibly run defensively against Van Rensburg in the Bentley. But look at this gap already. It's almost a second already.
It's exactly that. Renner has had to go defensive against Van Rensburg. Van Rensburg has the slipstream to work with. Renner has to make sure that he minimizes damage at this point in terms of what he's already lost. He doesn't want to lose 2 positions in 1 lap. So he's going to be, making sure that he's planting this car on every apex he can. And that's just going to cost him. There we go. He's actually going to go into the pits. So take everything we just said. It doesn't matter. He's decided it's time to go into the pits. Van Rensburg, he's now been released. He can continue with what he's been fighting for with Rautenbach and trying to get past him. Talking about those temperatures, we said the track isn't getting too much warmer, but we did start. We started in the early hours of the morning. We're running a standard timing session. So as it hits 8 o'clock now, we've got up to 19 degrees. Will that get up to 20 or 23 to 25 at some point? We'll have to wait and see. The cloud cover has kind of eased itself off, but it looks like a bright and shining day out here in Japan. The temperature might increase if those clouds disappear even further. But in terms of rain, it's not feeling very wet, and the chances of that happening are starting to feel slimmer and slimmer. We do still have some wind out there, so that could blow in some weather. But I'm starting to feel like we're going to see a dry race.
Indeed, and Mumford. And there's a drive-through for Jabir. Mumford here. These guys are very close. I am chuckling all the time. Oh, there's somebody in the middle of Spoon there.
I also saw it. A little bit of a lockup as well, and there's that car we saw just making his way through the escape road. But Mumford looking a little bit unsettled. A bit of a smash into the side of lead coming through there, and a White Rabbit Gaming team just trying to make their way back through the field. Our car that was running much higher up the order, of course, that Bentley, they had a disconnect, as has happened to a couple of drivers in this race. That put them all the way back. They'll be in 27th at the moment, but I mean, they were sitting within the top 10. It's a little bit disappointing from a team ownership perspective, but at least one of our teams, Alan, is having a good stint up at the front. Your PWSR team just having an absolute glorious day so far.
They are. Kieran doing well, and our new member driver. A couple of things just to discuss quickly. I was just chuckling with you just now about the weather. The steady state as far as admins and organisers commenting on Bertus Hugo that his rain game is very weak. There's no sign of rain here. We were talking about 20-30%. I don't see it, but okay. On the track, Kieran Patterson doing very well here. Has managed to now get very settled and stable in his driving. He is running in the Div A in the Sim Grid series, and we signed up. So interesting. Leslie Willifant left PWSR and joined Jason Absmeyer to go and race in Div A in the Sprint series, and we haven't seen Leslie since then. So. And today in this race, for instance, again, Jason, he's part of the team with Jason and Alaric Enslin, but I would have thought, if Jason entered this, because he took a little bit of a break from racing for a bit, he announced on social media, and I thought if he was going to come back and enter this, he'd do it with his teammate that he's racing with, and he hasn't. We haven't seen Leslie Willifant for best part of 2 months in any local racing at all. So
on that topic, it's I don't know. Even from Jason's departure from WRG, I thought he was gonna sort of just run solo in things, not really join any other teams. Because that was kind of what we had discussed with it. He wasn't in. It's not for me to really discuss it, but it just didn't seem like he was enjoying the sim racing side of things. But yeah, he's been a part of Toro. Now he's driving for to play. It's a bit weird.
It is weird.
It is weird. Agree. So not 100% sure. What's gone down there.
PWSR, we had to do what we had to do, and I had this youngster, Byron.
This is the man that. Designs very glorious liveries. Am I right?
I don't know about that yet.
Is it Byron?
Byron, he does do. I mean, he has got ideas on liveries and stuff, but PWSR, I do most, if not all of the liveries for that. But he came knocking and said, what's involved and how can he get involved? And I kind of thought, well, that's different, not having to go and ask other people or other drivers. And it literally happened a few days afterwards because he had seen and heard on social media about Leslie joining up with Mr. Absmeyer, who we're watching on track. And so Kieran had a chat with Byron, and they went and drove around the track for a while, and it became very obvious that they would make a great pairing together. They were a year apart. I call them youngsters. They're 25 and 26 years of age, and very evenly matched. And so we signed up Byron. And he is part of our team as far as our A team, and then myself and Chris DeSantis run as the B team. But very pleased, and I think this is one of, if not his first big kind of endurance, and to be in fifth place or fourth place, but racing for top 5, very happy for the guy. So and I hope he's enjoying himself being up here with the with these front runners. McCall's there, both of them. McCall's at least. Jason's here. A lot of good drivers. Jordan Sherritt's here, and it's always good for maybe. I don't want this to sound weird, but not only for your ego, but also to have the experience to be driving on the same track in a race with arguably some of the finest and quickest drivers in the country.
For sure, I think it's a feather in the cap to compete on this level, and the entire field kind of has their own rivals where they are going to be competing against. Whether it's at the top, the mid pack, people down towards the bottom of the order. There's so many skill gaps that we mentioned at the very start of this, that we combined all the cars onto one grid for the sake of having a nice packed out circuit. And I think for a lot of the drivers, you don't get that kind of experience in other places when it is segregated into maybe 5 different splits of driver skill levels. You could never ever be featured on a stream or have that sort of experience coming out, but here you get to really come down and see what it's like driving not just against yourself, but up against some of the better members of our community. And there's still so many sim drivers that we are missing from this field when it comes to the larger scale of things. There are so many talented drivers. They drive in different leagues, and that's okay. There's always going to be that, but there really are some really talented individuals in this list, and it's a privilege to have them in the series. I think it adds some real validity to it, and it's nice to see some classy racing out on the circuit.
Indeed. And while you were chatting, Kieran in fact did go into the pits. I think he's doing a double stint here, so he's come back out there in 5th place. So they got one more pit stop to go. So they're doing the default on the hour pit stops just to keep the process simple. Tariq, Adam, McCall, etc. and Harry will need to pit soon. Just looking at Van der Merwe here in this LNR car, and he's got it's not for position, I'm sorry. He was just in close proximity with PSA in that Bentley going through the first sector into through Degener 2 under the bridge. And
he's not far off Vermeulen and Janse van Rensburg. Those two drivers are getting themselves pretty close together as well. So he's in a good position to be that third driver in the train, to be able to leapfrog it if they get involved in needing to become a little bit more defensive. You can kind of read those lines and spot an overtaking opportunity. A couple better exits out of any of the corners here, especially out of Spoon, for example, down the back stretch. You can just suddenly feel like you've hit the NOS button on your car, because the other drivers have had to be defensive coming into the entry. Yeah,
that's true. But these guys they're all involved in having their own races, but in the background you can see Kieran Patterson coming along, so he's coming up to actually lap these guys, and hopefully everything goes like a knife through butter. Pardon me saying that, but that's my team. But they Vermeulen, etc., as you say, still having their races and trying to keep everything clean and orderly. And there's traffic, as we can see on that track map, all the way around the track. But they do kind of end up in little clumps as the racing progresses, and that's where we kind of see some close proximity driving, and where the guys need to be aware of their surroundings and who is around them and who's lapping and who's not lapping.
It's this final push that everybody's starting to look into. You're starting to up the ante a little bit. You're probably starting to dial it up a little bit more. If you are close to somebody, it's time to start thinking about where this is going to end. Very different to the first 2 hours into the race, where you're just kind of like, well, I can just follow along behind this, maybe capitalize off being able to just have a bit of a slipstream, maybe use less fuel, crank those engine maps up and start to really see what you're going to need for the final stint. And it's important in this part of the race to start to measure what's happening to those tires and your fuel levels as you start to increase the pace.
Yeah, it is. Indeed. I was just looking back at our live stream at some of the replays of that portion, the problems through the hairpin there. Back to live racing here, and Vermeulen, again, still very close. These guys all going hammer and tongs. Van Rensburg just up ahead. Vermeulen's only 6/10 back, with Van der Merwe 8/10 back. This is 11th, 12th and 13th place as we see them on the track.
Oh, and it's a place that you probably don't want to also be at the same time. You kind of want to get this done and dusted, or a little tank slapper as well. Van Rensburg just catching that quite nicely, a little bit of a drifty boy coming out through there. But I think Vermeulen just had to lift off just slightly, seeing that go down. I mean, if a car rotates around, you don't want to T-bone them, you'll get front-end damage. So you just have to be cautious. You know that you're racing for position. You know that if they make the mistakes first, it could impact you. So you've got to be a little bit careful. Everybody's running on different tire pressures. The temperature continues to increase. All parked up right behind the rear splitter now, and keeping that pressure on. And right now, Vermeulen is not letting Van Rensburg nap easily, letting him know that one small mistake and this position is going to be taken. They need to navigate the traffic here with Francis in front, going to be getting those blue flags. Which way do they go? Can he get round the outside? They're almost going to try and go 3 wide as they go through Dunlop, approaching Degner 1 now. A little look on the inside perhaps. Oh, you couldn't get closer than that.
Yep, and right behind them is Kieran Patterson. In fact, there he is now. He's going up the inside. Makes that pass stick, and Vermeulen hangs on to his position. Oh, and we got a Ferrari round here. I didn't see that. It looked like the NSR.
I think it's Johan, the 815, sitting in 20th place.
Okay. No problem. And then, unfortunately for El Toy, in 22nd, getting a drive through. That's kind of on par after 4 hours worth of racing here at Suzuka. And Van der Merwe and Vermeulen side by side heading up to 130. Oh, this is going to end in tears. Vermeulen. Oh, here we go. Here's the replay. Oh dear. At McLaren, and that's not the Ferrari though. This is another car.
Yeah, that's a very different incident, and
oh my word, what is going on here?
What is happening here? I mean, that's the situation where waiting is not okay, because you've now just parked the car entirely. You need to find a place that you can if you're going to wait, you've got to wait safely somewhere.
Out the way.
Get the drive, move on, find a place to pull over and let them come past later. But no, that is
that was a big accident about to happen. Yeah. We'll see what happens there. Anyway, excuse me. Move the microphone a second there. And so onwards with these Vermeulen and Van der Merwe. El Toit now in the pits, taking the drive-through and getting it out the way. Kieran has managed to get past Van Rensburg, just ahead of them, and and there's a bit of a tank slapper there. But he manages to catch it, does Van der Merwe. Guys are having a good race. Let's make no mistake about that, and enjoying the close proximity flying of the other drivers as well.
Oh, I mean, it's all there to play for. I mean, we saw that previous sort of replay event, which we have no idea what happened. There's that McLaren actually, as far as I'm aware, that was involved in that incident. But I mean, if you're racing, like you said, hammer and tongs, and somebody is facing the wrong way, 2 cars in the middle of the track, I mean that can completely ruin that potential battle.
Agreed.
So you want to see everybody racing nice and close. Van Nava, Vermeulen, and Jens van Rensburg all in this. 3 cars trying to get themselves basically closer to that top 10. Van Rensburg doing a good job at just holding it out at the front here. Vermeulen is certainly all over the back end, but Van der Merwe, I mean, this is where Van Rensburg has to be smart about where he's positioning that car, because if Vermeulen has to go defensive, he's going to get himself a little bit of space. You've got to plan it out. You've got to decide how you're going to defend this. Almost need to also stop looking in the mirror at some point and just put your head down and say, I need to get my pace down here, because the more that I look, the more that I'm going to defend. Here we go, Vermeulen and Van der Merwe into the S's. Not a place you can really challenge for position, but it's all about turning that gas up to 11 and just trying to make sure that person in front of you puts a tire off the circuit, picks up a bit of grass, maybe loops it around, makes a mistake, and you get that done through here. Otherwise, you just follow very, very patiently.
Yep. They go through sector 1 into sector 2, the Degeners, also tricky little. What is going on?
Was that a bit of like we talked about before, a little disconnect netcode issue coming through there?
A bit of netcode flying around.
I heard the Harry Potter music start to play as he went into platform 9 and 3/4.
Very clever. I'll see what you did there, George. Right, so up ahead there is traffic going on. These guys have arrived on the back of a big BMW. My preferred car at the moment, but looks like it's we're working out for them.
The BMW is an absolute machine, top end wise. That would be a good car for Paul Ricard, wouldn't it?
It definitely chugs up there, and it's not too bad down Bathurst with that long straight. I see north of 285, 280 sticks at the end of that straight, so it goes like the clappers, but there's a whole lot of car to get set up to handle the tight twisty bits. And Van Rensburg's slow and bad through that apex. That's helped Vermeulen in the Bentley get real close. And these 3, they bomb down the main straight over the line, and it looks like the Bentley's going to have the inside line into T1 for sure.
I mean, it's that inside line, but you almost want to carry that sweeping momentum coming through there. You've got to be careful to get it rotated around, and he does. Is this going to open up the opportunities?
That's 2 positions.
There we go, 2 for 1 special coming out. It's where you want to be, 3rd place in the train. You just wait for that opening to come through, and you just follow through like someone's left the door jar, and you just put a foot in there and sneak through as well.
It's bad luck for Van Rensburg, losing two positions in literally 2 corners. But
daylight robbery is what we just witnessed.
Yeah, he got his pocket picked completely. Vermeulen and Van der Merwe, off they go, and Vermeulen's Van der Merwe at least is chasing hard. This isn't over.
You see, one of the other changes, I mean, we talked about some developmental changes.
Yes.
I'd love for Kunos to be able to, these name tags that they have above the car, not just be this like static one-directional sort of viewpoint on the side of the car, almost like locked in from wherever you are. So, I mean, I just find them to be very counterintuitive. I think it's great to have them on there in sim racing, because it's for a lot of people, they like to see where their drivers are relative to others. It's an option to have it. Door getting left open a little bit as well, and a little tap coming through a rotation, and a big crash coming down. Both of them go out, and it's Van der Merwe that is going to be smiling all the way home at this point. Not Van der Merwe, sorry. What was it? Van Rensburg gets to drive away from all of that. So
he goes past them both.
He was robbed just short of half a lap to go, and then he was handed it all back on a silver platter.
Exactly. Well, listen, these guys having a good dice. It was going to be expected that there might be contact, but hopefully it wasn't too bad. It hasn't hurt the cars too heavily. We'll see if they come into the pits now. But Van Rensburg's gone up the road and into 11th by a long ways. And yes, I'm right. Here comes Van der Merwe. He's going to go in. He isn't, so he runs through, and the Bentley has gone in. So Vermeulen's in the Bentley. So he's going to use this time to maybe do some bodywork repairs. And
I want to see a bit of a helicam view of that. It just looked like a closing pathway that was never going to.
I'm sure we'll get a
make
replay
space for
shortly.
two. Yeah.
Anyway, so onwards, Van der Merwe goes. Thank you. And into Van der Merwe in 12th. Oh, and he's battling here. Gets a tank slapper, catches it, but he loses some momentum there, and he does it again. So
it's a wrong decision to stay out and try and drive the damaged car.
Yeah, there we go. So into Spoon they go, and Aston was literally at the back wheel, a little bit of contact, and then it was the man who was pickpocketed that actually turned the Aston round at the end there. Bentley helps the Aston to turn round, and off they go.
A little bit of rubbing shoulders and giving a foot massage at the end of it all, but it has not done too much benefit to the likes of Van der Merwe. Look at this car; it's just an absolute atrocity trying to rein it in. It's a very unhappy horse that needs to go back into the stables.
He needs those tires are cooked, and if it hasn't happened already, Dwayne Hall in 14th place. He's in another Bentley. He was 12 seconds back down the road, and I don't know if he's already caught him yet, or he can't even drive this car anymore. It's so hammered. I think there's been some. It can't just all be down to the tires, though. There's probably some damage being done to the diffuser,
and the rear spoiler downforce seems to have been impacted by all of that. The back just wants to keep overtaking the front.
Exactly.
And it's high speed, low speed, medium speed. None of its workout needs to go into the pits, and probably will be a bit of a long repair coming in there. But that's where I get upset with the ACC damage model, because you look at that car now, you have no idea that it's going through this, but you know that by watching him try and drive it around, it's not a happy camper. But it should have.
Behind him.
Yeah, there we go.
There he goes. So that position changes as Van der Merwe comes into the pits. Dwayne Hall goes up into 13th in his Bentley. And look at that, George. Marcus Steyn into 15th place in the Porsche. So Chris Heineken and Marcus, we are of the opinion they were the ones who got the disconnect, and they are busy driving back. So all the way back up into 14th place already. Up at the sharp end of the stick, it looks like everything is still the same. Tariq Adam in 2nd place, Junior McCall in 3rd, pretty much a lap down. Absmeyer is 12 seconds off the back of Junior McCall, so that gap is where it is. Kieran Patterson back up into 5th place after doing his last pit stop. And Vega Krobler 6th. So on board with Marcus Steyn, and I'm convinced these are the guys that did have the issue earlier on where we let the camera on them and then they actually had a disconnect. Marcus Steyn racing for Slick Racing, and him and Chris have partnered up together. They raced one season with us. There was a good bit of avoiding driving there going past that Bentley, and Van der Merwe's picked up a stop-go penalty, a SG30. I think that is possibly for that contact. I think. I'm just trying to have a look and see. Bertus isn't updating.
No, he's not. We haven't had a good steward update here for us to be able to make these calls.
Yeah, come Bertus, you need to do us an update there, please, if you're listening to us. He is by the bar saying weather randomness is set to 3, which definitely should be bringing rain somewhere in 6 hours. And we're down to an hour 40. We're literally at the start of a normal league sprint race, and it's blue skies and people are outside on their towels sunbathing, Bertus.
I'm wearing my short shorts because it's so sunny out there in Japan, to be honest.
Right, so there we go. I think replay coming up. As we watch the Bentley come round. Right. Oh, that's all just running out of talent at the hairpin in his Bentley. No real contact anywhere. Oh, that's the close proximity. There we go. Marcus Steyn came around the hairpin, and that was the Bentley that he almost ran into.
I mean,
Yeah,
that
don't you
stop
just
go
hate
also
those
just-
spins all on their own, George? They
Yeah, no.
they drive me mad.
And stop go could also, I mean, be just the speeding in the pit lane side if Batters hasn't updated us. So
Oh, right, okay.
we'll cover ourselves and say if you haven't updated us because it's that, then we're sorry, and we know that you're listening to us.
Yeah. I mean, I talk about running out of talent. I do this, 3 or 4 times in a race often, where I'll turn that BMW around all out of my own accord. And I've been running a lot of extra races just to get more seat time and try and help improve my consistency and lap times, which is slowly but surely getting better, actually.
I'm a little bit envious of you being able to do the racing side as well. I certainly do want to get back into it a lot.
There we get, here's another replay coming through 130R. Oh, and that tank slapper caught that man out. That Bentley was left, right, I'm going right. Exit stage right.
That's is that for Mullen's Bentley?
I don't know who that was. Not too sure.
I mean, I certainly
This is
remember
Wayne
the
Hall that
paint
we're
colours on
currently
it.
on board with.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
It wasn't Wayne
Retro.
Hall's, no.
It wasn't Paul Fenter
Paul
is
Fenter,
is the
okay.
name.
Okay, thank you. So, Stein up ahead, Marcus Stein into 13th, and Van der Merwe in the pits to do his stop go 30. Possibly Bertus is driving at the moment. So that's maybe or probably why we aren't getting updates here, George, but we'll hang on and see what transpires.
Bertus needs to choose if he's going to steward or if he's going to drive. Or we need someone as a replacement to type to us if Bertus decides he wants to drive.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, we're at 1 hour 40 minutes left and counting, ladies and gents. In fact, 1 hour 37, give or take a few minutes. Hall closing in on the back of Marcus Stein here with some traffic just up ahead. That's Van der Merwe in the Aston Martin. Not for position, however, but Hall and Stein is for position, so this is for 13th and 14th as we're looking at it. As we watch them go under the underpass. Marcus looking to go up the inside into the hairpin, which he gets it right, and Hall follows suit. So through they go down towards Spoon Curve, and this is, as I say, for position. 13th position, in fact. And so as we're seeing, right down at the bottom of that timing screen, there is one green box, meaning that that team has in fact completed all 5 of their pit stops, but they won't be able to get to the end of the race from this distance without one more. So as these drivers that we see on the timing screen now, their next and for most of them their final pit stops occur, we will see the green box light up next to them, and that will be them done as far as required pit stops goes, and they should be able to run to the end. Given that we're at just on 1 hour 36 minutes left, I expect everything's going to happen here on the Besthuizen in the Lexus, running through the sand trap in between the 2 Degener curves, brings it back on safely and carries on his way.
I mean, it's all these woes of long driving stints and all these concentration levels starting to deplete over time. I mean, it's a long time to be in the car, and it's a lot of pressure, when you're sharing a car with somebody else, that you need to make sure that you get yourself to the line. You've got teammates that you're trying to impress, and it's a long race event. It's something that you get into, like, you've got the blinkers on, you start to think about other things while you're driving. What is this going to happen? What is the impact of this? And I mean, it starts to become very, very taxing indeed. But a nice little battle taking place towards the tail end of the grid, which we don't often get to come back and see. So it's always nice to highlight the fact that we've got some multiple levels of drivers, and not everybody gets featured all the time because they're not always in battles, and maybe they're towards the tail end. And this is a place where it's nice to visit every now and then.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a mental and physical fatigue that'll be setting in now. everyone's been going essentially 4.5 hours, give or take a couple of minutes. And irrespective whether you're a man alone, like Psycho Harry Spears doing the whole thing on his own, or talk about getting close under braking there for that Mercedes. That was very close. But back to the endurance part of it. 1, 2, 3 man. Either way, it's fatigue that'll set in. Mostly mental fatigue, depending on how comfortable your rig is. That could also be physical fatigue, and having to do what we normally do during a race. But yeah, George, that's fine. Got you. Endurances are what they are. It's an endurance, both of man and machine, and the whole point is to get the thing to the end in one piece and as high up the grid as possible. So that's the attraction of endurance races, and this doesn't appeal to everybody. Just talking out loud now and having had chats with various other teams and in various leagues. We'll put an event up for example, and you'll get a 50-50 hit rate on that event, because some people just don't like endurances, some teams don't enjoy them, or the guys they can't commit 6 hours in the rig, or whatever it may be. It's not for everyone. So but on the flip side of that coin, in all the sprint series championships we have, there's so frequently asked, what about a 2-hour this, or a 4-hour that, or even a 24-hour that? Now, those are huge and big and very difficult to prep for and set up and to organize and manage and admin and add. But this series, which we are watching, the Steady State and Raceface Endurance Championship, this has been cobbled together by a couple of people, Virtus, etc., and proof is in the pudding. We started with 50-something cars in the at the start of the race today, and we'll see this progress through the next 5 races. Hopefully we're going to get another replay coming up here of car number 44. Carry on here. Let's need the screen to get sorted out. We're watching the Mercedes-Benz, currently in 40th position. Mitteleni, very close proximity with the BMW. Only one BM that I saw on the grid today. Also Hawkins, our other fellow commentator, Gareth Hawkins, in a Lamborghini. So a handful of other arbitrary cars out there, no Nissans and very little Audis. I'm not going to say no Audis, because I can see Gibsons out there in an Audi, but the majority of the cars being the usual Mercedeses, McLarens, Porsches, Ferraris and Lexus. Right, looking back off the wing of Steyn at Dwayne Hall, who is seriously closing in on this car. This race 4 position. And ahead, Marcus Steyn's 30 seconds down the road from Deploy, who's in 12th place. But this seriously on between Steyn and Hall, Porsche versus Bentley. And we'll monitor this and see how they go. Timing wise, 1.5 hours left. I hope you've all been enjoying the coverage. We do have it's myself, Alan Patterson, who joined late with George G. Matt Smith for the Steady State Raceface 6 hours of Suzuka. And thanks to everybody who's come on board on the YouTube channel. Great to have you and joining and chatting with us. Aitozi, how's it? Haven't seen you there for a bit, but thanks for stepping in. Andre R. Memory is also saying on the YouTube, a person can actually see the mental strains and tiredness coming into play with all the small mistakes. Exactly. It's the mental fatigue. It takes it definitely takes it out of you. It's a certain breed of a person that can focus for 3 hours, 5, 6 hours, etc., etc. Stein goes into the pits for his pit stop. We're currently on board and watching Kiwit in 20th. 969. He's 1.5 seconds off the back of Janse van Rensburg's McLaren at the moment. This one 19th and 20th. You can see the McLaren just up the road there. So good to catch on to various races up and down the grid. You see also in 10th place Van Rensburg in the pits. So some pit stops happening now. Those drivers, Van Rensburg specifically and Marcus Stein, still having to do 2 stops, as is Jason Absma. So they're going to have to stop again between now and the end of the race. Pretty much, I'm sure a lot, 60 or 70% of the grid we will see happen in the next 30 minutes as it gets to the hour. And then it's going to be the last blast 60-minute sprint to the end of the race here at Suzuka. George, you back with me, sir?
Can you hear me loud and clear?
Got you. All clear. Good. Roger that.
Back up and running.
I'm going to just let you just talk on a little bit. I'm going to go and get a cold drink quickly.
Absolutely no problem at all. So I mean, this steady state endurance series has just been an absolute cracker to start things off with. We are, like Alan was just saying, preparing for this final push. I mean, lots of sprint series do sort of a 90-minute sprint, 60-minute sprint. That sort of window is all about just raw pace, and you don't have to really plan out too much around it. You do still want to just monitor those tires. So for our production team, we are going to just jump onto an immersion lap, just let them get themselves hydrated for the final push. Big shout out to the team behind the scenes, bring us all these replays, multiple camera angles, so much involved going on. It's just so nice to work with Steady State. They're doing a great job behind the scenes, but we do have to make sure that they keep themselves hydrated and on their toes. So we will be back with you guys in a couple of minutes. Crank up that audio. We'll go for an onboard lap once again with the STR Esports 969, and we're ready to see it to the very end. So mics will be muted for a bit, and we'll see you guys very shortly. rid of those gremlins now, and we ready to finish out this race. An hour and 15 minutes to go on the clock, and as we alluded to before that little break, we are pretty much setting ourselves up to see how things pan out. I mean, Spears has just been absolutely monstrous up at the front. Has not let anybody have a whiff of a chance of trying to get that P1 spot away, but we do have Jordan Sherritt back in the McLaren for the number 33 GTWR team. So it's right now it's like a bit of a battle for who's going to finish second, third for those prize paying positions, isn't it?
Agreed. I think it's going to boil down to your pit stop strategy that you chose at the beginning of the race, and that's definitely going to decide where these guys are going to finish as far as second, third, fourth, fifth goes. I do not see anybody catching Mr. Harry Spears unless he has to take a really, really long pit stop. Currently watching Mr. Jordan Sherritt in the McLaren, and he is in second place, but I think it's almost an entire lap back. That's not often seen unless Jordan's had a huge problem or a disconnect or whatnot. So it just goes to show the huge amount of pace in that older Mercedes. But Sherritt in the McLaren in second place. Junior McCall currently in the car for 80K Academy. They're in third place in the Mercedes, coming through sector 1 as we see here. So that gap is a good couple of seconds between Sherritt and McCall. But it's still all to be had. All of the people we see here, except for the Absmeyer car, is one pit stop away from finishing their compulsory 5 pit stops. Jason Absmeyer in 4th. That's going to be a problem for him, which tells me that Kieran Patterson and the PWSR car will move into a net 4th if Absmeyer has 2 pit stops still to do, which he does. McCall coming up to some traffic. It's something I've said on the other stream covering the sprint series. It is incredible to comprehend how stable and consistent this kid is, and I say kid with the most the best intentions and the most respect. We're talking a 12 or 13-year-old youngster who is in this car at the moment, and he is boxing so far above his belt, so to speak, and is so quick and so consistent, and has seriously come to the fore in the sim racing scene of late, and for 80K Academy. And let's not take credit away from how quick his elder brother is. Morgan is just as quick, but I've seen Junior give Morgan a couple of hidings of late. They make a great team together, and I can imagine the tension in the household when these two are driving together and they're racing for positions, with the old man in behind the scenes trying to keep control here. But awesome racing team, and do very well in any race and any series, and whether it's a sprint race or an endurance race. These guys are great. Good team. Jason Absmeyer. Yep, sorry.
Sorry, no, I was going to say the same thing, just sort of echoing on to just how talented they are. I mean, they got picked up by ATK very early on into their sort of sim racing careers. ATK kind of spotted that talent out, got both brothers signed up, and they've been nothing but an absolute incredible investment for them, getting ATK into that realm. You know, ATK has got plenty of other esports teams, very big sort of Counter-Strike division that's just gone overseas, and it's always been something that I think they kind of weren't really looking at for a long time. And with the growth in sim racing, they kind of got hot onto that and picked up 2 very talented drivers, and I think that they've really just done ATK proud in the way that they've driven.
Yeah.
Looking at the timing sheets at the moment, I don't disagree with you. Spies just honestly is disappearing into the distance and continuing to build that gap. He has a big disconnect issue. Could change up the way that this all pans out, but that's not something that as a commentator you ever want to see. If someone's had a murderous time outside and really deserves to have that win, it's something that you want to see them see all the way to the checkered flag. You don't want someone to win on default because someone else has had a technical issue. It's just not something you want to see. So at the moment, that 285 Mercedes just been so dominant. Jordan Sherritt and the rest of the GTWR team, nice and consistent, kept themselves in the mix and in the running, and have set themselves up for what should be a comfortable P2 if they see it out to the end. Like you mentioned, Patterson, I think from your team is certainly looking good to maybe round up with a P4, with Jason Absmeyer having to still serve 2 of those mandatory pit stops, going to put them down the order. But there's gaps between them, and we're going to have to just see how it all goes.
Indeed. Look, it's obviously my aim and my intention for the guys was aim for a top 5. There is going to be a driver change. Kieran's not going to end. It's going to go back to Byron, and Byron will drive the car to the finish, which is great as far as the driving balance goes and how long they've both driven. And it's good for our new signer Byron to actually bring the car to the end and do well for himself in the race. So happy for them, and hopefully touch wood and touch this table in my head. There are no problems between now and the end. After that, H. van Wyk in the Mercedes. Just try and get that image a little clearer again. We seem to be blurring out every now and then. And it's Daniel Rowe in the Ferrari in 7th. So Daniel Rowe and Bega, etc., they've been hovering around 7th, 6th, 5th all race as well. So it's all to race for in that race for 6th place, just behind the top 5 cars. But it's never over until it's over, as everybody knows, and it's always been spoken about. Any of these guys in the top run, they might have an issue. Maybe they get a drive through now. It's expected if they were suffering a bad handling car that they might pick up a drive through penalty. Too many off-track excursions. You never know what can happen, and that'll change around the whole look and feel of the final hour of this race. We're going to bring it to you right to the end, and hopefully we'll see some good clean racing. Oh, as I say that, we're just watching P. Maher in 25th in the Aston Martin, and the Bentley of Riddell. He got right up close and personal into the braking for the chicane, and they bomb onto the start-finish line and start another lap that was super close. And just behind them, I think the Lexus not for position.
No, just not taking the social distancing. Going to go side by side out through curve 2, but the Bentley there not going to quite be in a position to have a look coming into the S's. Going to have to just tuck back behind Mayer and just settle down, go through here, get some consistency, and try to put some pressure on after the second sector.
Yeah. I wonder if this is the Mr. Riddell from.
This is Clinton. It's actually his son.
Okay.
Yeah. Drives for my team, so bit of inside info there.
Thank you. Just wanted to get clarity on that. Good stuff. So as you can see on this screenshot, a couple of teams here already have reached their final pit stop, compulsory pit stop limits, and are done and dusted. Whether they can reach the end from here or not, who knows? We're going to have to wait and see. We know just about as much as you do from a commentary point of view. I can't see anything further on the back end systems here. I think Bertus is in the car and driving somewhere, so we're not getting any updates on penalties and so on. But we haven't seen any actually. To be fair, George, on the screen for are good sometimes. So I don't know if there are any being handed out.
No,
or else
it's-
nobody's doing anything naughty.
Yeah, I mean that's the other side, which we hope is more the case than there not being anything being monitored at the moment, which I'm sure they are. I mean, if we look down, I see the stewards' room still a little bit packed up there, so it's not like they've all decided to take tea now before the race. Maybe people just behaving themselves out there on the circuit, which is what we want.
George, you're so British. What are you talking about taking tea? I mean, what?
Take tea time. It's like tea time now. You know, take tea.
Right. I love it, buddy. I'm so glad that you're settling in and you've got roots down and it's starting to fall in place. As we see Riddell, oh dear, that didn't work out too well at all. Does catch it. He caught the front of that Aston Martin going through turn 2, back on the track, and has fallen a little bit back behind Maher. I'm sure we'll be able to see a replay of that shortly, but they were side by side, a little bit of drifting around on the track, and there was a bit of contact, and that put the big Bentley off on the outside of the corner.
Kirstein and Van der Westhuizen, the next two drivers out on the circuit, similar strategies to one another, who are fighting it out for position, less than half a second between them during certain corners and braking zones, and obviously extend itself out, but certainly within slipstream range. And the defense from Kirstein has to hold up here. I mean, got an hour left to go. You've got one more pit stop to serve out. Does Van der Westhuizen decide to go in for a little bit of an undercut attempt? You know, are they being held up here by Kirstein? It's all the decision making that you hopefully got your teammates in the back kind of looking at this, going, okay, our pace is this, their pace is this. We need to either get past or decide to go into the pits earlier and try and catch them after that, get some fresh air, don't get held up. All of those kind of things are what you're hoping is being relayed to you. Always harder if you're a solo driver to try and manage those kind of situations out there. It's why big teams have, you know, their race engineers and everyone behind the scenes, and the driver doesn't have to try and make too many decisions whilst they're out there. So that's always the important role of having people alongside you trying to assist you, is to try and relay as much helpful information that's out there and not put you under too much pressure yourself. You know, sometimes you need a bit of quietness, you need a bit of calm. You don't want to have someone nagging you in the back, letting you know what the previous driver said. Sometimes you just want to lash out and be like, no, leave me alone. But it's something that you know is part of managing that team dynamic, and it's all these little things that make sim racing what it is.
Definitely, and I think, you know, they talk about team managers and team captains and so on and so forth, but besides the guys driving, there's a lot of information happening behind the scenes that the driver would want to watch. I followed yesterday a sim racing masterclass with Zahir Essa and Bashir Jadwat, etc. And you know, there's not a lot of information going on, but when the driver asks for information, the guys need to have it for him. So, you know, what's the gap to this or what's the gap to that? You can only see so much, but when you're in that zone and so focused and against up against the competition that you're, George, as an example, 40, read my lips, 40 cars were separated by 1 second.
Oh,
that's how close that race was.
I mean, that's the stuff that dreams are made of, really.
That's hectic, man. So
no, that's incredible.
Yeah, we're not talking now 1 to 10. You know, when they showed the timing screen for the quali, and it was 40 cars 1 second apart. So, you know, that's what everyone aims for, and that's your drive to try and be and race in the World Cup Series, and that was an awesome race to watch. But Zahir Essa and the South African team won that race against the best in the world. But going back to the information within the team, whoever drove would ask for something or would supply the info. They didn't get bombarded with unnecessary information. And I've picked up on this. You know, Kieran often will tell me to keep quiet or I must stop talking when we're in a team race, because he just wants to get his focus on and just wants to do the job at hand. And you know, too much talking does distract the driver, because your point is your aim is to drive the car as quick as possible. You can see what you need to see in front of you and on your dash, and there we have another car on the inside of Spoon. it's another McLaren having a drama through Spoon as we watch Rob Blues just picked up a 10-second penalty or something from 7th place, in fact. So this is not going to help. In Oosthuizen, as I say, that gets a drive-through done in 21st. So,
well, our stewarding reports they've come back from T, and they can tell us that Krobler's incident, avoidable contact on lap 77, is the reason that they've got that 10-second time penalty against them, and the 545 also got allocated a 15-second penalty for the same thing, avoidable contact, but on lap 66.
Thanks to the back end people, needed that. Sas van der Westhuizen now on screen for NSRR Racing, not so independent racing. Healthy 23rd place. They still have their last pit stop to go, and they're looking at the back of Kirsten up ahead in the McLaren, and this gap under a second. So good to see continual racing happening. I know that kind of sounds a bit cliche, and I've repeated it, but it's always nice to find a nice dice and then watch it develop as the race goes on. And these guys
I also sometimes like to just pop into sort of the drivers' channels or the chats, where teammates are communicating with either the admins or the stewards.
Yes.
And an interesting one from Sas van der Westhuizen for NSIR. Yep. He's asked that car number 67 please stops flashing.
Okay. But how do you please tell that man to stop doing that?
How do you feel about flashing lights?
Me personally, George?
You don't care?
No.
Because I know where I literally don't care. If people flash their lights, they do whatever. I'm like, it's all part of the mind games.
It's part of the game. It is. They're side by side as they come into the chicane. Sas doing a huge lick and send there, but they did well not to turn around. And but yeah, look at if it was it's part of the strategy that the driver's going to employ. Where it does get to me is there are a couple of A grade drivers, I'm going to call them that. Did I see a car on the outside of T2 here? No, I didn't. But Sas is all over this McLaren, and you can't do anything now, Sas. You've got to just straight line here. Back to the lights, George. There's a couple of A grade or a couple of quick drivers who feel the unnecessary need to flash constantly. I mean, it's not like we don't know, and I talk we as in plurally, as in just slower drivers. That we can't see the blue flags, and we know that my timing screen says a Sherritt or a Kieran Patterson or the top 5, any one of them, Tariq Adam or whatnot's coming along. I will get out the way as soon as I can and move over, and you can go past, because that's what's happening. But for them to then consistently still add the flashing to it sometimes does get a little bit upsetting. I think people feeling differently. It is part of the mind games, though. It's built into the game. It's there for a reason. You can either indicate to somebody, maybe flash once, and when you do arrive on the back of the car will then move over. But to do it non-stop, for a lap or half a lap, then that's just not it.
I mean, I hear you, but I also feel that it's like that interpretation of them is almost like portrayed in a negative way of like, oh, these people they don't know that I'm doing my best to, like, I'll move out when I need to move out.
Yes.
But it's more of a, I am coming, I am here, I need to make this move past you. And it's almost like where you sit on understanding that side of things, where I kind of almost find it all like comical in my mindset. So I don't let that kind of thing get to me physically. I don't care. It's not in my control what someone else does in their car. Unless they're crashing into me, they can do whatever they want. They can flash, they can put hazards, they can do what they want. I'm not letting that get to me mentally. And I think it's almost like it's a complete mindset. And I understand where your perspective comes in from, because when I first started sim racing, that's how I kind of felt. I was like, oh, why are these people flashing me? I'm like trying my best out here. But then I just started taking it as, well, these people are letting me know they're coming, they want to make a move. Where I move over, I'll move over. And they can flash 100,000 times now. And for me, it's just a case of, I'll peel away where I need to. But it's something that does get to people. And I see a lot of people trying to say to leagues, please, we don't want excessive flashing. It needs to be banned. And I'm just like, oh, guys, that's something that we just cannot enforce. How do you get to that sort of level? Just got to put it into the backpack and say, well, that's something that I can or can't change. Is it going to affect my happiness? Yes or no? And move on with it.
Got you. Right. So racing, we're looking at Jaber here, who is 3/10 behind Kerber in the Lonesome BMW. So this position happening for 39th and 40th. What I can tell you is PWS are pitted and they've come back out of the pits. Driver change completed, and they are in 5th place. So they're the first of the leaders to complete and get their pit stops out of the way. I'm sure we'll jump up to the top. There we go. So we've got Harry Spearsville out in the lead. Jordan Sherrod, McCall and Kleb. The status quo is still the same there. And there, as I say, that Kleb comes into the pits. So here we go now with the position changes for the top 5. And this is now going to dictate how these guys run to the end. Kleb comes in. Byron Kutzer, there he is going through. So he goes into 4th place. And the gap between him and McCall, we're going to have to find out sooner or later. I'm just looking at the other system. I don't think they're close enough to fight for anything further up. But wow, there's a huge train of cars behind these guys. So
it's traffic on a Friday night.
It is,
really coming in through the S's. And you know what? It's at this point where once you've served up your pit stops, at least you don't have to worry too much about maybe picking up a stop go because you've sped in the pits. You've done that all. It's all done and dusted. Anyone else still has to go in. There is a potential that they don't put that limit on in time.
Exactly.
Maybe
anything can happen.
It really can, and it's like quite refreshing when you see that green box next to your numbers. You've done all the mandatories, and it's now just eyes down. That's where I'm going to
get it to the end. Yep. So we're going to wait and see what happens. Kleb in, he has come out, and he is in fact out behind PWSR and Kutzer, so they're net 5th. I am not too sure. Yeah, Rowe and them, okay, 32 seconds back in 6th. So that gap for 6th and 5th is 30-something seconds. And then we've got, as I say, McCall and Sherrod up ahead. They've all still got to do their bit. Kleb runs a little bit deep as he comes through Dagenham there. Car looks a bit unsettled, and he's got Fenter, who is just racing, but close up behind him. And we are now sub 60 minutes, 51 minutes left of this race. So we've had the best part of 5 hours and some minutes of racing. A lot of position changes happen, but all pretty much controlled by the pit stop strategies, and this is it. This is where we are at the moment.
I mean, it's been quite an incredible race so far. Just seeing how much time and effort these guys must have put into getting prepped for this, working on setups, etc. We talked a little bit about the fact that we might have some rain coming in here. We were told from the weatherman that there was a chance of rain coming down. Oh, Fenter in the background there, just sliding off through 130R. Another check against the box of murder victims coming out from 130R, and there have been quite a number of those today. It's a very difficult corner, and it's the fastest corner that you're going to take on the circuit, really.
It is definitely. It's 130R. It's if you made a trophy and you had to label a corner trophy, 130R would be the trophy, because it's such a corner. It's so difficult to nail, and you have to go through there at such a speed. So yeah, That's what it's. That's 130R for you. So Cleb coming through sector 1 again. It just it's all about timing through here. You have to nail your timing, and
it's not an easy circuit at all to actually go through. I mean, there's just so many places here where you can make big mistakes. This man up the front, Harry Spears, absolute monster. We've been told that Mercedes, the BOP coming through here, doesn't quite reflect how the car should be on the circuits, and Harry Spears using that knowledge to get a real advantage coming out here. Something for the admins to go back to after the drawing board and look at these kind of things, because you know, in the balance and equality side of sim racing, that's not something that should be able to slip through. You know, that should be something that we're a little bit tighter on from an admin point of view.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. You know, you must have been experimenting with something, or somebody was testing something, and they found this car just absolutely annihilates this track, and you know, he took a dip, a selection on it. And kudos to him if he did work that out. Nobody else kind of picked up on it, but you know, the default says Sass there in a Ferrari is driving a 458 Evo. That's got to be the newest version of the car, and it has to be, it has to be quicker than the previous version. Why would you doubt that or not think that, you know? And so I think that's what's caught us and a couple of other people out. So yeah, anyway, so looking at Mr. Budnick, he has got into the Lamborghini Huracan. They are down in 37th. Mr. Jabir gets a drive through in 40th place. So those penalties are still hovering above a couple of people's heads. As Mr. Fenter goes very strong-armed past Mr. Budnick, but there was no contact. But wow, through sector 1, there was a huge pass actually.
Absolutely massive, and in the background that's Spears that Budnick needs to just give some space to as well. He's going to just keep well to the right end out of Dunlop, and let that rather happen around Dunlop than trying to make that happen through the likes of Degner. It's a terrifying corner as it is, and you'd hate to kind of impact someone that's in that champion spot at this point in the race. So everyone is doing a good job moving away for Harry Spears, but like you said, with this Team Good Smile livery, he's certainly underneath that visor going to be looking at this race and thinking there was absolutely no competition for me here.
None. Right, does it get a drive through for that? Okay, ran a little bit wide there. Nudge, wink, wink. So he essentially is, he has lapped the entire field, including Jordan Sherritt. So all the way up to second place. He's a lap and 4.8 seconds ahead of the entire field. I'm just looking at more accurate times coming off the Pitbull live timing. Jordan in second place. He is 46.5 seconds up the road from Junior McCall. In third place, who in turn is 60 seconds up the road from Jason Abbs. Who in turn is 20 seconds, so the gaps are from the leader, and then 20 seconds apart there. As we see Spears come into the pits, so this is going to be his final pit stop to be done, and Sherritt essentially unlaps himself, goes back past him, and starts his next lap. They are on 136 laps, so 136 laps around Suzuka. It's been a long day.
Aren't they on 153 laps?
Okay, well then the pitbull system is broken. Okay, so let me close that.
It's just we don't use pitbull when anything crashes. It's just like let's not
Good.
There.
Okay, right. So let's just maintain here. 45 minutes left, and. Harry Spears getting his last final pit stop out the way. Sherritt on his way round into the middle sector. He's still going to come out a ways behind Harry Spears, and then McCall in third place, Junior in the car, so to speak. he goes over the line now. So he's also the best part of a number of seconds back.
It's definitely not as close up towards the top three as you would have expected coming down here,
yes.
But big gaps coming through. It's certainly been an interesting race. The fact we're going to get potentially two Mercs on the podium today, one old version and the new version as well, and the old one being the Trump in the back pocket. Jordan, I mean, he basically told us in the chat that obviously the BOP side doesn't really work out here, which is something for us to consider and look into. I mean, we can't discard that as maybe a bit of a short-sightedness, but I mean, this is where it comes down to. Sim racing is still for gamers by gamers, and gamers by definition will look at every single avenue of how to get advantage in the most legal way possible.
On the benefit. Yep.
You know, for people that spend hours and hours and hours a day practicing, getting involved with the culture, following forums, following international race events, kind of really getting as much out of the sim as possible. Those are the type of people that know the nuances that are involved with it. And I think sometimes as a commentator, that's where I feel a little bit out of the loop of things. If you don't have the ability to put in all that time all the time and really have that mindset towards it, you kind of feel a little bit outside of the loop of all of those things, which is a bit of a sad feeling, being like on the outside of the fence and watching everybody else have fun on the inside. But sometimes in the real life, right, we got to prioritize certain things, and we don't all have the time to really dive into all of that.
Yeah, exactly. It's not always soft and comfy. There's hard times as well that you've got to deal with. Just watching Radloff in his Lexus, Atlanta Radloff 26th, and pretty much middle of the grid. I think there's 37 drivers left. How many started this race? Can you remember?
There was about 54 on the original split
54,
listing.
55, yeah. So I had a couple.
Is that 37th place the last in the grid, Mr. Producer, or do we have more behind that? Okay, down to 43rd. So we have had a couple of dropouts.
Yeah, at least 10 or so have gone missing. Mr. Budnick here in the Wailing Lambo coming around final chicane. About to get going on his lap. Makes an awesome sound. This car and the Audis, they make tremendous sound. And as you can see on this screen, it's just green boxes everywhere. Everyone's done their pit stops finished now, so it's down to the leaders up at the top when they're going to come in and pit, and everyone's going to then see what happens there. Still Sherrod's in the pits, by the way, as I say that. So second place in the pits now. Junior McCall still to pit, and so first place, fourth and fifth have all pitted, but we're just going to wait and see now where Sherrod comes out, and what the gap will be between him. Here comes Junior McCall, so this is closing in now. This is position.
But I mean, Junior is still going to have to go into the pit stop, so even if he does make it here, I think it's still very comfortable for Sherrod to come out in P2.
Second, that's true. It's just when is Junior going to do it? Is he coming in now? Is he going to leave it right until the final 10 minutes? Clearly he's not coming in now, but yeah, interesting. 50-second gap with Shane McCall behind Sherrod. I don't think it's that big now after he's just come out the pits, but we'll wait and see. But as you say, with them still having to pit, it'll be interesting then, saying Kutzer, PWSR Byron Kutzer's an entire lap back, so we'll see if they can maybe jump from fourth place into third. Who knows?
I mean, so far we haven't seen too many mistakes coming out from the pit stops, specifically in the top 10. No additional stop goes being issued out, so everybody just making sure that they do the very minimum to make sure that they do everything correctly, because that is like one of those mistakes where you want to kick yourself when you do it, because everything that you've worked up to this point can get chucked away just by taking that limiter off too early, or mistakenly just grabbing onto, shifting the car out of gear and suddenly cancelling your pit limiter. And just you've been concentrating for so long. By the time you realize what you've done, you've got that penalty already. It doesn't always click in straight away.
Definitely. I'm just doing a little checkup here. So in our YouTube chat, we've got JC Krobler. He's done with these stints. It's Mr. Lewis in the car now, Brian Lewis, who's got to bring it to the end, saying it was fun fighting back from dead last. So they started back of the grid. Brian Lewis currently in 8th place in the Porsche. So that's like 42 positions that they took today. If you were going to put your driver of the day on somebody, and here comes McCall into the pits. Line, there it is. It looks like he stopped in time. So huge drive back there for Mr. JC Krobler and Brian Lewis. Can't argue with that.
No, that's 0 to hero sort of levels.
Right, puts a hammering round through the mid sectors. Gap. I'm not sure if it's 1 or 2 laps, but let's just wait and see, if you don't mind, Mr. Producer. This will be the final position then for the podium for 3rd place. Replay. Let's see what we've got.
Looks like maybe that replay is still being lined up.
Looks like it.
It's not quite in the barrel and ready to get fired away. It looks like McCall finishes off that pit stop. Looks like they've exited the pit box now, so not too far behind then is Byron Kutzer as they come round 130 yards, so just shy of a quarter of that lap to complete, and 37 minutes to go now. Everything must be cranked up. You need to be making no mistakes, and you need to round out where you want to finish.
.76, so he's a good minute and some change behind. Still long distance, so it's going to come down to possibly anybody maybe getting a drive-through in the last 30 minutes, or who knows. But this a great result for Spears, Sherrod, McCall. Again, we mentioned it a few times. It's a very talented field with powerhouse teams here. So to finish 6 hours at the sharp end of the stick, it's no mean feat. You guys have done well everybody has done well to get where they are and where they finished, and the results that speak for themselves. But good racing's happened all round. Rose still to do their pit stop, and they're in 6th, so they might possibly drop down a position or 2. Right here we have Mr. Walker, Lee Walker in his Bentley, and I think looking at a position here, it's Van Rooyen up ahead, Brits, his Bentley.
Just trying to have a look at a couple of the gaps, I suppose. There's nothing that's too close at this point, which you would have hoped to happen in the last 30 or so minutes. You'd have hoped all those pit stop strategies get sort of banked in.
Yes.
It looks like Densham in that Bentley must have had a disconnect at some point. The car sitting in 43rd at the moment, showing that they still have five mandatory stops to serve out here. Jean van Rensburg, actually, the car or the driver sitting in that car. So something has gone disconnect, and sometimes it does that, right? It completely desyncs, and everything that you've done up until this point just
resets.
Doesn't exist anymore. I see the car number 526 got a 10-second penalty for moving under braking on lap 141.
Interesting. That's good. That'll have been a fair incident to lodge if that was in fact happening, and if the stewards obviously felt it was a correct lodge because they've handed out a penalty to Mr. Kirsten. So, right, with 34 minutes, just under 35 minutes, Harry Spears hammers through Sector 1 into Sector 2 through the Degener curbs, and I mean, I wonder, how is he actually feeling? I wonder what the longest stint he's done on his own, because this is 5.5 hours already. He's obviously very comfortable in his rig and capable mentally to deal with the fatigue, and he hasn't put a foot wrong the entire race. And with the super lap times that he's been able to put in, he's literally lapped the entire field. So I suppose, George, what could be done from an organizational point of view is the car can simply just be banned for the next couple of rounds if they want to manage this better.
I think, it's a complete oversight from a planning point of view, something I don't think they really thought about in terms of people using it. I think Jordan kind of alluded to it's this Bathurst, or Suzuka, Bathurst, Kyalami, where a lot of the advantage comes out for it. And I think with just Bathurst being next, definitely something to just consider. I mean, as far as I understand, cars are locked in for this entire series, right? You can't make car swaps per race. You lock it in for the entire series.
Okay.
I think. I mean, that's how I would assume.
Okay.
Producer in our ears, just letting us know that's the way it runs. Single car picked up. So it'll be something that the good old drawing board needs to get out, pick up some felt tip pens and redesign the way that we handle these kind of situations. And it's all you can do at this stage, right? Can't really
100%.
You can't take away a win from someone who gained an advantage by doing something that completely wasn't disallowed.
So just catching up on YouTube channel chat, JC Krobler saying they started third, but they got hammered with 2 minutes worth of damage, which then obviously put them to the back end of the grid, and they drove back from there. Jason Absma on the YouTube saying they started fifth and they're finishing fifth by the looks of things, so happy with that result. So interesting there's some more penalties being handed out. Mr. Fenter getting a 5-second there for something. That's avoidable contact on lap 137 for C. Fenter in car 316.
There's no calm in the stewards room. You've got, as you can see, we're on lap 160, and they're still going back and looking at incidents and things that have been reported back 30 or so laps ago. So very busy room to be in, and I'm glad that we don't have to be in there. So I wonder when Rowe's going to come in and serve that final mandatory stop. I think they've got time to go in and come back out. But
George, was it that team that we were talking about that still had 2 pit stops to go?
No, it wasn't.
Who was that, and how's
that
it
was
just vanished?
That was Kleben Absmeyer.
Oh, okay.
It hasn't just vanished though. I mean, they were quite a way up the field. Remember, like second, third.
Yeah.
And then those are kind of like reflected out now after serving the final ones.
Good stuff. So, right, Daniel Rowe for Hybrid Academy. As you say, in the Ferrari, we're on board with them. They still need to now come in for their final pit stop, which should happen any time, I guess. it's not going to change as far as how the car weight is going, or whether it's going to be any quicker to do it now versus 5 minutes from the end or anything like that. They've just got to get it out of the way and then it's done. As has Sus van der Besthuizen done in 20th, also in a Ferrari. So both of them having to still complete their last stops.
That's quite funny that the two Ferraris on the grid
Exactly.
needing to do their final stops, running a similar strategy to each other. I suppose, because you've got that mandatory tire change, the longer you leave it now, the less use you're going to get out of that last set of tires. So you may have, extending those stints beyond what you need to, knowing that you're changing tire sets means that you're going to be racing certain times without having the optimum grip that you probably could get out of a tire set.
Yeah, with the strat as it was planned for this race, it essentially just boils down to a pit stop each hour on the hour, and 60 minutes per tire set. So,
but remember, if it was to rain, we would have had a different situation.
100%. That was the curveball that was always going to be hovering over everyone's heads, and was promised by our master Bertus, but it just hasn't.
Listen, weather prediction is the most chillest job in the world. If you want to get away with anything, get into weather, because even if you make a monumental bad prediction, nothing actually. Your job is still secure because everyone just understands that it doesn't really matter. Like, oh no, you got it wrong today. Cool. Yeah. It's raining today. It's not raining tomorrow. Cool. Cool.
I like it.
So I wonder if we are going to see any more penalties getting handed out that might be sort of in the mix of the review process at the moment. Maybe that changes some stuff up towards the end. But as it stands, Alan, that drive from out at the front from Spears, pure dominance really, and to be honest, we haven't really had the battle in the top three that we would have wanted to see. That's the reality of it. We've seen battles in the field further down. If you're looking at the timing sheet at the moment, Kirstein and Fulschenk in 22nd and 23rd, they might get into a little scrap before the end. Less than half a second between them. But everywhere else, it's, Fulschenk has already gone past Kirstein at this point. So maybe Kirstein knowing that with that time penalty, no real point in being too aggressive.
I think it's
See, Batters is trying to secure his job as weatherman, saying he never promised anything, but rain was definitely on the cards. I don't know what that sentence actually means at this point. I never promised anything, but it's on the cards.
Nice one, Burgess. Cover all your bases there, buddy. Well, side by side at the back there. Let's use that picture. This is me.
I also saw them peeling off a little bit in the background there. Couldn't quite see who it was. Was not our race leader. That's the most important thing, right?
100%. I just had a complete blackout here, so I am back with you. I wasn't sure if you could hear me or not, so I just kept quiet. But there was a huge lag somewhere. Is it okay for you, George?
I've still got everything's still fine. I've still got everything. I saw a car disappear on the stream. Someone who was driving close to Spears. I think it was black Mercedes. Just disappeared coming out of the hairpin, so that was a bit strange.
Seen it on the live feed. So through the hairpin, it was on the outside of him and just vanished. Right, so 25 minutes left. It is closing in on the dying moments of this race, and I'll tell you what, George. Anybody now in the top 5 getting an accidental drive-through penalty? that's gonna swing and chop and change some things up here.
You're not wrong. You got to keep your toes within the line now. Make sure you're not doing anything naughty out on the circuits, and certainly, I mean, you've done everything you need to do. In the background is that the TGN Mercedes doing a little bit of trimming on the approach to the S's. But you're right. I mean, you're now in that top 5. You don't want to mess this up. You don't want to be the problem. Your own problem, should I say. If it's someone else that you can blame, it's always nice, but if you do it yourself, it's a hard thing to sleep on.
There's a lot of Oscar getting out the way in his Porsche as Harry comes through. Oh, and the Porsche hammers the back of the Bentley. Doesn't turn it around, but definitely a little bit of contact there.
Coming up to lap that pink Bentley there was full shank, and kind of gives a bit of a love tap out of their hairpin. Lucky, like you said, not to cause any sort of turnarounds, but I don't know, man. The damage model in ACC can be so weird. A tap like that, and suddenly you have some upset rear aero damage, and your car just feels like it's a completely different animal.
Crashed, yeah. Gotcha. Well,
So
besides
just
Le Mans
reading,
winning,
I was just reading in the YouTube chats.
Yes.
This Camo was talking about Jason and Etienne's pit strategy. Jason saying that he wasn't aware that they actually needed to be. They didn't know that they needed to change tires with each of the pit stops. So perhaps that's what put them onto that odd strategy that we saw, right, where they were pit stop behind everybody else. So maybe one unnecessary stop had come in.
Possibly, yeah. 22 minutes to go, and we pick up focus on Daniel Rowe for Hybrid Academy. Yet to pit, as is the other Ferrari of SAS. So they're going to literally do it on the last lap.
Leave it down to the wire. No pressure to not make a mistake in the pits in the pit strategy. But,
I mean, they're aware they have to still pit, aren't they? They're going to be. It's the message is on their screen that they haven't finished their compulsory pits.
Yeah. No, they'll be aware of where they sit here, I'm sure.
Okay.
And I'm sure we're also not just getting a visual bug, as everybody else seems to be completely okay. But so I think if you don't complete your mandatory stops, I mean, you get disqualified when you cross
Exactly.
the line.
I've just seen a differential gap while we're watching Daniel Rowe. It was on the timing screen shortly, and I think it'll come back up again between 3rd and 4th place. Morgan McCall and Byron Kutzer for PWSR at 34 seconds. There's 21 minutes left in this race.
That was 70 odd seconds after McCall made their stop when we were tracking that. So I mean, they've made up a lot of time. PWSR.
Yeah. So I'm just waiting for this now. It's now showing again at 2 laps. Let's just wait for that to clear and see what that true time is there. Because I think it's a lot closer than what the tower said. It's actually growing. That says 3 laps. Not too sure what happened there. There we go. 35.6 seconds.
Certainly making up some pace there. Your PWSR team. Maybe a little bit of a mistake coming out from Morgan.
Maybe.
Something like that can cost you a lot of time. But really, really good race coming out for a lot of the drivers here and their teams. For a lot of people, just completing a race like this is a notch that they want to put into the belt, and I think that's something that people can be proud of. Getting to the end, not having any technical difficulties, because we know how frustrating those can be. And for the people that did have technical difficulties, coming back in to finish it out, that's also a feather in the cap. And I think not enough praise is often given to people who do undergo those difficulties and still stick it out to the end.
No, I mean if that is in fact the Porsche of Heineke and Marcus Stein, who had the disconnect, they back in and they've driven themselves as best as possible because they enjoy the sport in this game and you know what it's all about. You've committed to this 5-race series, and you know you need to get the best result you can, and they've got a good result considering what happened. So I take my hat off to the guys. It's all about finishing these things. These early cancellations or where disconnects happen and the guys don't come back in to finish them, etc. I don't think it's on. It's you've got to bring the car to the end. You know, it's just something.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you're going to finish. There's no point just throwing in the towel and being upsetty spaghetti row, looking like maybe he's going to start. Nope, he's not going into the pits just yet, is he? He's going to stay out again. Yeah. And I mean, at this stage, if he does still go into the pits to make that stop, Van Lachrenberg in 7th place, they are, I think it was like 30 seconds down the road when I saw that update flash up on the screen. So they could potentially just jump them up one position, change up the top 10.
Definitely can. There's nothing, this is not over in no uncertain terms. There's a lot of things that are just kind of falling into place. It's like a Rubik's Cube finally getting, you know, solved at the end of the puzzle. There's various positions here that can still come into play. That pit stop of Rowe is still going to affect that position change between 6th, 7th, etc. I just saw while we were talking Lewis in the pits, and now he's out the pits, and yet he was on green. So I don't know if that was, maybe they had run a car too light or they didn't have enough fuel in the car, but that was a very quick short pit stop now about 2 minutes ago from 8th place. So
look at Radloff down in 25th, the number 108 Lexus.
there we go.
Drive-through penalty coming through there. We said that this can be the plague towards the end of the series, or the end of the race, should I say? And you know, having to serve that in, you need to now look back and see, you know, does Serfontaine have the option to leapfrog them when they have to serve this out? It's that's for track limits, which I think it is in terms of looking at the timing and what the stewards have posted to us.
Yeah.
You now need to be very careful for how you finish out the race. You don't want to get another one of those stacked up onto it.
So doing a driver change, putting another driver in their car, and that's them done now with 17 minutes left. They have completed their 5 compulsory stops. So only car left, as far as I make it out to be, is going to be, oh my word, and Kirsten just hammers that poor Ferrari.
No, I mean, I want to see a replay of that. I mean,
Yeah.
Kirstein's already had a penalty for something in this race. I don't know if you remember it, but I'm pretty sure it was also for a bit of a warning from the stewards. So if the stewards
was
are going to
moving under braking.
Moving under braking was the warning, and that looked like a bit of a nasty little shunt there coming in to the side.
Maybe we can get that replay back.
That would be good to just see that.
And Rose in the pits now, as we saw. So as this accident happened.
But let's just quickly see where Rowe comes out then, because it's going to be important for us to just see if they do get jumped out there. They're a 30-second gap or so according to the timing split. And
so Van Lachrenberg up into 6th, and how far back is Lewis then? Yeah, so it's 26 seconds up ahead. Lachrenberg's gone. But there's a position change, as we said. So Kleb into 5th, Van Lachrenberg 6th, and Rowe comes out in 7th overall. And I don't know what the gap back is to Brian Lewis. Right, so all pit stops done, accounted for, and see that replay now of the contact with not Van der Westhuizen, but the NSRR car. So we still watch Rowe coming through the hairpin. He's heading now down towards Spoon. He's got the Minerva behind him, but that's not for position. Minerva's a ways back.
Oh, I see, Alan. We aren't in our casting view. We aren't actually seeing those replays that come through. So it did go through onto the live stream for YouTube. So if everyone thought like, what are these guys doing? We weren't actually seeing the visuals there.
You're watching the wrong one. Sorry, man.
Yeah.
All good. All good. All right. Well, there we go. At least good catch there, George.
No, I thought we were losing our minds. You know, it's 6 hours in. I'm going.
Where is it?
Is this here? There was probably another one earlier. Apparently, there's some good drifting. We didn't see that one either.
Yeah.
But hopefully the live stream will sort. So, I mean, that was a little bit of an argy-bargy between Kirstein and the likes of Johan. I wonder if the stewards are going to have a little look into that, because that sent that Ferrari quite hard into the wall just before the S's.
Yeah. Right. I'm back live, and Daniel Rowe comes into first sector again, and on he goes. So they're in 7th. I'm interested to see possibly what that gap is further up with the leaders again. Harry Spears, 169 laps up the road, 170 laps now. Sherritt, Nicole, Kutzer, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So I just want to hang around and see if we can see the delta there, and if it's closing or not between Byron Kutzer and Morgan Nicole. And Lockenberg, though, however, they do move up into 6th place, so they'll be very pleased with that result, considering. Hybrid Academy in 7th, Brian Lewis in 8th, considering what JC Krobler was saying on the YouTube. They got absolutely hammered in the beginning of the race, and they managed to drive right back up from the 40s, wherever they were, up to 8th. So it's what you make out of the race. You know, you're either gonna make the best you can out of it and get the best result you can, or you're gonna disconnect and say, "Oh, I got hammered and there was no point. We were 2 minutes down the road, whatever." Yeah, this is the ideal kind of scenario, but they've done well to get where they've got to. You know, George.
I mean, that's it. It's picking yourself up, knowing that it hasn't all gone to plan. But some of the best situations in life are not to plan, and you can't foresee the future. And if you don't at least attempt it, you're never going to understand what could potentially happen. So I think if that hadn't been what had happened to them, these guys would have been obviously further up the order, but maybe even fighting out for those battles that we wanted to see in the top 3.
So I've just managed to see that delta gap's extended out to 40 seconds. So Morgan actually driving away now from Byron Kutzer. So that looks like it's going to be your top 3, unless they pick up a drive-through in the dying 10 minutes of this race. And 1st, 2nd, and 3rd for Spears, Sherritt, and Nicole.
I mean, it's a nice little cheeky take home for a Sunday. $2,500 for 1st place, 1,500 rand for 2nd, and 1,000 rand for 3rd. So I mean, $5,000 split amongst the top 3 to do a cheeky little afternoon of sim racing. Not bad, really.
Not bad.
Walk away with that.
And very thankful to the sponsor Steady State for putting this together, and Burtis from Raceface as well. So I'm sure the drivers have enjoyed it. Yes, it's a Sunday, but you know what? It's a sport, and you enjoy your sport, your motorsport. So
you know what rhymes with Sunday, Alan? Fun day.
Very clever. Good one.
and that is legitimately what it's been. So really enjoyed the racing. I'm glad that big shout out to you as well, Alan. I mean, it would have been a very, very long day for me here by myself. So it's really nice to have you jump
Awesome.
in and join. And it's always a pleasure to share the box with you. It's fun to run ideas past each other, have a bit of banter between us, and of course enjoy the glory that is South African sim racing.
Ditto, young man. Thank you for the time and allowing me to come and join you. It wasn't a planned thing. It was briefly hinted by Bertus, and I did suggest I would chat to you this morning before the event just to clear it with you, and if you're okay with that. But life and family got in the way of that, and so I thought, I'll stick my head in and say hello, and if you are keen, I'll join. So there we go. I need to just make sure first. That's all.
No, perfectly okay with me. It's been an absolutely blast of a morning and afternoon. And I know that in South Africa the sun goes down quite early on the weekday now. For me, it only sets much later. So whilst the British summer is here, and I would like to say it's just sunny all the time. It's not. It rains a lot. It's Sunday afternoon is done. Then I've got a good couple of hours until the sun sets here. So it feels like I get a good full day in. It's been a really, really nice way to spend the afternoon.
Yeah, listen, we're solidly into our spring already. So down here in Cape Town, the sun is it's only starting to go dark closer to 7 o'clock. We kind of watch it happen as it happens. So it's not a 9 or a 10 like you, but we heading towards our late 9 o'clock sundowners in October, November, December, which is sitting on Cape Town, the Blue Peter on the grass bank, having a sip, watching the sunset at 9:30 at night. It's you're going to struggle to beat that, except if you fly to a little island called Ibiza or something like that.
What I might do is I might just do summer in a new country all around the world, rather.
That sounds solid, George.
There we go.
There you go. That's the plan.
Keep escaping the cold. Just do summer everywhere else.
Yep.
Okay, it's time to move again. But 8 minutes to go. Sherritt's not looking like he's going to be able to catch Spears. We hinted at that at the very start of this. When Spears just started to build those gaps up, you could see there was a differential between them, and he's just had the pedal down, focused entirely. And Sherritt having not a difficult time. The GTWR team, of course, Tariq Adams and Luke Addison assisting out here, and Sherritt going to pilot it to the line. But it's all to play for in these races. And when we go out to our second race of the season, we head up the mountain. Mount Panorama, and out to Oz, and that is going to be. I mean, that's going to be a spectacle. I feel like because the weatherman got it wrong here, we might hopefully get a bit of rain on the world's most dangerous narrow track. Maybe that's what's been planned out there. Really, have some mad rain on that track.
On that
crazy.
Mountain. Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Everybody's gonna hate me if it happens now.
You'd rather you say it than me, but yeah. Oh, we got Junior flashing here. He really wants to get by because he is trying to maintain that gap back to Byron behind him. So guys are just separating and going left and right, and Junior piles on through. 6.5 minutes to go, and the ATK Academy car running very well, very strong, and in third place. But back to the decisions, we'll have to see what does transpire. Bathurst on the best of days isn't the easiest track to accomplish. Adding rain and possibly a time change between day and night, that just double complicates affairs, and should make for an epic race to watch and stream. And yeah, I can't wait. I mean, this is we're not playing games now. This is a steady state Raceface. It's a sponsored event. It's a mini championship of 5 races, and there's money to be won here. So the guys who finish at the sharp end of the stick, or at the top of the results pile, it's like cream rises to the top. So will the best drivers and the best teams, and we are going to be we're going to bring that to you live on YouTube, and we'll be able to see who is the best in out of all of these teams after the 5 races.
It's a real shootout, and obviously it's got some benefits with the money added in as well. I mean,
Yes.
you could race here for fun and people would still do it, but the fact that you can walk away, with $5,000 every race weekend that they have, obviously split between the top 5, like you said, 5 rounds, 25k, just up for grabs, to be distributed out for competing and doing well, placing within the top 3. And I like that there's that cap limit on it, where it's the podium positions that get rewarded for it. It's not that $5,000 split all the way down to like 10th place, where everyone walks away with a small little portion of it. It pays off to be in the top positions.
Yes.
It's rewarding to get there.
4 minutes to go. Byron Kutzer, here we are on board with him in the big Aston, and he's hammering away at this. He's literally going under the overpass now, and Morgan McCall will be coming up that back straight towards 130R, and that is the closest gap as far as these guys go. It's 43 or 44 seconds. Give or take a few. Both teams have done very well. Junior McCall and his big brother Morgan, as well as all the other drivers in the various teams. I did see somewhere on the YouTube somebody saying, and I can't find it now, but there was another youngster in the race for somebody's younger brother, and he's 14.
I think it's Victor the Cox brother.
Okay, there you go. So great stuff to see some new young blood coming into the sport, and at that age you get going in it and enjoy it. You can imagine when they turn 18 or 20 or 21, how good they're going to be. Getting through traffic in the final chicane, down onto the start-finish line to start another lap with just under 3 minutes to go. It's going to probably be 2 more laps in the race left now.
Not too much separating a few drivers. I mean, P17 and 18, it's a 1.3 second gap between them. It's for some people that's what they're measuring out here. For a lot of drivers, trying to finish up right at the top is where you want to be, but it's not always going to be that way, is it? It's sometimes you just pick your battles, and that's who you're fighting against for the series now. Trying to pick up points. We know that we're going to split things out, into having a pro and an AM, sort of an AM split in this series. They joined everyone together for this one, but they are going to earn points individually as well as like a total point setting as well, as far as I understood in the driver's briefing from Battis. So all to play for, and one day you get more sponsors on board, there can be more prizes and things through there. So if you guys are interested in getting involved, and you've got a corporate sponsor that you want to come in with, just approach us. Discord's the place to be. Hit up Battis and get that sort of set up, because plenty of places are looking for new ways to spend their advertising money now.
Yes.
During the pandemic times and the changes, and everything's moving towards digital. You can get so much more from digital advertising than you can do from printed media, things like that. People aren't reading newspapers as much as they would before, and it's not a bad way to have a little bit of a sponsorship coming out. So if you are interested in that, hit us up. But big shout out to Steady State, of course, behind the scenes, not just providing prize. Bit of a rejoin coming on there as we go on board for Harry Spears. This will be the final lap that we see from the race leader. This will take him to the checkered flag. I mean, he's just what a monster. I mean, I use the term disgusting, but like good disgusting. This is a disgusting drive. 6 hours on your own, lapped the entire field. Just had a little bit of extra octane in the cornflakes this morning, really. And Harry Spears, just incredible mentality, being able to get to this sort of level. to lead the race out here. I mean, we know how talented our drivers are in South Africa.
Yeah.
So we know how talented Harry is. We know that he's driving a car that's certainly got a little bit more bang for buck than others, as well as it's been pointed out. But you can't discard the fact that there's been an absolute talent behind the wheel today.
You have to give credit where it's due. It's been an exceptional showing, and well done to this young man for sure.
Down the back stretch for the final time then. Alan approaching that checkered flag to be waved and raised out. He's got enough fuel, and if he didn't from here, you could probably coast it and probably push it by the time that second catches up to him, and going to come up to the back of Kleb as right now round the final corner, get ready to take home the victory here in the first race of the Steady State Endurance Series out here at Suzuka along the pit wall. And the checkered flag is out, and he takes that victory. Harry Spears absolutely elated with that victory. Look at that. That's the excited little bum wiggle that you do. And Harry Spears taking home P1. Jordan Sherritt going to take home P2 for GTWR. Of course, the teammates for Sherritt being Tariq Adams and, of course, Luke Addison. Here is our race winner, Sherritt, actually tucked in behind there, so crosses the line to get that checkered flag as well. A little bit of a drift being attempted out by Spears in celebration as Sherritt comes past.
Sherritt also finished, or is he still got a lap that he's got to go around though? Hey?
No, he's done. They're both done. Both absolutely done. Tinko van der Velde in the chat saying congrats to Harry. Massive drive, massive win. And if we could just get the timing sheet back up here, Mr. Producer Man. I don't know if I've lost Alan on my side.
I'm here.
Oh, there we go. I got you there.
Cool.
Everything dead quiet. So, I mean, do you wanna round out our top 10 there for us?
Can do. And so starting from the top. All right. I think we're going to take a fast ad break now, but pretty much all done and dusted. Spears in first, Jordan Sherritt and his team in second, and Morgan McCall, Junior McCall for ATK Academy in third. That's your top three. We're going to go for a fast ad break before we come back to get some interviews done.
So my name is Carl van Us. I'm a very professional amateur racing driver. The racing journey has taken me kind of many places, seen many people, experienced very many things. From a career perspective, started off in very amateur gymkhana driving, track driving, just as a track day hobby. That's subsequent to the bit of track day driving that I did as a kid. This is a 2005 Subaru STI. It is version 2 of the Subaru STI that I have been driving for quite a while. So first iteration was my second car. It's gone through the motions over the last 9 or so years. This is a new replacement of the previous car. So I've had this for about a year or so now. Modifications wise, this was an ex Silver Cup race car. So most of the suspension and a lot of the weight has been removed off the car. It's been widened quite significantly, so you'll see a bit of the wide body kit that's on the car, and quite a lot of carbon fiber and the like doing its job there. Motor wise, it's a fully built 2.5 STI motor. It did originally have a 2.7 Cosworth motor in it, but we've replaced that for a bit of reliability now. We have changed a lot of the cooling, so we've gone a V-mount intercooler and radiator setup, big turbo Garrett GTX 3076. We have gone down in turbo size just to get a little bit more spool in the car and a little bit less lag. Engine management wise, ECU Masters ECU, and most of the wiring has been redone and been made by hand. So racing is a way of life for me. It's a passion. It's getting out of the real world. So what it really does for me is it takes you out of normal day-to-day life. It puts you into a particular zone where absolutely nothing else matters in the world. You are so focused on getting a particular job done that your adrenaline is heightened, and that level of focus you just cannot get in any other form or mode that I've at least experienced.
We are back, Alan, and
We are back.
Time to do some driver interviews. Got Harry Spears and Jordan Sherritt above us. I'm gonna drag them into the box with us.
Yep.
So there we go, joined by Harry Spears and Jordan Sherritt, our top 2 finishing teams and drivers. Well, representatives of those teams. Harry, of course, doing that whole race solo, so he just represents that team on his lonesome. Jordan coming through as the spokesman for GTWR, and then of course ATK not quite here to have those interviews. So we'll have a little chat to Harry first, and then we'll move over to Jordan. Harry, firstly, just a massive congratulations. I mean, that was a monster drive coming out there. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, really good. Yeah, to win this race, especially solo, is a really nice feeling.
Oh, I mean, you must be smiling as well as probably feeling a little bit stiff in the rig. How do you keep so comfortable for so long?
To be honest, it's less trying to keep comfortable, more just accepting that I'm going to hurt for the second half of the race, because I'm dying right about now. But a couple of the pit stops I got up on a bit of a stretch. So just to make sure I wasn't sitting down for 6 hours straight. Got a tube of Pringles and a bottle of water to keep me going. So it's not been too bad, but that last hour was a bit of a slog. It was definitely tough.
I mean, from our perspective, it felt like you were just playing a hot lap simulator out there. There's no one really to give you any answers.
Yeah, the thing is, the Merc, I'm not sure about other cars, but I know the Merc round here, the tyres, and it's almost like a lottery about whether they go off or not. Like in the second to last stint, I was about a second down on pace compared to the previous one, just because I'd chewed through my tyres too early on. So Suzuka, you have to almost be on top of it 24/7, at least in my setup. to like sort of stay on top of the tyres and make sure you don't lose too much pace out of them. Because there's been times before where in the first World Cup in the sim grid, I did a double stint, and by the end of it I was down about 10 seconds a lap on pace because I just absolutely mullered the tyres. Just had absolutely zero life in them left. So obviously that's a fate I'm keen to avoid, and yeah, I seem to avoid it relatively well today.
Yeah, I mean, you basically lapped the entire field by the time we came around and saw the end of the 6 hours. So I mean, absolutely monstrous drive. You know, are you feeling sort of confident for this sort of pace for the rest of the series? Are you in for the rest of the series? Are you not quite sure if you're doing all the races yet?
Yeah, sadly I'm going back to uni from round 3 onwards, so I can only do rounds 1 and 2, which I suppose works out well for me because it's 2 very good Merc tracks. But yeah, I'll definitely be here for next round at Bathurst, doing it solo again.
Oh, that is...
Jeez, you're a brave man.
But I mean, we're not going to keep you here too long. I mean, you've had an absolutely long day as it is already. We just wanted to offer you some congratulations and looking forward to seeing you back at Bathurst again for another Crazy Man single solo series. I mean, that is going to take some concentration.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks guys.
Thanks,
Good.
Harry.
Well done,
see
Harry.
We'll see you for the next round.
See ya.
Then we've got Jordan here as well. Jordan, good to have you back in the interview room. I know if we're ever doing a sim racing event and we're going to have live interviews, I'm most likely going to be speaking to you. How was the race for you?
No, it was good. It was good, you know. Obviously, when we saw Harry's pace, we were like, you know, let's just take it easy. You know, Luke and Tariq just kept it on the black stuff, and we knew that P2 was sort of in the bag, so there was no point trying to catch Harry because we knew we couldn't, you know, beat him because I mean, it's just so fast. So, yeah, I mean, it was good overall. The car was good, setup was good. We had more of a hybrid setup, so you know, obviously that inhibited us slightly, but you know, otherwise it was good. And at the end there, I'm not sure if you guys knew, but I was trying to unlap myself from Harry, and I was chasing him like crazy. That's why he said he struggled in the last stint, because yeah, man, it was an intense race. Let's put it that way.
I mean, you weren't far off managing that, so good push right towards the very end. So coming into the next round at Bathurst, are we going to expect something different? Are we going to see something much the same?
I think so. I mean, the McLaren is not exactly the greatest there, so I think, you know, P2, P3, sort of where we want to be. I mean, you know, Bathurst is a very technical track, so I think Harry doing it solo, I think there could be some interesting things that happen in the race, just to, you know, if you get tired at that track, you know, it really hurts you. The walls are very close, so if you just make one mistake, you're sort of done. So, you know, maybe luck goes on our side and we can push forwards.
Well, I mean, we're always rooting for you, and I mean, you've obviously now pulled in 2 new teammates into GTWR. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, basically my story is that when I first started racing, funny enough, I got into contact with them, and, you know, I was more or less where Tariq and Luke are in terms of pace-wise, and, you know, GTWR sort of made me who I am today in racing just by teaching me and, you know, pushing myself forwards. And obviously I'm friends with Luke and Tariq, and Giorgio, who's the team boss, sort of saw that, and he was like, well, you know, maybe we could offer them an opportunity here, and that's sort of how that came about. You know, and I think it's really good for them actually, and I think, you know, it will help them push forward. And like, as you see here, and I'm sure maybe if you've been following, they've been doing absolutely insane in the Raceface seasons, constantly improving, and I think this is just a step forwards in terms of making them want to push more and getting the help and advice that they need to actually push forwards.
I think that's absolutely incredible. I think nurturing talent from a young sort of foundation phase is probably the number one thing that you can do in any esports. And I think getting involved in those kind of training regimes and getting help from the best is the way that people do push themselves to get to those top levels. And I mean, for you, Jordan, we've seen your incredible talents sort of get highlighted, and you've shone very bright and a good representation of what we can offer from South Africa when it comes to sim racing. You've made a big mark internationally, and it's just nice to have you still racing with us and continuing to highlight why you need to be a household name when it comes down to sim racing.
Yeah, exactly. And we do have the talent, and one thing I always try and say is that you got to have confidence, because anyone can be fast. It's not just they look at me and they're like, oh, I'm just fast, I can jump in any car, but they don't know what's going on in the background. And that's why I say anyone can get there with a lot of practice and trying to work and push themselves. So yeah, I mean, that's all that the results I have is just because of hard work. It's not just because I'm special. I mean, or what people think I'm special. It's actually just hard work, and that's all it is, actually.
For sure. It's there's a little bit of talent there as well. We're not going to lie to the people on the stream. Hard work doesn't always just work out. You got to nurture some talent, and we know you're talented, but you got to just put in the hours. You got to put in the time. And you actually have to work towards things. It doesn't just get given to people. So I think that's very true. Just a big thank you once again, Jordan, and a congrats for your guys' result. We look forward to seeing you in round 2, and shout for coming in and having a little interview with us.
Cool, sweet, and it's nice to see you back, and we'll hopefully see you on the next one.
Yeah, I will. I'll be here for all the endurance series, and hopefully Alan's going to join me as well for those.
Yep.
Awesome stuff.
As we do all of that, so making some time to get back and do some local sim racing stuff as well.
Awesome stuff. Thanks to you guys. Sweet. Thank you so much.
And say well done to Tariq and to young Luke as well.
Sure.
You guys did well, man.
Awesome. Thanks, and I will. Cool.
Cheers.
Cheers.
And then onto our final interview. Then down to the McCall team. I don't know who we have in the.
We have Morgan here. We have Morgan.
Morgan's here. Morgan, how's it feeling?
A bit tired, I have to say, and a bit. But yeah, it's a sigh of relief that we finished now. It was a tough race, getting staying away from back markers and not bumping and getting safely through them for 6 hours. It was a bit of work, but at least we managed to get through.
Yeah,
guys,
you did well considering how big that field was, George.
Yeah, I mean, we right at the very start of this, we said top 3 finish, 80k. That's always where they are,
Yep.
within the top 5 at least. But you would consider your 80k Academy team to feature up in the top 3, and you guys finished up there, picking up the last points paying, or should I say podium position and prize money spot. So I mean, that must just be rewarding and relieving as well. I mean, you said it's been a long race and lots of concentration required, but knowing that you did find a little bit of prize money at the end of it, I mean, that must sweeten it up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think today was the biggest field of back markers we had to get past for the whole of the 6 hours. I mean, it was difficult. We had a bit of bumps and bruises during the race, and Absmai and them kept us on our toes. But I think we did enough just to stay out of trouble and finish the race safely without any damage or so much damage or anything like that.
No, I think you guys deserve a nice little break now ahead of the next round. Bathurst coming up next on the calendar. Any thoughts for that? How you feeling with your Merc around the daunting mountain out in Australia?
I think I don't feel so great about Bathurst. I don't know about Junior, but I think Bathurst will be more challenging than Suzuka. will ever be, I think. But I hope we practice enough to do good at Bathurst, because we don't have such a great record there. So I'm just hoping for the best.
Well, we wishing you all the luck, and just give a congrats out to Junior as well. Obviously, he's not in the interview with us, but just know that we are big McCall fans as always here at Raceface, and good to see you guys performing well and solidly out there.
Okay, thank you, and well done to everybody. I think today it was a cleanish race. I think everybody tried their best to follow the rules of the road, and the back markers getting out the way, even though there were a few accidents, but I think it was a good spectacle today. And I want to give a shout out to ATK. Thank you.
Awesome. Well done.
Thanks very much, and that's going to round out our winners' interviews.
Okay, thank you.
Alan, from us, I mean, it's been a long day. It's been awesome, but it really has been worth it at the end of the day to crown some champions out at Suzuka.
It's been huge fun. It's been an awesome way to pass a leisurely Sunday. We saw the best of the best. We definitely saw some good clean racing, well organized, well driven by the top three, well driven by everyone. But congrats anyway to the top three teams for getting to the onto the podiums. Well deserved, considering 6 hours, 50 something cars. Everybody's done really well here.
Really has been a good race and a good showing from everyone, from the leaders up at the front to the people that managed to make it all the way to the very end. There were some disconnects where people struggled to get back into it.
Yep.
And to everyone that finished, I mean, that was amazing. My name is George Smith, of course, joined in the box by Alan Patterson. We were your broadcasting team, and of course none of this would have been possible without the camera work behind the scenes at Steady State. Round 1 done and dusted. Suzuka ticked off, and we'll see you again on the 5th of September as we take to Mount Panorama for the 4-hour round 2. We hope to see you guys there, and hope you stay safe and have a pleasant rest of the week.